The story's setting is established on a planet hundreds of millions of light years from Earth, where a nation called Country A is suffering from a low population rate. To combat this, the government has mandated that all citizens must have a marriage certificate to graduate from college or find work. Those without a partner are assigned one by the state. Divorce is possible, but it comes with a hefty tax of $10 million. In front of a large government building labeled Marriage Office, a young woman with long, dark purple hair named Xinguan stands in a white dress. She internally reflects on her situation. At 22 years old, having just graduated college, she is unfortunately single and has no choice but to let the state find her a partner. Her internal monologue turns to bitterness as she remembers being dumped by her ex-boyfriend just before graduation, which led to this predicament. Inside the sterile office, an official instructs her to go to a computer. The machine, she is told, will randomly select 10 numbers, each representing a potential partner, and she must choose one. A holographic interface appears before her, showing only a series of numbers with no accompanying data, leaving her confused about how to choose. An official warns her that if she does not make a selection within 30 seconds, the system will automatically choose for her, and she shouldn't regret it later. As the system counts down, Xinguan panics and reaches out, but she is too late. The system makes a selection for her, displaying a congratulatory message that she has been matched with partner number 1,314,521. She is instructed to go to the service desk to receive her partner's identity information. Annoyed, Xinguan decides to just take the certificate to get her diploma, find a job to make money, and then eventually pay the divorce tax to choose a new partner herself. At the service desk, an official hands her a file containing her partner's information, explaining that the man has been notified and that they must legally live together for 1 year, subject to random visits from the marriage office. Looking at the photo and name on the document, Xinguan finds it looks familiar. Her eyes widen in shock as she recognizes him as the man from a magazine cover, the super-rich individual known as the most desirable bachelor in all of Country A. She recalls seeing him in an interview where he declared that anyone partnered with him should be prepared to pay the divorce tax themselves. Flustered, she asks the official if she can be matched with someone else, but is told it is absolutely impossible. The official chides her for being picky, suggesting her high standards are why she is still single. Xinguan protests, explaining her concern is that they share the same surname, Yi, and she worries they might be related. The official dismisses her fears, assuring her the system performs thorough data analysis. When Xinguan offers to pay the divorce tax immediately, the official warns her that such an action could disrupt the system and lead to severe consequences, including jail time. Defeated, she stares at the names, Junqing and Xinguan, on the official document. Outside, a luxury car pulls up to the marriage office, and inside, a man is informed by his driver that they have arrived. The man is Junqing, and his assistant is apologizing profusely for forgetting to pay his singles tax, which resulted in his number being entered into the marriage lottery. The assistant reassures him that a lawyer, Mr. Zai, has been sent to handle the situation, and that the woman will surely back out of the marriage. Junqing, however, explains that with his older brother in the midst of a presidential election, he cannot afford the political scandal that would erupt if he rejected a state-mandated match. Just as his assistant claims the matter is still private, a news alert flashes on a phone, announcing that Junqing, a prominent anti-marriage figure, has been matched by the state. Annoyed by the leak, Junqing calmly asks to see all the information on his assigned partner. The assistant hands him a tablet displaying a photo of Xinguan, and Junqing's expression becomes intense as he looks at her face. Meanwhile, in a reception room, Xinguan is met by Mr. Yi's lawyer, Zai. The lawyer states he will take full responsibility, explaining that although Mr. Yi is currently single, he is soon to be engaged to Miss Xia Yanyan. He elaborates that Miss Xia is the world's last mermaid and a national treasure, a woman so desirable that even the top-ranked men in the country would want to marry her. Lawyer Zai offers Xinguan $1 million in compensation if she voluntarily refuses the match. She replies that money isn't the issue, which prompts the lawyer to mock her, questioning if a mere fisherman's daughter thinks she can compete with Miss Xia's beauty. Xinguan internally scoffs, recalling her own hidden identity as a mermaid, one who was born solely to be a medical donor for Xia Yanyan's chronic illness before being abandoned in the ocean as a child. The lawyer's threats escalate as he brings up her father's diabetes, reminding her that Miss Xia controls the nation's healthcare system and could easily make her father's life difficult if angered. Enraged, Xinguan declares that she won't be intimidated. Suddenly, a man's hand firmly grasps her arm. It is Junqing himself, He coldly introduces himself and then grabs her, causing her to cry out in pain. He angrily accuses her of having the nerve to choose him. Xinguan retorts that it was the country's system that matched them, making her a victim in the situation as well, and that she never expected to be matched with him. He asks how to resolve the issue, and she suggests that if he wants a divorce, he should pay the fee because she is too broke. With a challenging look, he calls his assistant to bring a government worker, announcing that he accepts the match. His staff is stunned by his decision. Presented with the marriage acceptance consent form, Junqing taunts her, asking if she is too scared to sign. Provoked, Xinguan signs the document without hesitation. His assistant pleads with him to reconsider, reminding him of his impending marriage to Miss Zia. But Junqing coolly replies that he has no intention of being an animal in a zoo. He then takes the pen and signs the form himself. An official pronounces them a nationally recognized couple and hands them their matching certificates, informing them they must now live together for a year. After being briefed on the rules, which include a 10 million yen fine for termination after 1 year, the official tells Junqing he can take his new wife home. As rain begins to fall, he drives her to her school. In the car, he receives a call from his older brother, Shiding, who asks if he accepted the match to protect his presidential campaign. Junqing confirms that his brother's election is more important than his own optional marriage plans with Miss Zia. His brother then asks if he fell in love with Xinguan at first sight, but Junqing scoffs at the idea. His assistant, who is driving, remarks that the match seems imperfect, describing Xinguan as having nothing but looks, and even having been dumped by a previous boyfriend. The detail about her being dumped seems to intrigue Junqing, who recalls her defiant words. Realizing she is just an ordinary university student, he steps out of the car into the pouring rain. When his assistant asks where he is going, he simply states that he is going to pick someone up. Xinguan leaves the mansion, muttering that Junqing is a narrow-minded and erratic person she can't understand. She arrives back at her university dormitory as a thunderstorm rages outside, noting how hard it's raining. Deciding to browse Weibo, she comes across a popular post from a user named Mermaid, who is showing off a mark on her heel and bragging about how her partner, Junqing, is fond of her feet. Xinguan panics, worrying that Junqing will think she made the post and that it will negatively affect his relationship with a woman named Zia Yan. Feeling the need to clear up the misunderstanding, she decides to go back, though she worries about her feet getting wet, an event which would cause them to transform into a fishtail. Back at the mansion, she walks down a long hall but finds Junqing is not in his room. Suddenly, her ex-boyfriend, Chen, appears under an umbrella, angrily asking if she was the one who went on the school forum to scold his girlfriend, Ying, and call her a third person. At that moment, Junqing stumbles out of a room looking distressed, and Xinguan rushes to see if he's all right. Her ex-boyfriend scoffs at her, calling her pitiful and continuing his accusations, but Junqing warns him not to touch her and demands to know who let him in. Chen mocks Xinguan, claiming he broke up with her because she was too weak, always afraid to go out in the rain and needing him to carry her. He challenges her to step out onto the porch to prove she isn't afraid. She shoves him away, causing a glass he was holding to fly from his hand and shatter on the floor. He accuses her of being too much and warns her not to bully Ying just because he lied to her. Junqing furiously tells Chen to get lost. After he leaves, Junqing stands alone, thinking he may have lost her again, while outside, Xinguan cries in the rain. Junqing then appears before her, telling her to stop trying to be strong if she isn't comfortable. He grabs her hand and pulls her along as she asks what he is doing. He tells her to stop crying before kicking open a door and lifting her into his arms, remarking that her ex-boyfriend was right about her being weak and needing to be carried in the rain. Inside a room, he slumps to the floor in distress while she watches from the doorway, and he thinks to himself that he can't harm his little mermaid again. He approaches her and tells her to sit down and dry her tears, warning her that every tear she sheds is proof she cheated in their marriage and that he could sue her. She struggles, telling him she doesn't need him to carry her, but he replies that the government wants him to carry her and he can't refuse. As he carries her, she finds herself thinking he looks quite handsome despite his grumpy personality. She asks him why he changed his mind about declining their pairing, and he explains that his brother is running for president, and he cannot allow any opponents to grasp a weakness like their broken engagement. He then reassures her that they can cancel the pairing in 1 year without any penalty, after which she can go away. Xinguan is inwardly thrilled at the idea of being free in a year without having to pay a fine. She promises him that she will leave immediately when the deadline is due and will not bother him with anything. He thinks bitterly that even with a chance to start over, all she wants is to leave him. When she asks what he wants her to do, he tells her to stay as far away from him as possible and not to affect his life. Later, they arrive by helicopter at a lavish estate on a central island, where they are greeted by a line of staff. Junqing informs her that she will live there before abruptly leaving for work. The housekeeper explains that as a marriage partner, she can theoretically go anywhere on campus, except for the mermaid pool, which he clarifies was personally designed by young Master Jin for Xia Yan and is off-limits to others. Half a month later, Xinguan feels aimless after learning she was passed over for a reporter job at Coco TV station in favor of Lu Ying, who had a lower score. Frustrated, she decides to call in a favor from Han Chengbei, a powerful figure in the media industry whose life she saved the previous month. She messages him asking for a letter of recommendation to the TV station. Later, after taking a shower, she feels an unbearable itch on her legs and sees red spots appearing, realizing her mermaid nature is flaring up from having suppressed her fishtail for too long. She knows she must find water to swim in but hesitates to use the forbidden mermaid pool. The worsening itch forces her hand, and she heads for the pool, telling herself she can persevere. She enters the magnificent, glowing blue pool area and dives in, her legs transforming into a luminous fishtail as she swims with relief. While swimming, she admires a large mermaid sculpture on the ceiling, thinking that Junqing must really like Xia Yan to have created such a brilliant place for her. Her swim is interrupted when a blond man stumbles into the pool area, drunkenly shouting that he has seen a mermaid. He makes a call, excitedly telling someone named Jai Kai-shu about the beautiful mermaid. When Junqing appears in a bathrobe and asks what he's doing there in the middle of the night, Junqing confronts his friend, who insists there is a mermaid in the pool even prettier than Xia Yan. Junqing dismisses his claims as drunken nonsense, but the friend drags him over to look. The pool is now empty, causing the friend to wonder if he imagined it all. Junqing tells him to go back to sleep and they leave. Hiding in the water, Xinguan feels a wave of relief, glad that her legs are no longer itchy as she plans to sneak back to her room. The next morning, a knock on the door wakes her. She opens it to find a shirtless Junqing standing there. Shocked, she demands to know what he is doing in her room so early in the morning. He coolly asks if this is her room. She looks up at the ceiling and sees the familiar mermaid sculpture, realizing with dawning horror that she isn't in her own room but in his. She screams internally, mortified that she slept in the wrong room. Xinguan wakes up in a luxurious bed, lamenting what a shame it all is before she catches a familiar scent on the pillow. She sits up in shock, screaming in frustration as she wonders why she remembers him in such an intimate way. She walks down a grand staircase, assuming Junqing has already left for work and thinking about how starving she is. Downstairs, Jai Kai-shu tells Junqing that he saw the mermaid the previous night and even found fish scales near the pool. Overhearing this from the doorway, Xinguan panics, realizing the red mark on her heel must be from a lost scale, and she resolves that no one can find out it belongs to her. She pushes the door open and cheerfully wishes everyone a good morning, then asks Junqing why he isn't at work yet. Two other young men whisper that she doesn't seem worthy of him, and she mentally notes that she can hear every word. Jai Kai-shu, the enthusiastic adopted son, ushers her to sit next to Jin, announcing that staff from the marriage department are about to visit. Surprised, Xinguan sits down, thinking about how he previously told her to stay far away from him. Half an hour later, two officials arrive, explaining they are just there for a routine investigation into their daily life as a married couple. Deciding she needs to take control of the situation, Xinguan gets an idea. She sweetly offers Junqing a piece of cake, cooing for her honey to open his mouth. When he hesitates, she puts on a pleading, teary-eyed expression, and he reluctantly takes the bite. The officials smile, commenting that their feelings for each other seem genuinely good. The female official then asks if she has been comfortable living there, to which Xinguan enthusiastically replies that Junqing has been very thoughtful, all while silently urging him to play along. The official then bluntly asks if they have recently considered contributing to population growth. Flustered, Xinguan blurts out that they have, and that she even slept in his room the night before. The official asks for proof. Junqing smirks, asking his honey if this is the kind of thing they should be telling people, privately wondering how she'll get out of this. After a moment, she confidently says yes. The officials explain that they are required by law to ask for some evidence for their report. Declaring that proof is no problem, Xinguan lifts her foot onto the table to reveal a red mark on her heel, asking if a hickey is considered proof. One official looks on, wondering what a strange hobby this is, while Junqing stares in shock, questioning if he actually left such a mark. Yi Xinguan points defiantly, insisting it's proof he left a hickey on her body last night. To verify her claim, the male official asks Mr. Yi to answer one question, the exact location of a long scar on her back. Without missing a beat, Yi Junjin states that it is 3 inches to the left of her spine. Yi Xinguang is stunned, wondering how he could possibly know that. He pulls her into his arms and asks the officials if they have any more questions, prompting them to quickly take their leave. Once they are alone, he turns to her and demands she explain the red spot on her heel. She defensively replies that she had run out of ideas for proof and asks why he and the others didn't help. He tells her she could have just said there was no proof. Jai Kai-shu adds that the officials can't actually do anything without proof and can only use words to pressure people. Frustrated, she asks why they didn't tell her that earlier, and Yi Junjin retorts that she was too quick to answer. She then remembers his knowledge of her scar and accuses him of invading her privacy, which he smugly confirms he did by investigating her. Giving up, she pulls out her phone, deciding work is more reliable and wondering why Han Chengbei hasn't replied to her messages. Jai Kai-shu offers to help her find a job, and she says she wants one with good pay and good treatment. She complains that she nearly got a job at Coco TV, but her spot was stolen by someone with connections. Yi Junjin internally notes that she doesn't know he owns the company. He coldly dismisses Jai Kai-shu, who follows him outside and promises he'll ensure she gets the job. Yi Junjin instructs him to get it done, but not to tell her it was him, reasoning that it's impossible for her to like him anyway. Sometime later, Yi Xinguang arrives at her new office, determined to make a fresh start. She introduces herself to her new colleagues and finds her desk, only to discover her neighbor is her rival, Lu Yingying. Lu Yingying immediately starts taunting her, asking if it's true she went to the marriage department on the same day she and Yin Chen got their diploma. She adds that it's a pity Yi Xinguang couldn't see Yin Chen putting a ring on her finger. Annoyed, Yi Xinguang says she needs to tend to a wound on her leg. Just then, a coworker shouts for everyone to look at Weibo, where a rumor is spreading that Yi Junjing's mermaid partner is a victim of domestic violence. A post shows a picture of an injured heel, speculating it was leaked by the marriage department. Yi Xinguang is horrified, wondering what this means. The office editor scolds everyone, saying they can't report unverified rumors just for views, while others note the mermaid's identity is confidential. Someone suggests they could try to find her by looking for a woman with an injured heel. Yi Xinguang subtly hides her foot, terrified of being exposed and facing Yi Junjing's wrath. She resolves to hide before anyone discovers her secret, but it's too late. Lu Yingying loudly points out that Xinguang's heel is hurt. She connects the dots, mentioning the coincidence of her visit to the marriage department on the same day as Yi Junjing, and accuses her of being the mermaid. Another colleague demands she show them her heel to compare with the photo. Just as she's cornered, her phone rings and she uses it as an excuse to escape. Lu Yingying smirks, confident that the truth is out. The call is from Fu Zuo, who tells her he has created a VIP Weibo account for her, and that she needs to log on to clarify that the Jing family is not violent. He also tells her to mention the family often in her future posts. Yi Xinguang hesitates, knowing she has to clear things up but wary of being too obedient. Seeing an opportunity, she devises a plan to deal with Lu Yingying. She slams the office door open and tearfully announces that she is the mermaid. She claims she couldn't take it anymore and that Yi Junjing had called her, angry that she had ruined his image. Her colleagues rush to comfort her, calling her brave. But as Lu Yingying gloats, another coworker interrupts, showing them a new Weibo post from the mermaid account. The post dismisses the rumors, stating the mark on her heel is a kiss mark, and playfully boasts that her Junjing is just too fond of her feet. Stunned, Lu Yingying turns to Yi Xinguang, who cheerfully declares that of course she isn't the mermaid. Yi Xinguang then professionally advises her boss that they should wait for official confirmation before jumping to conclusions, defending the truth over cheap viewership. The boss agrees, and Lu Yingying is left speechless. Later, Yi Xinguang is pleased with how she handled the situation when her phone buzzes again. She's shocked to see that her Weibo post was shared by the presidential candidate Yi Shiting, Yi Junjing's brother, with the caption, "Sister-in-law, don't be angry." Meanwhile, Fu Zuo is annoyed that young Master Ting is sharing Weibo posts when Yi Junjing appears and takes his phone. He sees the post and almost imperceptibly taps the like button. At that moment, he imagines her screaming that she would never like him, which makes him wonder why he is feeling so excited. In a flashback, Fu Zuo explains he only made the account to protect young Master Ting's election chances. Enraged by her post and his own feelings, Yi Junjing orders Fu Zuo to have the housekeeper move Yi Xinguang out of the main house, declaring he never wants to see her face again. Later that night, the housekeeper informs a shocked Xinguan that she must move, explaining that her social media post angered Mr. Jing. As she stands outside with her luggage, Jing arrives home. She confronts him, reminding him of their one-year contract, but he walks past her into the house without a word, clutching his chest in silent pain. The butler dismisses her concern, suggesting Jing simply drank too much alcohol and needs to sleep it off, but Xinguang retorts, asking if he thinks she's blind. She insists that Jing is genuinely sick and that she can't help but worry. When the butler remains unconvinced, she tells him that if he doesn't believe her, he can send people to follow her to check. She turns to the other staff, telling them to follow her, but they all refuse. The butler warns her that young Master Jing has an old illness and has given strict orders that anyone who worries about it will be dealt with. He advises that if she keeps interfering, no one will be able to help her. She asks him one last time if he is truly determined not to take Jing to the hospital, and the staff's continued silence serves as their answer. Frustrated by their inaction, Xinguang declares that she will take care of it herself. She runs into the mansion and up to his room, pushing open the doors to find him chained to a large chair, looking weak and in pain. She wonders what he's doing, mockingly asking if he's playing cosplay before deciding to forget it and find the key first, guessing it might be on the bookshelf. As she searches through the books, Jing weakly coughs and calls out her name. He murmurs that his illness must be serious this time for him to be having hallucinations. Just then, she finds a small, ornate key and exclaims that she's found it. He looks up, realizing she is in an illusion. As she approaches, wondering if this is the key to the chains, he warns her not to touch him, claiming the consequences will be terrible. She asks how scary it could be, stating that as a kind person, she can't just ignore someone who is dying. He desperately yells for her to stop. She ignores him and uses the key to unlock the heavy chains binding him. Once freed, he collapses forward. She rushes to his side, trying to help him up, but he suddenly grabs her hand and shoves her away, screaming at her not to touch him. He lunges, pinning her to the floor. She struggles, asking what he is doing and telling him to let her go. He stares down at her with glowing red eyes, his fangs slightly extended, and whispers that he feels extremely uncomfortable. He leans in close to her neck as she calls his name in alarm, telling her to help him. His eyes are filled with a strange hunger as he tells her he wants fresh blood. He bites her neck, causing her to cry out in pain. The cry seems to snap him out of his trance, and he pulls back, his eyes returning to normal. He apologizes, promising he won't hurt her again. She gently touches his face as he falls into her arms, and she tells him to sleep, assuring him she is there. The next morning, she wakes up beside him in bed, admiring how tender he looks when he's asleep, a rare sight. Deciding not to waste the opportunity, she takes a photo of him and posts it to her mermaid fan account, where it quickly gathers comments about how gentle he has become. He begins to stir and asks if he bit her last night. She quickly hides her phone, denying it and claiming she was just talking nonsense. He tells her not to make such jokes in the future, just as his assistant, Fu Zuo, enters the room. She starts to explain that Jing was sick, but Fu Zuo is simply shocked to see them together. Fu Zuo rushes to check on Mr. Jing, who swats his hand away and tells him to be quiet. As Fu Zuo whispers to his boss, asking how she knew he was sick, Xinguang tries to sneak away. Jing grabs her arm, demanding to know who let her into his room. She retorts that she came by herself because he was sick and no one was helping him, asking if that was so wrong. He calls her an ungrateful person, telling her she has no idea how dangerous it was for her to approach him last night, and that she should stay away from him for her own safety. He then orders Fu Zuo to check the security cameras and fire every staff member who saw her enter without stopping her. That night, she is working as a reporter, reflecting on her argument with him earlier and the fact she now has to interview his brother. Suddenly, the crowd of reporters stirs as the guests of honor arrive, and she is stunned to see Jing is there as well. He sees her in the crowd, wondering why she is there to interview his brother. A reporter asks Jing why, as a known celibate, he accepted the engagement to the mermaid. He replies cryptically that if the country saw them as the best couple, he had no reason to refuse. He flashes back to a memory of a wounded girl begging him to let her die and to live his own life well, a memory that causes him pain as he thinks about how he lost her. His brother Ting chimes in, joking that, of course, the mermaid was too attractive for his brother to resist. Xinguang is taken aback that her idol, Ting, is defending her. Another reporter asks if this means Jing has developed feelings for her. Silently, she begs him not to embarrass her, but he looks directly at the cameras and states coldly that she is tasteless. She is furious, thinking about how she stayed up all night to take care of him, only to be repaid with such an insult. The next day at the TV station, a colleague shows her a viral Weibo post from an account claiming to be a fired maid from the Yi family. The post includes the picture she took of Junqing sleeping, accusing the mermaid of sneaking into his room while he was drunk and causing the staff to be fired. The comments section is filled with hate, calling the mermaid a greedy liar and a psycho. Her team leader approaches, asking if it's true that Junqing showed aversion to the mermaid at the interview. When she says she can't be sure, her leader orders her to go interview Junqing and find out the truth, stating it's an order from the top executives. She arrives at an exclusive poolside club to find him but is blocked by security for not having a membership card. As she despairs, a man named Han Chengbei appears, asking if his friends are not allowed to enter either. The security guards immediately recognize Han Chengbei, the young master of the media, and profusely apologize, letting them both in. He shushes her when she recognizes him as the person who once came to her seeking help to change his destiny. She recalls him promising her half his fortune if she helped him become the Han family heir, a goal he has since achieved. He tells her he investigated her when he first sought her help, which is how he knew who she was. When she asks for his help interviewing the difficult Junqing, he readily agrees, saying he can definitely help her this time. He grabs her hand and pulls her along, bursting into a private VIP area where Junqing is relaxing. Han Chengbei boldly announces that his woman wants an interview. Junqing looks up, his expression hardening as he sees Xinguan with Han Chengbei, questioning who his woman is. Han Chengbei proudly declares that Xinguan is the one in his heart, telling Mr. Jin to show some respect. Xinguan panics, realizing this is not helping her situation at all, as she sees Junqing's simmering rage. Junqing lets out a cold, unsettling smile. He tells her not to take her time, and she quickly pushes Han Chengbei away, trying to laugh it off and claiming they have no relationship. Han Chengbei whispers that this was the only way to get his attention. She explains to Junqing that she was sent by the TV station, and Han was just trying to help, silently pleading that he believes she isn't betraying him. Junqing asks if she's protecting Han. He then states he will accept the interview, but only on the condition that Han Chengbei leaves immediately. Despite feeling bad since Han did help her get inside, she quickly agrees. Han Chengbei leaves after cheekily telling her to come watch him swim later, earning another wave of killing intent from Junqing. Once they are alone, Junqing asks if Han is truly an unrelated person. She quickly reassures him, swearing her loyalty and flattering him by saying no one could compare to him in background, status, or looks. The assistant informs Junqing that the mermaid photo has gone viral on social media, and Xinguan is shocked to see him smiling subtly to himself. He quickly coughs and tells the assistant not to take her time, then turns to Xinguan, asking if she has anything to say as an insider. He dismisses the matter as meaningless to her internal frustration, as she silently wishes he would argue more strongly against the online comments calling her a vain social climber unworthy of him. His demeanor suddenly shifts as he coolly asks who dares to say she adores vanity, asserting that he wouldn't let just any woman take pictures with him, and that any photos posted online had his full consent. He continues his defense, stating that whether she deserves him or not is irrelevant, as the government chose them as the best fit, meaning no one suits him better than her. Leaning closer, he declares that since life has chosen her for him, he will absolutely never change his mind. Xinguang's heart thumps wildly as she wonders if he's lying, his expression intensely serious. However, her internal monologue scolds her for having illusions of love, convinced it's just an excuse for him to save face in public. The interview concludes, and she thanks him for his cooperation. Feeling distracted, when he asks where she's going, she says she's going to find Han Chengbei, but Junqing stops her, saying he'll go with her to show everyone she's the most beautiful mermaid. Confused about why he'd want to go swimming with her, she follows him to the pool area where she spots Han Chengbei. She calls out to him, saying the interview is done, and agrees to take some pictures for him. As she raises her phone, she's shocked to see a shirtless Junqing standing behind Han Chengbei. She finds Junqing's physique delicious and starts snapping photos, ignoring Han Chengbei's question about whether she's finished. Junqing appears before her, coldly asking for Xinguan, who nervously says she has to get back to work. He sternly tells her to delete the pictures she just took, warning that his patience has a limit. She pleads with him, promising she'll keep the quality photos to herself and never spread them. He grabs her phone, threatening that the interview they just did won't be valid if she doesn't delete them immediately. Just then, Xia Yan arrives, calling out to Junqing and remarking on the coincidence of meeting him while looking for her brother. Xinguan recognizes Xia Yan, the national treasure mermaid, and is then shocked to see her own long-lost brother, Zia Zhaoyi, standing beside her. Memories flood her mind of how her family mistreated her, with only her brother showing her kindness and promising to always be by her side before he went abroad and she was thrown into the sea. Back in the present, she looks at her brother, wondering if he recognizes her, but he simply tells his sister not to bother the journalist with her work. Crushed that her brother no longer seems to care for her, she prepares to leave, but Yi Yun-jin stops her, again demanding she delete the pictures. Zia Yan chimes in, patronizingly lecturing Yi Xinguan about privacy for public figures. Internally, Yi Xinguan seethes, thinking Zia Yan is a green tea bitch, and Yi Yun-jin has terrible taste in women. Yi Yun-jin snatches the phone to see who she was photographing and is stunned to see the gallery is filled only with pictures of him. He looks up, flustered, realizing he didn't want her to delete his pictures, but it's too late. She shows him the deleted screen and asks if she can go now, and he lets her leave, speechless. Zia Yan watches Yi Xinguan walk away with a dark, menacing glare, vowing that the mermaid girl will pay for daring to marry Yi Jun-jin. Feeling utterly dejected that her brother didn't recognize her and Yi Jun-jin sided with Zia Yan, Yi Xinguan walks away in the rain, crying because she feels he doesn't deserve her tears. She wonders if this is a sign she shouldn't have married him, and as she cries, her tears form a precious treasure, the medicine of regret. The tear solidifies into a glowing pill that can turn back time, and she contemplates swallowing it to undo her meeting with Yi Yun-jin. Her phone rings. It's her adoptive father asking if she has enough money. She forces a cheerful tone, lying that she's doing well at work and not to worry, unable to tell him she's being bullied. Her father tells her that he and her mother will always be her solid support and will help her vent her anger if she's being treated badly, which only makes her cry more as she quickly ends the call. As she holds the regret pill, considering if its appearance is a sign, Han Chengbei suddenly appears behind her, startling her with a loud shout. She drops the pill in shock, yelling at him for scaring her to death. He notices she was crying and sees the regret pill, realizing she was about to take it. In a panic, he grabs her hand, pleading with her not to erase her memories of him, crying that he wants to be the man she remembers forever. She tries to pull away as Yi Yun-jin appears, glowering at the sight of Han Chengbei holding her hand. Yi Xinguan withdraws her hand and tells Mr. Yi she has nothing to say to him before walking away. Alone, she reflects that a regret pill is a last resort and decides against using it. Instead, she checks her Weibo account where she sells the pills and finds a desperate message from the scandalous actress Ling Han, who says she doesn't want to live anymore. A quick search reveals Ling Han was recently kicked out of the entertainment industry and just posted a message saying, "Goodbye, world," leading Yi Xinguan to realize the woman is about to commit suicide. A distraught Ling Han kneels on her apartment floor, crying softly to herself as she reflects on her life. She says that the biggest mistake she ever made was signing a contract with the agency Ju Xing Jing Jai. Holding a knife to her chest, she trembles with regret. She remembers her past, recalling how she thought signing the contract would fulfill her dream of becoming an actor, only for the company to force her to drink with clients and be sexually exploited. She tried to protest, but they responded by beating her. Her reputation was destroyed by online rumors claiming she got her roles by sleeping with men and had no real ability. She despaired, feeling that the humiliation was a stain she could never wash away or fight back against. Wondering what the point was of living in such a hell, her phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. A text message appeared from an unknown contact. The sender confirmed they had regret pills and offered one to her, explaining that it would allow her to go back to the time before she signed the contract and escape her fate. The message concluded by reasoning that if she was brave enough to face death, she should be brave enough to believe them. With little hope left, Ling Han thought to herself that she had no way back anyway. Finding a sliver of resolve, she replied to the message, stating that she trusted them. Elsewhere, a young woman with short, dark hair gets ready, stating that she will meet Ling Han at 5 p.m. after she changes clothes, musing that she has to take on a different disguise for every client. She transforms, emerging from a room dressed as a handsome young man. A man named Han Chengbei marvels at her handsome appearance before recognizing her and asking why she is there. The disguised woman explains she was worried he wouldn't think clearly after his encounter with Yi Jun-jin, teasing that his failure to recognize her hurt her feelings. Han Chengbei tells her he is busy selling regret pills and has no time to play, but she insists on accompanying him. He questions if she has nothing better to do, but she claims she is helping, as his youthful appearance isn't trustworthy. She mentions the strange condition that buyers must donate half their fortune to a medical research institute, which she says makes them look like scammers. He retorts, asking if she didn't also buy a pill before. Convinced, she offers to act as his secretary, promising her prestigious face will add credibility. He agrees, but only if she promises not to speak nonsense, a condition to which she enthusiastically agrees. At a cafe, Ling Han arrives, thinking about how the drug dealer said they would be waiting by the window. She spots the disguised woman and wonders if that's her contact. She is shocked to see the media boss, Han Changbei, sitting with the person. The disguised woman begins to explain the terms of their trade, presenting a donation contract that must be signed before receiving the pill. The contract stipulates that after going back in time, Ling Han must donate half of her assets to the Bo Da Medical Research Institute. Ling Han becomes skeptical, thinking it's a scam since she has very few assets left. She tells them not to waste their energy tricking her, as she barely has enough money to live on. Han Changbei becomes angry, asking if she thinks someone of his status would cheat her for money and calling her brain broken. The disguised woman quickly silences him and reassures Ling Han that they are not cheating her. Signing the contract is the only way to change her destiny. Ling Han explains her hesitation, saying her life is already so tragic that she can't bear another scam. Thinking it over, she decides that with Han Changbei's involvement, it might be worth believing them one last time, especially since she feels she has no other way out. She picks up the pen and declares that she will sign it. After signing the contract, the disguised woman hands her a small white pill and tells her to drink it. Ling Han takes the pill and is then instructed to close her eyes, remember the moment she regrets most, and is warned that she has only 1 hour to fix it. Her consciousness fades as she feels herself sinking into dark water. She awakens to the sound of her name being called, finding herself in the office of Zhu Xing's general manager, holding the very artist contract she was about to sign in the past. She realizes she has truly returned to that moment. The managers urge her to sign, but she remembers their deception. When told to sign, she throws the pen away, stands up, and firmly declares that she will not sign the contract. She resolves that she will not go down that tragic path again, even if it means offending the powerful agency. Outside, Han Changbei suggests to the disguised woman that they leave, but she worries about what will happen if they can't return with Ling Han. As he puts his arm around her, suggesting they get a meal, a car screeches to a halt beside them. The disguised woman tenses, recognizing the vehicle. Yi Jun-jin steps out, looking imposing in his suit. The disguised woman panics internally, assuming he is there to tell her to break their marriage contract. Han Changbei foolishly taunts Yi Jun-jin about his sour expression, and in response, Yi Jun-jin silently punches him in the face. As the disguised woman asks Yi Jun-jin if he is crazy, he grabs her hand, declaring that she is his woman. He drags her into his car and drives off, leaving a furious Han Changbei shouting that he only thinks of himself. Inside the car, the disguised woman demands to be let out, threatening to call the police. Yi Jun-jin's subordinate Fu Zuo defends his boss, but Yi Jun-jin suddenly asks the disguised woman if she is a girl. Shocked at being discovered, she defiantly insists she has no interest in men, especially not him. Yi Jun-jin silences Fu Zuo, who tries to object to her insults. The disguised woman, flustered by the situation, thinks it's all a big misunderstanding. When Yi Jun-jin asks about Han Changbei, she claims he was just taking her to meet her favorite idol, Ling Han. At the mention of the name, Yi Jun-jin orders Fu Zuo to investigate what Ling Han has been up to lately. Fu Zuo is surprised his boss doesn't know Ling Han, explaining that she is a huge star who won an award for her debut song. The disguised woman thinks that what Fu Zuo said isn't true of the failed woman she just met, hoping it's not a coincidence. Xinguan, disguised as a boy, looks up in awe at a giant screen advertising a concert for the singer Ling Han, hailed as the music queen. He remarks to himself that she has truly changed her destiny, feeling happy that all of her possessions will now be his. Standing beside him, Yi Jun-jin asks if he wants to see the show. Yi Xinguan eagerly agrees, but expresses concern that the tickets might be sold out due to her immense popularity. Yi Jun-jin smirks condescendingly, questioning if Yi Xinguan even knows who he is, and confidently orders his assistant, Fu Zuo, to immediately procure 2 top VIP tickets, despite the concert starting in just half an hour. He warns Fu Zuo not to appear before him again if he fails in this task. Fu Zuo sweats profusely but agrees, privately hoping his master has simply taken the wrong medicine and isn't genuinely mesmerized by this little goblin. Later, Yi Jun-jin presents a massive bouquet of red roses, holding them out towards Yi Xinguan. Thinking Yi Jun-jin intends to propose to a little fresh meat he just met, Yi Xinguan panics internally at the craziness of the situation. He quickly saves face by taking the flowers, saying they would be a perfect gift for Ling Han at the concert. They arrive at the massive Dai-Du Stadium, where the crowd is roaring with excitement. Fans scream Ling Han's name and declare their love for her as she takes the stage. Ling Han begins to sing, reflecting on her journey to stardom. She recalls how after canceling a contract, she thought her career was over, only to be catapulted to fame when a singing video of her was uploaded to social media. She is grateful that the record company respected her decision not to sign a restrictive contract and that her debut song became an instant hit. She knows she couldn't have achieved this without the regret pill and hopes that a certain someone can see her now in her moment of triumph. From the audience, a tearful Xinguan watches, feeling the joy in her voice and understanding her journey. He thinks to himself that she no longer needs to be afraid of the dirty things from her past or use death to free herself. Ling Han spots him in the crowd, her eyes widening in recognition as she reaches out. She tearfully confirms that it's really him, and he gives her an encouraging look. She thanks him, promising to cherish the new life God has given her. As the concert ends, Xinguan is still wiping away tears. Junqing hands him a tissue, asking dryly if it's necessary to cry so much over an idol. Xinguan snaps back that he's deeply touched, something a person with a slow brain like Junqing would never understand. Junqing then surprises him by offering a slice of pizza. He explains that he had Fuzuo buy it since Xinguan hadn't eaten dinner yet. As Xinguan chews on the pizza, he muses that Junqing's considerate side only seems to come out for men, which must be why he's so grumpy towards his actual marriage partner. He suddenly stops eating, and Junqing offers to throw the rest away. Junqing then notices a message on the pizza box lid about the happiness of sharing food with friends. While he contemplates the meaning of happiness, Xinguan happily takes another bite. A sudden realization dawns on Xinguan, and he decides he must leave immediately before Junqing discovers he is a woman disguised as a man. He quickly thanks Junqing for the concert and turns to run away. However, Junqing grabs his arm, pulling him into a close embrace. He calls him by his full name, Xinguan, and tells him that as the person who married him, he has nowhere to go but home with him. Flustered, Xinguan realizes that Junqing has known his true identity all along. As they walk home, Junqing looks so handsome and gentle that Xinguan's heart flutters. When Junqing leans in close, Xinguan panics again, assuming his husband wants to confront him about the misunderstanding that he likes men. He hastily makes an excuse about having work to do and runs off. Junqing watches him go with a knowing smile, thinking that his shy, small fishtail can run for now, but they have a lot of time together. Later that night in the Yi family mansion, Xinguan, now in a comfortable nightgown, fumes about Junqing not telling her he knew her secret. Starving because she was too nervous to eat earlier, she decides to raid the kitchen for food. Amazed by the luxurious kitchen, she finds a package of high-grade Kobe beef and decides to cook it. Just as she finishes her steak, Junqing appears behind her in a revealing robe, asking what she is doing. She holds up the plate, but he takes a piece for himself. He chews with a pained expression, finding the steak terribly cooked, but when she asks if it's delicious, he lies to protect her feelings. He then proceeds to eat the entire steak, leaving her with nothing. He smirks, promising to compensate her by cooking her another one. He tells her to get her phone and record him as proof of their domestic life for the marriage department. As she records, Xinguan is impressed by his professional cooking skills. Junqing recalls learning to cook steak for his little fishtail in the past, a gesture she had rejected. He realizes that despite his resolve to stay away from her in this life, he can't help himself. Xinguan happily provides commentary for her video, boasting that a jinn is cooking for her and thanking her honey. After he presents the finished meal, she playfully asks him to feed her, claiming her hands are busy recording. He reluctantly agrees, but as he lifts the fork to her lips, she suddenly yells, "Stop!" She declares she has enough material and stops recording, her demeanor changing instantly. She tries to explain away her intimate behavior as just an act for the marriage department. Annoyed, Junqing's expression darkens as he realizes her affection was faked. He leans in close, asking sarcastically if her acting is so good because she's been intimate with someone before, pointedly mentioning Han Chengbei. He told her not to get too into character, as they still needed to coordinate many times to deal with the marriage department. She blushed, and he pressed closer, asking if her reaction meant she really was thinking about being with other men. She retorted, asking what would happen if she were intimate with others, reasoning that as long as no one found out during their marriage, it would be fine. He grabbed her chin, warning Xinguan that for the 1 year she is married to him, she should settle down and not think about other men, or he would accuse her of adultery and have her put in jail. She denied having anyone else in mind and angrily pushed back, questioning on what basis he could force her to do what he says when he can't even find someone he likes himself. She then grabbed his robe, turning the tables on him by declaring that if he didn't want her thinking of another man, then he should remember that during their marriage. He is her man and is not allowed to like anyone else, threatening to imprison him if he did. She let him go, thanked him for the steak, and announced she was taking it to her room to eat. Yi Jun-jin stood alone, caressing the spot on his robe where she had grabbed him, a blush creeping onto his face as he realized she had just called him her man. His expression then hardened as he remembered she believed the rumor that he liked someone else, and he angrily wondered who would dare to create such a rumor to make his little fishtail misunderstand. He immediately called his assistant, Fu Zuo, and demanded to know if anyone had been spreading rumors about him lately. He clarified it wasn't Miss Yi, ordering Fu Zuo to check for anyone else, and to compile a list of everyone who had been in recent contact with Yi Xinguan, vowing that those who dared to dwell in his woman's heart were seeking death. The next morning, Yi Xinguan arrived at the Coco TV station office, cheerfully greeting her colleagues, only to find them staring at her in silence. Her leader stormed up to her, furiously demanding to know where her interview was. Yi Xinguan panicked, realizing that with all the drama from the previous day, she had completely forgotten about it. Before she could properly respond, her rival, Lu Yingying, told her she had made a big deal, smugly explaining that social media was now full of rumors that the person Yi Jun-jin truly likes is not the mermaid girl. Yi Xinguan stared at her phone in shock, reading a viral post claiming that young Master Jin has liked someone else for a long time, with comments exploding with speculation and plans to confront her online. She was horrified, realizing people now saw her as an interloper, a third party, and a woman with many tricks. Lu Yingying continued her taunts, asking if the truth was that she couldn't get the interview and ran away crying after being scolded by Yi Jun-jin. Yi Xinguan shouted at her to stop talking nonsense, but Lu Yingying coolly replied that she knew it was true in her heart. Their leader slammed his fist on the table, yelling for them to stop. He lamented that without direct evidence of the couple cohabitating, the interview, even if released now, would just look like a lie. Other colleagues chimed in, blaming Yi Xinguan and worrying that if Yi Jun-jin got angry, the entire department would be disciplined. Overwhelmed, Yi Xinguan admitted it was her fault she forgot to record the interview and that she had to make up for the mistake. She then raised her hand, announcing that she was keeping exclusive material that was even more important than the interview, revealing she had luckily filmed something the previous night. On her phone, her colleagues watched a heartwarming video of Yi Jun-jin affectionately feeding her steak, calling her honey, and acting like a doting partner. Her leader was overjoyed, praising her for getting such a persuasive exclusive video and declaring she had done a great job. He ordered the team to edit and post it immediately to create a loving image of the couple, then dismissively told a fuming Lu Yingying to go run some errands. Lu Yingying clenched her fist, infuriated that Yi Xinguan always seemed to get lucky and vowing that she was not committed to losing to her. Later that day, as work ended, Yi Xinguan stood outside, noticing it looked like it might rain. Lu Yingying approached with a smirk, asking if she was waiting for her husband to pick her up. She began to brag about her own partner, Yin Chen, who often picked her up, and claimed he was definitely better than Yi Xinguang's husband, whom she imagined was some ugly, rude man. Yi Xinguang internally scoffed, thinking that Lu Yingying would be shocked into silence when the luxury car of her husband, Yi Jun-jin, arrived. She confidently told Lu Yingying not to worry, as her husband loved her very much and she would see for herself in a moment. However, her confidence shattered when she received a call from her driver, who informed her the car had a problem and he couldn't make it, advising her to take a taxi. She quickly told a suspicious Lu Yingying that it was just a wrong number. Just then, Yin Chen arrived with a large bouquet of red roses for Lu Yingying, and they shared a happy embrace. Yin Chen then politely asked Yi Xinguang why her husband hadn't arrived yet, making her panic as she realized she couldn't let her rivals see her get stood up. She lied that her husband was stuck in traffic and told them to go on ahead. Lu Yingying sneered, accusing her of being too afraid to let her husband be compared to Yin Chen. At that moment, a stunningly luxurious golden car pulled up with a loud vroom. A chauffeur stepped out and politely addressed Yi Xinguang as Miss Yi, asking her to please get in the car. Both Lu Yingying and Yin Chen stared in disbelief, shocked that Yi Xinguang had a super-rich husband. Deciding to seize the opportunity, Yi Xinguang waved goodbye, cheerfully saying her husband had arrived. As the chauffeur closed the door, Lu Yingying ran towards the car, shouting for her to at least let them see her husband's face. The car sped off, leaving a fuming and envious Lu Yingying behind. Inside, Yi Xinguang's heart pounded in her chest as she turned and saw the person sitting next to her. It was Yi Junqing's second brother, the famous Yi Shiting. Her idol. He smiled and asked if she was surprised he came to pick her up without notice. She stammered that she was overjoyed, and he warmly told her to just call him brother. She asked why he had come, secretly wondering if the family was annoyed by the social media drama. He explained that it was his wife's birthday, and she had been wanting to meet her for a long time, so he came to take her to the family gathering. Feeling it was very sudden, Yi Xinguang mentioned that Yi Junqing hadn't told her, suspecting he didn't want her meeting his relatives. Yi Shiting explained that Junqing was busy, so he had come in his stead, and she found she couldn't refuse an invitation from her idol. They arrived at the opulent Dai Du restaurant, where they were led to a private room. A beautiful woman, whom Yi Xinguang recognized as Yi Wu Jian, the powerful heiress of the LT jewelry brand, greeted them as Shiting's wife. Yi Wu Jian welcomed her warmly, and Yi Xinguang apologized for not bringing a gift, explaining she hadn't known it was her birthday. Yi Wu Jian graciously told her that her presence was the best gift, leaving Yi Xinguang impressed by her approachable nature. As she took her seat, her eyes met another guest across the table, a young man who stared back at her with a look of utter shock. Wondering what on earth Yi Xinguang was doing there, Yi Junqing's sister-in-law formally introduces Yi Xinguang to his younger brother, Jai Kai-shu, noting she heard they'd met before. Observing the tense atmosphere, Xinguang privately thinks that Yi Junqing must not have wanted her to come. Jai Kai-shu agrees that he and Xinguang are very close, as a small, energetic girl with pink hair named Xiao Mai, who suddenly leaps forward to greet Xinguang, expressing her admiration for her ability to conquer a tough old man. Just as Xiao Mai who gets close, a man named Mo Fei pulls her back, telling her to come back. The sister-in-law explains that Mo Fei is an adopted son of the Yi family who works with Junqing, and that the boisterous Xiao Mai who is his girlfriend, hoping they didn't scare Xinguang. Xinguang politely replies that they didn't, remarking on how talented the Yi family is. She realizes with gratitude that the sister-in-law, who was traveling abroad with her husband's parents, had taken the initiative to invite her and truly sees her as family. The sister-in-law asks someone to call Yi Junqing again, wondering aloud if he's genuinely busy or just pretending to be. Just then, Yi Junqing arrives, accompanied by a blonde woman, Xia Yan Yan. Xia Yan Yan excitedly greets her sister cousin, wishing her a happy birthday and apologizing for not announcing her arrival. The sister-in-law assures her she's happy she came, while Junqing silently observes, thinking that Xinguang, who he assumed disliked family parties, seems fine. Xinguang, however, is upset, concluding that Junqing deliberately brought Xia Yan Yan to his sister-in-law's birthday to make her uncomfortable. Later at the dinner table, Xia Yan Yan asks if she can take the only empty seat, which is next to Junqing. She smirks, thinking that the seat beside him belongs only to her. The sister-in-law interrupts the tense standoff by asking Mo Fei to have a waiter add another chair next to him for Xia Yan Yan, which he agrees to despite her hesitation. Xia Yan Yan fumes, annoyed that she still couldn't win against Xinguang. Junqing tells Xinguang that he knows what she's trying to say about his brother and sister-in-law bringing her here. The sister-in-law claps her hands and calls for the food to be served. A waiter brings Xinguang a glass of cold watermelon juice, but before she can drink it, Yi Junqing grabs it from her hand. He tells her not to drink it, ignoring her protest. His sister-in-law gently scolds him for being so domineering, asking him to give the drink back to Xinguang. Junqing leans in and quietly tells Xinguang that she's about to get her period. Xinguang is stunned, wondering how he could possibly know that, as she doesn't recall filling that information out at the marriage department. Junqing observes her confusion, thinking he needs to stay by her side to take care of her. His sister-in-law misinterprets the interaction, concluding that women just need to be pampered. Junqing then orders a glass of hot red apple milk for Xinguang, and also requests a large spread of expensive seafood like king crab, abalone, and lobster. The elaborate seafood dishes, which are things to be avoided during menstruation, are brought out. Xinguang glares at Junqing, incensed that he would order warm milk for her, but then order a feast of cold seafood for Xia Yan Yan, accusing him of being blatantly discriminatory. The grand seafood platter is placed on the table. Junqing mentally notes that seafood is the most nutritious food for a mermaid during her period, and that she will probably be very happy, suppressing a smile. The waiter presents the seafood to Xia Yan Yan, who thanks Junqing profusely, gloating internally that everyone knows she is the one he has in mind. As she reaches for the food, Junqing rotates the serving platter, moving the dish away from her and directly in front of his sister-in-law, causing Xia Yan to freeze in awkward silence. The sister-in-law pointedly offers the seafood to Xinguan first. She then gently chides Junqing for ordering a dish just for Yan, as it makes things difficult for others, before encouraging everyone to eat together. Thanking her sister-in-law, Xinguan triumphantly declares that she must eat the seafood her husband ordered for her and would never give it to Xia Yan before digging in with gusto. She eats ravenously, much to the surprise of the others. Xia Yan, trying to save face, tells Junqing it's okay and that Missy should enjoy it since she likes it so much, pretending to be gracious so he would feel for her. Junqing simply agrees with a sure. He watches Xinguan eat, privately thinking that the seafood was indeed ordered for her all along, while Xinguan misreads his expression, wondering if he's upset she ate Xia Yan's portion. After the meal, during karaoke, Xia Yan sings while remarking that a mermaid might sing well, but should also know how to share the microphone. Xiao Mai who approaches Xinguan, giving her painkillers and warning her that eating so much seafood could give her a stomach ache. She whispers that she is on Xinguang's side, and tells her not to let Xia Yan act so proudly when Xinguan is Junqing's wife. Riled up, Xiao Mai who loudly declares that if her own boyfriend dared to bring another woman to her house, she would kick his ass out. When everyone stares at her, Xinguan points out that she spoke too loudly. Undeterred, Xiao Mai who shouts that she isn't wrong, citing the law that a husband cannot have another woman during marriage, and accusing Junqing of ignoring the law by picking up Xia Yan instead of his wife, Xinguan. Xia Yan tells Xiao Mai who not to lower her and Junqing's reputation, but Xiao Mai who fires back, calling the national goddess a homewrecker for pursuing a married man. Mo Fei quickly grabs the drunk Xiao Mai who to take her away to rest, but she continues to struggle and yell, calling Junqing evil and Xia Yan a cunning green tea. In the tense aftermath, Xia Yan innocently claims she just happened to meet Junqing by chance and wasn't intentionally appearing with him. She offers to clear up any misunderstandings with the innocent Xiao Mai who then announces she has to leave for work. As she departs, Junqing's assistant explains that they did indeed meet Miss Xia in front of a theater, assuring Xinguan that the young master would not do anything illegal. Junqing then turns on Xinguan, angrily asking why she made a fuss with Xiao Mai who and disturbed his sister-in-law's birthday party, stating he can't protect her from this. Xinguan retorts, asking why he dares to blame her when he's the one who caused the suspicion by ordering seafood for Xia Yan. The sister-in-law tries to defuse the situation, saying it's normal for two girls to fight and that he scared Xinguan. Xinguan announces she's going to the toilet and walks away from the tense table. Feeling like a complete joke, she runs from the room, unable to shake the feeling that no matter how hard she tries, she can't change the fact that Junqing loves Xia Yan. She stops when she sees a grand piano on a balcony. A painful memory flashes through her mind of being told she, as trash, must not touch Yan's piano. She reflects that while she had a natural talent for music, the Xia family never nurtured it, and she only learned officially after being adopted. Deciding to play a piece to relax, she sits down at the piano. Her heart is still in turmoil, and she blames Xia Yan, but then corrects herself, thinking Junqing is the one most at fault for discriminating between them. Yet she also recalls how he sincerely cared for her in front of others. Confused by her feelings for him, her phone suddenly rings. Her boss is on the line, informing her of a car accident on Xinguan Road and telling her to go gather information. Resigned to her bad luck, she decides it's fine to go to work since she's already disheartened by Junqing. After she leaves, a music industry senior named Lao Jiazhu enters the balcony, wondering who was playing the piano. He muses that he hasn't heard such an inspirational and moving composition in a long time and hopes to meet the mysterious creator. Elsewhere, Xinguan, now in a yellow raincoat and boots, gets a call from Fu Zuo. He asks where she is as everyone is still waiting for her. Flustered, Xinguan explains she received an urgent interview assignment and asks him to relay the message. Fu Zuo tells Junqing that she left for an urgent interview. Hearing this, Junqing grabs the phone and calls her back, demanding she return immediately and asking what she thinks others will think of her leaving without a word. Xinguan sarcastically asks if he's only now remembering his wife and reminds him he wanted her as far away as possible before hanging up. Staring out at the pouring rain, Junqing worries if something has happened to her. Outside in the storm, Xinguan holds her microphone, ready for her report. A TV news report from Coco Station covers a major traffic accident on Xinguan Road, where heavy rain has caused severe flooding, trapping a school bus. The reporter, Xinguan, watches as rescuers evacuate the students, But then a little girl is spotted still inside the nearly submerged vehicle, crying for help. The sight triggers a traumatic memory for Xinguan of being abandoned in a stormy sea at age 6, making her feel the same terror and helplessness. Determined not to let history repeat itself, she resolves to save the child, telling her cameraman to focus elsewhere while she acts. Ignoring calls to wait for life-saving tools, she thinks about her own resilience and climbs onto the slick roof of the bus. The little girl loses her grip, but Xinguang lunges forward and catches her hand just in time, promising to pull her up. Her strength begins to fail, and she feels she won't be able to hold on. Suddenly, Jin appears, placing his hand over hers and telling her to hold the child's hand tightly as he helps pull them both to safety. Xinguang cradles the sobbing girl, reassuring her she's safe now. To calm the child, she claims to be a Superman, but the girl says she only knows of the Super Mermaid, a popular animated character voiced by Xia Yan. Seeing it might comfort the girl, Xinguang agrees that she is indeed the Super Mermaid. The child, however, grows suspicious when she can't see a fishtail and begins crying again, accusing her of lying. Jin smoothly intervenes, telling the child that Xinguang isn't lying. She's the most beautiful mermaid in the world but has simply hidden her tail because she's tired. Xinguang is taken aback by his gentle assistance. Jin then lifts the child and carries her down, passing her to his subordinate Fu Zuo. After they are safe, Xinguang thinks bitterly that Jin is always kind to everyone but her. As she prepares to climb down into the deep water, Jin suddenly sweeps her up into his arms, admonishing her for her reckless behavior and for not waiting for him. She stares at him, stunned, wondering if his stressed expression means he's worried about her. She gently reaches out to wipe the rain from his cheek. He tells her not to do anything foolish, then pulls her into a hug, whispering that he should have been there to protect his little fishtail. Fu Zuo returns and is shocked to see them in such an intimate embrace. Later, Fu Zuo tells Xinguang that Jin had rushed to find her the moment it started raining, even defying the Ting family to do so, making her realize he truly cares. The situation escalates when a rival TV station posts a photo of Jin carrying her, framing the heroic rescue as a romantic affair and sparking outrage online from fans of his supposed wife, the anonymous mermaid maiden. Annoyed, Xinguang tells Jin she will use her mermaid maiden identity to clear up the rumors, but he gently reassures her he won't let her become cannon fodder. She sneezes, and he immediately checks her for a fever before bundling her head in a towel to prevent her from catching a cold. Back at their home, Xinguang fumes over the slanderous online comments and prepares to post a clarification, but pauses when she realizes people are referring to the woman in the photo as Jin's babe. Looking at the photo again, she feels flustered by the passionate look in his eyes. She tells him she's going to reveal on Weibo that she was the one he rescued. He teases her, asking if she plans to announce that she is the babe being graced by him. Before she can act, Coco TV releases an official report with video evidence, clarifying that Jin was conducting a rescue of a civilian and a child, which instantly changes the public narrative to one of praise for his heroism. The matter seems resolved, so Xinguang decides not to post anything to protect her secret identity. The next morning, however, the rescued girl is interviewed and mentions being saved by a super mermaid sister. This reignites the online speculation, with a disgruntled former maid insisting the woman in Jin's arms was the celebrity Xia Yan. The tide of public opinion turns against the mermaid maiden account, accusing her of being a third party. Xinguang is frustrated, knowing she can't prove her identity since all footage of her face was intentionally cut. As Jin leaves for work, she tells him goodbye, thinking she must assert her position as his legal wife. His subordinates are shocked to see him smile tenderly at her. Later, at a music festival, Xinguang thanks a director for editing out her face from the rescue footage. The director, realizing she's the mermaid maiden, warns her that her recent posts have drawn the ire of Xia Yan's fans. Xinguang wonders if Jin would ever publicly deny he was with Xia Yan, but immediately dismisses the thought as unlikely, convincing herself that he would never help her against Xia Yan, the woman he truly likes. Inside his office, Jin looks at a social media post on his tablet from an account named Mermaid Maiden, which questions the speculation that the person he carried was Xia Yan, clarifying that he always calls her babe, and the incident was about saving a life, not adultery. He wonders if his little fishtail has discovered his mindset. His bodyguard captain, Zio Yun, quietly tells his colleague that the boss went on a date while he was away for training. Zio Yun elaborates that the boss, who rarely smiles, now has a happy expression and special notification sounds on his phone, something previously reserved only for young Master Ting. He wonders who the boss is dating, ruling out the Little Mermaid since young Master Jin never liked her, and also Miss Zia, as they haven't been in much contact recently. At a music festival, photographers clamor for photos of Zia Yan Yan on the red carpet. Her manager tells her not to be upstaged by Ling Han, who is attending with Elder Gu. Zia Yan Yan scoffs, confident her rival's weak voice is no comparison to hers, especially since she believes she is the pianist Elder Gu is searching for via his Weibo post. As she poses, phones in the crowd begin to ring with notifications. The screens show 2 new posts from Yi Jin, one tagging Mermaid Maiden, stating it was always her he called babe, and another instructing his legal team to sue anyone spreading rumors about her. Zia Yan Yan stares at her phone in disbelief, angrily wondering why Yi Jin would post such things. Later, reporters surround her, asking for her reaction to the posts. Before she can answer, Xinguan appears and tells her not to be arrogant, suggesting Yi Jin's actions are merely political and don't mean he truly cares for her. A man beside Xinguan smiles, telling her he's helped her get revenge and that her husband has also defended her, causing her to blush and tell him to stop teasing. As the festival begins, Zia Yan Yan whispers to Yi Xinguan that their marriage is political and she shouldn't delude herself. On stage, the host introduces the esteemed Mr. Gu, who explains he is searching for the person who played a masterpiece on the piano the previous night. Zia Yan Yan's manager seizes the opportunity, loudly announcing that Yan Yan was the one playing at that time and location. The crowd buzzes with excitement, believing their mermaid princess is the one Mr. Gu praised. Despite Zia Yan Yan's feigned reluctance, her manager urges her onto the stage to fulfill Mr. Gu's wish, and she accepts the applause. Yi Xinguan watches with amusement, thinking the acting show has begun. Zia Yan Yan plays the piano, but Yi Xinguan finds the performance stiff and emotionless. After the song, Zia Yan Yan tearfully thanks Mr. Gu for his praise and offers to name her new song Lifetime in his honor. However, Mr. Gu tells her plainly that while her song was nice, it wasn't the one he was looking for, leaving her stunned. He asks the media to help him find the truly passionate music he heard. As he turns away, Yi Xinguan quietly hums the correct tune, catching his attention instantly. The spotlight swings onto Yi Xinguan as Mr. Gu excitedly confirms that is the melody. Zia Yan Yan glares, furious that it's her again. Mr. Gu asks Yi Xinguan if she was the musician, but she denies it, claiming it was her modest friend, Yu Jai. Knowing she can also play, Mr. Gu insists she perform it for him now. Yi Xinguan sits at the piano and after explaining she was just playing from her heart, begins the song. The audience is captivated by the beautiful and emotional performance, a stark contrast to Zia Yan Yan's. As the final note fades, Zia Yan Yan collapses, and her manager screams for help, causing a media frenzy. Mr. Gu calmly tells Yi Xinguan that she is just pretending. He then asks for her name and reveals he knows she was lying because there is no one named Yu Jai. He adds that he can also tell she's in love, as her melancholic song from the previous night had transformed into one full of sweetness. Flustered, Yi Xinguan denies it, thinking him a malicious man as a vision of Yi Jin flashes in her mind. Meanwhile, Yi Jin confronts his subordinate, Fu Zuo, demanding to know why Zia Yan Yan was at the same restaurant as him. Fu Zuo confesses he thought his boss had feelings for Miss Zia and leaked his location, prompting Yi Jin to kick him out of the moving car. In the car, Yi Jin wonders why everyone assumes he likes Zia Yan Yan, and Zio Yun explains it's because of his known love for mermaids, and she is the only one. Yi Jin scoffs, thinking that the only mermaid in his heart has always been Yi Xinguan. Just then, an assistant cycles up to the car, frantically reporting that Miss Yi has been taken away by the National Treasure Committee. Yi Jin is alarmed, suspecting it's retaliation from Zia Yan Yan. An assistant reports to a man in a car that social media is buzzing with news of the Zia family's housemaid tying up Miss Zia for blackmail, resulting in her hospitalization. The man, Yi Jin, asks his assistant, Fu Zuo, if this incident is related to Xinguan, and if the National Treasure Protection Bureau is aware that she is a mermaid. He notes that the Bureau was created specifically for Zia Yan Yan and acts to protect her image at all costs. Seeing this as a waste of taxpayers' money, he instructs Fu Zuo to cancel his upcoming schedules, declaring they will go to the National Protection Bureau. At the Bureau's guard corridor, Yi Xinguan is being confronted by an officer. She states that she is just a reporter and never intended to trespass on a national treasure, explaining that the MC invited her to the stage and she did nothing wrong. The officer, adjusting his sunglasses, tells her that when such absurd things happen, she should not speak up. He warns her that in the entire country, Only Miss Zia is a unique mermaid, and asks if she can shoulder the responsibility if something happens to her. He advises her to be patient and remember her duty as a citizen to protect a national treasure, as any injury to Miss Zia would be a huge loss. Furious, Xinguan retorts that if they are so afraid of her extinction, they should have her marry a human and procreate, sarcastically suggesting she could have 100 children in 10 years to increase the national treasure population. The officer tells her to be serious, explaining she was only brought here because Miss Zia was benevolent and will drop the matter if Xinguan apologizes. He threatens her with a month's imprisonment if she refuses. Defiantly, she demands to know what she is supposed to apologize for. A memory flashes through her mind of her parents telling her that her sister is sick and she must love her more. She recalls the sharp pain of a needle in her marrow and telling her mother she had a fever, only to be screamed at for causing more worry. She remembers apologizing, confused about why she was sick. Another flashback shows a young boy asking a doctor about his sister's condition after a marrow donation. The doctor explains her resistance will be weaker. The boy confronts his mother, asking why she discriminates and doesn't care about Xinguan. The mother dismisses his concern, stating that taking care of Yan Yan is tiring enough and that Xinguan is ugly. She coldly adds that they can only rely on Zia Yan Yan to rise in social class. Back in the present, Xinguan arrives at her sister's hospital room. Her mother sees her and identifies her as the one who stole the affections of the person Zia Yan Yan likes, telling her to wait for Yan Yan to wake up and apologize. Xinguan scoffs that her mother still doesn't recognize her and announces she is there to collect a debt, not to apologize, as she pushes her way into the room. Her father angrily demands to know who let her in and questions her education. She sits down calmly, replying that her education doesn't allow her to respect them. Outraged, they threaten her with jail. She coolly tells them that the people who should be afraid of prison are the two of them, hinting at the crime of murdering a national treasure. She warns them to stay away from her in the future. At that moment, Zia Yan Yan, who was pretending to be asleep, sits up and accuses her of talking nonsense, threatening to have investigators take her away. Xinguan claps her hands, encouraging her to call them, stating she wants them to hear how two parents dumped their 6-year-old treasure into the sea to struggle for her life. Zia Yan Yan shrieks that their parents only gave birth to one mermaid, herself. Xinguan calmly counters that as a child, she accidentally recorded the entire process of them throwing a mermaid into the ocean. Panicked, Yan Yan claims their little sister had a serious, incurable illness, and their parents had no choice. Their mother adds that she was heartbroken. Xinguan scoffs at the excuse, revealing she knows the truth. They sacrifice their other daughter to save Zia Yan Yan, who has suffered from chronic leukemia since childhood. She asks Yan Yan how she has lived peacefully on the death of another. Stunned, Yan Yan asks how she knows this. Xinguan replies that she saved that poor mermaid, knows her stories, and then coldly announces that the mermaid is dead. Her mother seems to faint with relief. Xinguan recalls her mother's cruel words from the past, telling her she was only saved because her bone marrow was needed for Yan Yan. As she turns to leave, Yan Yan shouts that it's all one-sided bragging and that Yi Jin loves her, claiming Xinguan will never have his heart even if she gets his body. Xinguan retorts that if that's true, then a man like that doesn't deserve her anyway. As she opens the door, she finds Yi Jin standing there. He immediately pulls her into a tight embrace, begging her to crave him. Her parents arrive and ask their son-in-law if he came to visit Yan Yan. Xinguan angrily tries to push him away, telling him not to touch her if he is there for her sister. He firmly replies that Zia Yan Yan is not his concern and he has no reason to visit her. He then leads Xinguan out of the room, sits on a chair in the corridor, and pulls her onto his lap. Her parents are utterly confused by his actions. He tells them that while it's true he likes one of their daughters, he never specified that it was Miss Zia, leaving them speechless as he holds a surprised Xinguan. Her father demands to know what he means, reminding him of the business arrangements tied to Zia Yan Yan's mermaid image. Yi Jin asks if they truly don't know they have another daughter, referring to the mermaid they threw into the river. His mother denies having any other daughter but Zia Yan Yan. Yi Jin asks if she isn't afraid of God punishing her for such a lie, and at that exact moment, a loud thunderclap echoes outside, causing her to collapse in terror. Back in the hospital room, Yi Jin confronts Zia Yan Yan, stating that their marriage was an arrangement he never agreed to and that she is not the woman he wants, suggesting she see a psychiatrist for her delusions. Zia Yan Yan screams in rage, asking how he can say he likes her little sister and what that ugly fish has that she doesn't. Xinguan steps forward, telling Yan Yan to listen carefully, as she is about to learn who truly doesn't deserve to be compared. Later in the car, Jin is on a long phone call regarding the World Economic Congress. He silently curses himself for publicly declaring his feelings for Xinguan, wondering if she was touched or if she just laughed at him. Meanwhile, Xinguan gets a text from Han Chengbei inviting her on a trip to her home island. She agrees, happy at the thought of seeing everyone again. Jin glances over and reads a follow-up text from Han Chengbei mentioning her vigilance and his hope to win her heart. This infuriates Jin, who thinks possessively that she is his woman and no one else is allowed to have her in their heart. After his call, he tells a distracted Xinguang that they are returning to Z City that night for the economic conference and that she is coming with him. She hesitates, worried she has nothing to wear and internally panicking that he would kill her if he knew about her canceled plans with Han Chengbei. He reassures her he will have clothes prepared. In the car, she asks why he brought her. He tells her that as a reporter, this is a prime opportunity, and when she says she wasn't assigned to cover the event, he chides her for not being proactive, offering to arrange exclusive interviews with top economic figures. Delighted, she agrees and immediately texts Han Chengbei to cancel, blaming sudden overtime at work. Elsewhere, Han Chengbei complains to his friend Lu about being stood up by a woman. Lu mentions that Jin is also interested in visiting an island. Han Chengbei decides to make another appointment. When his assistant offers to find another island for him to rest on, he coldly throws a file onto the table, his expression dark as he wonders about Xing Guang's true identity. A man named Han Feng studies a file, musing that the Miss Yi that young Master Han knows is the mermaid girl who touched Jin's heart. He finds it strange that an ordinary person could have such an effect and decides he must go to her hometown to check it out. He looks over an enrollment file showing Xing Guang as the chosen one, paired with top bachelors Jin and Lin Han Feng, and wonders if her success is based on luck or ability. Convinced her identity is a mystery, he prioritizes investigating her. Meanwhile, on a private jet, Jin suddenly clutches his chest, his fangs showing and eyes glowing as his old illness resurfaces. He orders an emergency landing, telling his assistant, Xiao Yun, that he's afraid he can't control himself with so many people on board. As he stumbles toward the restroom, he resolves that he mustn't let her see him like this. He slams the door shut and orders his guards to keep him locked inside no matter what, and above all, not to wake Xing Guang. Just then she appears, rubbing her eyes and asking what is happening. Xiao Yun tries to brush it off, claiming the young master was just drunk, but she sees through the lie and states with alarm that his old illness is back. Her knowledge shocks the guards. A narrator explains that Jin's bodyguards are not for his protection, but to control him and protect others. Realizing this, Xing Guang understands his entourage isn't for show. She demands they open the door, insisting he must be in great pain and feeling cold. A flashback shows a younger, bloodied Jin begging Xiao Yun to tie him up so he won't become a blood-sucking monster. In the present, tormented by memories of being called a filthy monster, Jin breaks down the door. Seeing Xing Guang, he orders Xiao Yun to make her faint. She defiantly asks by what right he would do that to her. Xiao Yun holds her back, but she argues that locking him in the toilet is wrong and that he needs a pillow, recalling that last time he hugged her like one and returned to normal. When Xiao Yun asks if he bit her that night, she confirms he didn't. Overhearing them mention his desire for blood, Jin screams for them to shut up. Xing Guang looks horrified, wondering if he is a blood-sucking monster. Believing he sees hatred in her eyes, he retreats and slams the door again. He emerges moments later, shirt unbuttoned, demanding his men find something to restrain him. Chained and in despair, Jin listens as Xiao Yun tries to reassure him that Miss Yi was just scared. He feels that the government pairing them was a torment for both of them. Suddenly, the door opens and Xing Guang enters with a bowl of red liquid, happily announcing that he is saved. Enraged, he accuses her of trying to give him her blood. She denies it, insisting it's not blood and he'll be fine after drinking it. He calls her an idiot girl, asking why she would do this when she hates him, but she just pleads with him to take a sip. He screams for Xiao Yun to take her away. Unfazed, she grabs his face, frustrated that he won't listen, and feeds him the liquid from her own mouth in a forceful kiss. As he drinks, his bodyguards watch in stunned silence. She pulls away, thinking it was simple. A blushing Jin asks if she has no shame. She retorts that as his legal wife, whatever she does with him is reasonable. He reminds her it's just a contract, and she agrees, recalling that he likes Zia Kiang. He confirms this, wondering when she will admit her true identity, before yelling at his men to get her out. As they carry her away, he is left alone, wondering why she would do that and questioning if he can believe she has changed and no longer wants to leave him. Later, Xiao Yun reports that the liquid didn't seem to be blood. Exhausted, Yi Jun-jin asks to be left alone and falls asleep. He wakes up feeling healed, surprised by the quick recovery. He watches Yi Xinguan sleeping, calling her his small fish tail. As he sits by her bed, she stirs and rubs her face against his hand in her sleep, a habit he fondly recognizes. She snuggles closer, sniffing his neck, which sends her into a dream. In the dream, she is a mermaid queen in an underwater palace who is told a human marriage subject wishes to see her. She angrily declares she has no such object and orders the cunning liar to be captured. A masked man is brought before her, and he kneels, calling her his beloved and claiming to be the object of her first kiss. As she reels in confusion, a chibai version of Yi Jun-jin appears beside her, and she denies knowing the man, but he insists they've kissed before, leading to a fierce argument. She wakes up with a start, groaning about the fierce nightmare featuring that toxic guy. The dream makes her remember her actual first kiss, which was with a boy named Kim Jun-yi who saved her when she was thrown into the sea but died in the process. She recalls him on a raft surrounded by sharks, telling her not to be afraid before urging her to swim away as lightning crashed. In the present, she washes her face, resolving to burn votive paper for Kim Jun-yi's upcoming death anniversary. She notices her rosy lips in the mirror before leaving her room to find Xiao Yun and the guards looking tense. Xiao Yun stops her from entering Yi Jun-jin's room and tells her he will take her to a hotel for her interview. Outside the hotel, she runs into two female colleagues. Xiao Yun informs her that young Master Jin has arranged for her to conduct her interview over a meal with some financial world celebrities. When one of her colleagues asks if she can join, Xiao Yun bluntly states that only Miss Yi was invited. The colleague protests, saying she's also a reporter, but Xiao Yun just smiles cheekily and asks if she doesn't know that Miss Yi is the young master's secret lover. A blonde woman confronts Yi Xinguan, grabbing her arm and announcing that her husband contacted young Master Yi, so she gets to go first. She pulls Xinguan forcefully, calling out her name and demanding to know why she is there to contend for the financial conference interview. The woman then angrily asks if Xinguan holds a grudge against her, believing she was the one who stole her boyfriend. She claims that Shi Yin-chen flirted with her first and offers to give him back to Xinguan. Xinguan calmly tells the woman she's overthinking things and that she no longer pays attention to Shi Yin-chen, wishing them happiness if they were to marry. She suggests the woman ask her own husband to arrange the interview instead. With a sly smile, Xinguan adds that she remembers the woman's husband doesn't seem to be doing well at all before walking away. The blonde woman bites her thumb in frustration, watching as Xinguan is escorted to a supercar and wondering if she truly has such a powerful husband. She fumes, thinking that if Xinguan hadn't pushed Shi Yin-chen onto her, she would be the happy one now. Xinguan is led into an opulent building where she is told that young Master Jin has not yet arrived, and she is to enter the room and take the vacant seat next to his. The room is filled with the noisy chatter of businessmen around a large dining table. Xinguan takes a calming breath before knocking on the door. She enters with a professional smile, introducing herself as Yi Xinguan, a reporter from TV station Coco, and stating that Mr. Yi had arranged a private interview. One of the men, Suo Yu, pours her a glass of wine, commenting on her beauty and telling her that if she finishes the drink, he will grant her the interview. Xinguan politely declines, explaining she is allergic to alcohol and asking if she might have green tea instead. Suo Yu's expression sours as he accuses her of disrespecting him, demanding to know if a little reporter like her still wants the interview. Xinguan silently wishes her toxic guy were there to handle the situation. Resigned, she picks up the glass and agrees to have a drink. As Suo Yu raises his glass to toast, another hand intercepts. A young Master Jin appears behind Xinguan, telling Suo Yu that if he wants to drink, he should drink with him. Another guest remarks on how protective young Master Jin is of his employees. Another man shows his phone to the table, claiming the fate between him and his sister-in-law was arranged by heaven and earth. The screen displays a message saying he has become Yi Xinguang's lucky object. Xinguan confirms this was from the matchmaking system, and the man asks why she didn't choose his lucky number, 88,888,888. She explains that she wanted to, but the system's timer ran out before she could make a choice. Young Master Jin leans over and points to a new message on the man's phone, which states that he has been eliminated by other players and has no fate with Yi Xinguang. Jin mocks the man's claims about fate, then turns to Xinguan, asking why she looks regretful when the man was clearly eliminated. She looks at him, confused by his intense expression. Suo Yu complains that Jin is making him lose face over a simple drink, but Jin coldly tells him he can leave if he's uncomfortable. The other guests whisper among themselves, shocked by his protectiveness and speculating about their relationship. Another man asks Jin to finally introduce her. Jin smirks and pulls Xinguan close, asking the man if he isn't the one who always wants to know who he likes. Xinguan is stunned, wondering why he would reveal their relationship like this. The man who claimed to have fate with her stands up, exclaiming that she's their sister-in-law, and extends his hand to shake hers. Jin swiftly blocks the handshake with his own hand. Suo Yu then apologizes profusely for his earlier behavior and downs 3 glasses of wine as punishment, before declaring he will be the first to be interviewed by his sister-in-law. The other man argues, claiming he should be first due to his fate with her. Later, the guests all defer to Xinguan, calling her sister-in-law and hurrying through the meal so as not to waste her time. Afterwards, she finds herself exhausted, having turned from an interviewer into the subject of an interrogation by the businessmen who pepper her with personal questions. Young Master Jin steps in, silencing them and telling them that any questions they have should be directed to him. Xinguang tells his assistant, Fu Zuo, that she wants to go to a souvenir shop to buy a birthday gift for Yi Jun Jin. Fu Zuo sees an opportunity to redeem himself and offers her a store consumption card, guessing she might be short on funds. She initially refuses, but he insists, promising to keep it a secret. The moment she leaves, Fu Zuo calls Jin and excitedly tells him that Missy is out buying him a birthday present. Jin is surprised, wondering if she really took the initiative. Fu Zuo adds that she wanted it to be a surprise, and Jin agrees to pretend he knows nothing. He reflects on how much she has changed, from forgetting his birthday in the past to now planning a surprise for him, and decides to plan an even bigger surprise for his little fishtail. Later, Xinguang reads a text from Fu Zuo suggesting she give Jin the present at 6:30 a.m. to be the first. She replies, asking if she can give it at midnight, but Fu Zuo informs her that Jin goes to bed by 10:30 p.m. Realizing that tomorrow is also the death anniversary of her friend, Qin Junyi, she decides to commemorate that first. Late that night, she slips outside to burn votive paper, believing Jin is asleep. He speaks to her departed friend, lamenting his sacrifice to save her from a shark attack and feeling guilty that she could have saved herself. Suddenly, Yi Jun Jin appears behind her, having been searching for her after a maid noticed she was missing. He asks why she's not sleeping, his voice cold. He glares at the fire, furiously asking if she ran out in the middle of the night to burn morning paper for him on his birthday. She panics and denies it, insisting it's for a friend. Honored, she sarcastically retorts that his birthday is so scary she decided to curse him, asking if he's satisfied now. He looks hurt and asks why she would do that. She realizes with a pang that he completely misunderstood her intentions. She tries to pull her hand away, but he grabs it, looking betrayed and asking if she really wants him to die. He turns away, saying he was wrong to think she had changed, and tells her to go because he is tired. As he walks away, he mutters that they should probably just split up. He thinks to himself that he was delusional to ever expect a surprise from her. Alone, Xinguang tells herself it was just a misunderstanding and resolves to explain it all tomorrow. A man approaches and informs her that young Master Jin has instructed him to take her to a hotel. She tells the man that if Jin is still angry tomorrow, he should give him the gift she bought, which is on her nightstand. From a window, Jin watches the car drive her away into the night. He leans against the glass, wondering what he is supposed to do with his small fishtail. The next day, Xinguang hails a taxi to the TV station. A man in the passenger seat says it's just carpooling, and the driver assures her he is heading in that direction. However, she soon notices the taxi taking a wrong turn. When she demands to be let out, the man from the front seat grabs her, and she realizes in terror that she is being kidnapped. A man's phone is smacked out of his hand by a woman in the back of a car. The woman, Yi Xinguang, furiously declares that the scum driver dared to plot against her while choking him from behind. She boasts that she once fought sharks with her bare hands and wonders if he was even born then, demanding he stop the car. The driver, panicked, slams on the brakes. As she holds a torn piece of cloth to his throat, she threatens to strangle him if he doesn't stop, causing him to cry out that he was wrong and was just hired for the job. She demands to know who is behind this, and he explains the person who hired him is at a nearby construction site where he was supposed to take her. When she orders him to turn back immediately, he agrees, but secretly thinks the foolish girl can't escape now that they've almost arrived. The taxi pulls up to an abandoned construction site. The driver gets out and yells for his brothers, announcing that the woman is very strong and knocked him out. The leader of the thugs calls him an idiot for what he's talking about as a large group of men confronts Yi Xinguang. One of the thugs is sent flying with a powerful kick. Standing calmly before the gang, she asks if they want to fight her one by one or all at once. They all charge at her simultaneously. Meanwhile, at a lavish party, a man in a black suit, Jin, sits alone on a couch. His assistant reports that they still haven't been able to contact Xinguan. Another man approaches, asking Jin why his wife isn't here and if they've been arguing again. Jin stands up abruptly. His friends wonder who angered him, just as a woman runs in, frantically reporting that Miss Yi is about to be beaten to death. Jin looks alarmed as the woman explains that it's his wife, Yi Xinguang, who was apparently evicted and ran to her house to make a mess. She elaborates that Miss Yi was crazy and came to vent her anger on Miss Zia after a maid said something, and now the house is on the verge of collapse. Guests at the party begin to gossip, wondering if the rumors about Yi Jun, Jin, and Zia Yan Yan being in love are true. The man who first approached Jin urges him to go home and save Sister Zia, but Jin decides he needs to check on the situation himself. Back at the Zia family home, Jin's assistant Zio Yun confirms that he has sent people to investigate, as Jin believes something must have happened to his little fishtail for her to act this way. Yi Xinguang stands over a beaten man with a baseball bat, declaring she will show them the real face of their mistress. She kicks open the doors as the Zia family looks on in shock. A man demands to know how she dares to cause trouble, calling her crazy and threatening to call the police for illegal entry. She laughs, saying it's perfect timing for her to tell the police how the Zia family staged her kidnapping. The man calls her a gangster woman and tells her to get out, saying they won't pursue the matter of her hitting people and ruining their things. She scoffs at the idea of making peace so simply. The blonde woman, Zia Yan Yan, says they consider it bad luck and won't do anything, telling her to leave and that any video clips she has won't intimidate them, as she is a national treasure. Yi Xinguang prepares to smash a vase with her bat. A voice yells for her to stop. Zia Yan Yan's brother has arrived, and she rushes to him, complaining about how aggressive Yi Xinguang is. He tells his sister not to be afraid as he is there, which triggers a painful memory for Yi Xinguang of dreaming that he would save her when her parents threw her into the sea. He then turns and tells Miss Yi to stop being aggressive. She defiantly asks what he's going to do to her. He asks for a reasonable explanation for what happened, but before he can finish his threat, Jin appears and gently puts a hand on Yi Xinguang's head, telling her not to be afraid because he is here. She looks up at him with tears in her eyes, finding comfort in his presence. He asks her what happened and what they did to her. The mother of the family insists that the crazy woman broke into their home, but Jin ignores her and gives Yi Xinguang a choice. Either she speaks for herself, or he will have his people force the hired thug to reveal the truth. The thug, kneeling on the floor, quickly shouts that he'll talk, denying it has anything to do with him. The blonde woman screams at him to shut up, but he confesses that someone hired them to kidnap Yi Xinguang and force her to hand over a video with instructions to kill her immediately after. Zia Yan Yan's brother asks what video he's talking about and why he would come to their house if he was hired by someone else, but the thug is silenced by the family. Jin then announces that if no one in their family dares to speak, he will. He reveals that the video shows the scene from 16 years ago when her parents threw her into the sea. Zia Zhaoyi is stunned, asking what he just said. Jin scoffs at Zia Zhaoyi's innocence for believing his sister jumped into the sea to run away from home, questioning why a seriously ill 6-year-old would do such a thing. As Zia Zhaoyi questions if it's the truth, his mother insists he shouldn't believe it, claiming Yi Xinguang is her biological child. Jin continues, stating that the girl was saved by a benefactor, and asks if Zia Zhaoyi is satisfied with this explanation. Zia Zhaoyi desperately asks where his sister is now. Jin coldly replies that she died and couldn't be saved, and that the person living now is Yi Xinguang, who looks up with a faint smile. Zia Zhaoyi calls out to his sister, "Qiang, Qiang," but Jin tells Yi Xinguang to forget it and that they should go. As she cries, realizing her brother has always been deceived, Jin gives the Zia family 3 days to deal with their internal affairs or face the consequences. Zia Zhaoyi reaches out, saying he missed his brother so much. Jin's assistant opens the car door for Yi Xinguang, and Jin grabs her hand. He lifts her into his arms as she struggles, telling him to let her go or she'll punch him. He kisses her forehead, promising she can punch him as much as she wants once they are in the car. Inside the car, she sits far from him. He pulls her closer, but she flinches and tells him not to touch her. He hugs her tightly, asking if she really wants him to leave her world, and admits he has no self-respect, begging her to come home with him. He apologizes, saying his words from the previous day were just said in anger, and reminds her that it's his birthday and everyone is waiting for them at the party. He adds that he's also waiting for her and her birthday present. She explains she was burning votive paper for a friend yesterday, not cursing him. He correctly guesses that her friend's name is his name spelled backwards. She tells him that if he doesn't believe her, he can have his assistant investigate. The friend died 10 years ago today, saving her. Jin immediately tells his assistant to investigate. The assistant quickly finds a record of a teenager named Qin Junyi who died in an accident at sea 10 years ago, with the details matching the time and place of Yi Xinguang's past assassination attempt at sea. Jin remembers her story about a boy distracting a shark to save her. Realizing he completely misunderstood her, he holds her face gently and apologizes. He then cheers her up by telling her about all the delicious food waiting for them at the villa, including cakes, seafood, grilled meat, and cold drinks. At the party, Yi Xinguang arrives in a beautiful blue dress, greeted by her friend. Her friend asks if the toxic guy's birthday is going well. Yi Xinguang happily confirms it is, mentioning all the delicious food. A woman approaches and asks who they are, looking down on them. She recognizes them as servants of the Xia family and questions why they are talking to guests that way. The woman then challenges Yi Xinguang's friend to dance, mocking her for being rude and having no temperament. The friend stammers that she's only been in school for 2 months and her legs are unstable. But Yi Xinguang steps in and invites the girl to dance with her, promising to make her stand out. The two of them take to the dance floor. They dance gracefully together, captivating the crowd and earning applause. Jin watches her, a gentle smile on his face. The guests marvel at how well they dance and how pretty the girl in the blue dress is. Jin approaches her on the dance floor, saying he didn't know she could dance and wonders how many more surprises she has for him. She replies that she knows many kinds of dances. As they dance, guests comment on how infatuated Jin looks. A crowd gathers, asking young Master Jin to introduce the girl. Yi Xinguang jokes that she hasn't eaten enough and needs to take care of her stomach first. Later, Jin walks onto the stage to a piano, announcing that he would like to introduce someone to them all. As he begins to play a beautiful and rare piece of music, Yi Xinguang wonders how he knows this song. He announces he will sing a song for them. He sings about a starry night and holding her hand through the galaxy. His assistant asks Yi Xinguang to go stand next to Jin. The lights suddenly go out and she wonders what's happening. A path of shining stars illuminates the floor in front of her, leading to the stage. The guests are amazed by the magical sight. As Jin continues to sing about wanting her love the most, he asks her to step on the shining stars and come to him. A beautiful multi-tiered cake is brought out and he asks her to cut it with him. They cut the cake together as confetti falls around them. He gives her the first piece. A guest asks for the name of the song, and Jin explains it's a popular song online that he added his own lyrics to, titling it, "You Are My Shining Star." He then reveals that the title is based on her name, and formally introduces her as Yi Xinguang, the person the government has paired him with. At the party, a woman expresses her admiration for the song Yi Jin sang, asking if she can post a video of it to Weibo. The female lead, Miss Yi, explains that her friend Xia Qiang wrote the lyrics while Yi Jin wrote the music, and she encourages the woman to post it to help promote her friend's work. Miss Yi privately smirks, recalling how Xia fan had called the song terrible and wondering what their reaction will be now that the toxic guy himself is singing it. Another friend excitedly tells Miss Yi that this is clearly a public confession from young Master Jin, implying she is his overnight star. As Miss Yi dismisses it as a coincidence, Yi Jin suddenly sweeps her up into his arms, declaring that he thinks they are pretty good together. He addresses the crowd, telling them to continue playing while he spends some time alone with the girl the country assigned to him. The guests cheer them on, telling them not to delay their time together and remarking on how mighty and domineering young Master Jin is. As Yi Jin carries a struggling Miss Yi up the stairs, she tells him to stop messing around. He carries her into his bedroom, and she warns him not to get any ideas or she will be rude to him. He leans in close, asking why she wants to be rude and reminding her of her own words about them parting ways after a year. He asks if she has ever heard the saying that if a man can be trusted, a sow can climb a tree, cornering her in a chair. She tries to calm him down, asking if he's had too much to drink and insisting she is not a casual woman. He agrees, but then states that he wants her to give herself to him as a birthday present, claiming everyone else got him one but her. Panicked, she blurts out that her present is in her bedroom and she'll go get it right now. Amused, he sits back and calls her a silly girl, revealing he was only teasing her. His expression suddenly changes to one of pain as he clutches his chest, realizing his affliction is returning. He stumbles out to a balcony, trying to get away from the crowd in the villa. Missy follows him, holding out a gift box and announcing his present is here. Just then, he loses his balance and falls over the railing. She drops the gift and lunges, grabbing his shirt and screaming his name, accusing him of trying to jump just because she hadn't given him a gift yet. He pulls himself back to safety, chiding her for her overreaction and clarifying that he was just trying to leave for a moment, asking her not to tell anyone. Seeing his pained state, she asks if he is sick again. She tells him not to go, promising she has a way to suppress his illness and asking him to trust her. She returns with a glass of red liquid, assuring him it's water and not blood. She presents a medicine bead on a chain, explaining it can restrain his urge to suck blood. She asks how long he has suffered from this disease, and he admits it's been about 10 years. She is stunned, realizing the immense willpower it must have taken for him to avoid drinking blood for a decade. He notes that the drink smells like blood, but she explains it's just the fishy scent from a special seaweed the bead was raised in. She urges him to drink it while it's hot, but he petulantly demands she feed it to him or he won't drink at all. Sighing, she decides to humor him, coaxing him to drink the medicine as if he were a child. After he's finished, she gives him his present, wishes him good night, and tells him to close the door on his way out. Instead, he blocks her path, reminding her that this is his room. He pushes her onto the bed, looming over her and asking if a simple gift is all he gets for his birthday. Just as he leans closer, her phone rings, the caller ID showing it is her dad. He calmly tells her to answer it. Sitting in his lap, she nervously greets her father on the video call. Her father asks if the young man is the one the government chose for her, and her mother asks for a better look. Junqing leans into the frame as Missy confirms it's him. Her father warns his future son-in-law that his daughter can't swim and must be kept away from deep water. Junqing grimly agrees, a dark vision of her struggling flashing in his mind. Her father then adds that she is weak and fragile and must be protected. Junqing smiles and promises to definitely protect her. After he ends the call for them, she pats his shoulder, praising him for coordinating so well and saying the pill wasn't wasted on him. She again presents the gift, telling him to open it. He opens the box to find a beautiful watch, the exact one he had wanted. As she puts the watch on his wrist, he looks at her with a heated gaze. His expression changes, and he asks if the medicine has any side effects, thinking that while his bloodlust is gone, something else has taken its place. She asks what's wrong, and he questions if anyone else has taken the medicine. She admits he's the first she's given it to, but recalls an old warning that the drug suppresses bloodlust by arousing the fire of love. She muses it won't be a problem since their marriage is just on paper, which angers him, and he asks if she's trying to trap him. She asks where he feels uncomfortable, and he blushes, asking her what the fire of love means to her. She feigns ignorance and tells him he can either vomit the medicine up or jump off the balcony, as she won't stop him this time. He confesses he doesn't know what's happening, only that he wants to hear her say words of love, hug her, and never let her leave. He asks if she cast a love spell on him, and she insists she just forgot about the side effects. When she asks what to do, he says he needs to hear love words to feel better, pleading with her to call him a jinn a few times. She reluctantly calls out his name, a jinn. He tells her to put more emotion into it to quench the fire inside him. She tries again, whispering a jinn tilde. He says it's working a little and asks for more, so she leans in and whispers it in his ear. He then abruptly gets up and goes to the bathroom, telling her to rest while he's gone. From behind the closed door, he informs her that the side effects could last for 3 to 5 days and that she'll need to prepare more love words. She is horrified at the prospect. In the shower, he sneezes from the cold water, realizing it's not working and vowing she will pay for this later. The next day, he joins his friends at a table and lets out a large sneeze. His friend asks if he has a fever, but he brushes it off, privately cursing the ineffective cold showers. Another friend points out his new watch, calling it cheap and unworthy. However, a third person reveals that it was a birthday present from Miss Yi. The friend continues to mock it, questioning if it's authentic given Miss Yi's low intern salary. Junqing states coolly that she used her first month's salary to buy it, which is what matters to him. Miss Yi's friend, however, loudly reveals on the phone that the watch is real only because Fu Zuo lent Miss Yi his credit card. Junqing's face darkens as he confronts Miss Yi, asking why she didn't use her own salary as she had claimed she would for the most important person in her life. She nervously explains her pay hadn't come through yet. Hearing how low her salary is, he discreetly sends a text ordering someone to raise it. His friend then informs a shocked Miss Yi that due to recent reforms, she will be receiving a mid-year bonus of 40 to 50,000 yuan. The friend thinks to himself that since the company belongs to Junqing, he can make up whatever he wants. Miss Yi excitedly calculates her new wealth, exclaiming that she can now buy a shirt she wanted. As she leaves for her day off, Junqing reminds her to message him every hour, adding that she knows what to send. She walks off, thinking that the poison of love is incredibly powerful, and that he will surely regret all this when the effects finally wear off. Junqing sits in a meeting, clearly distracted as his phone buzzes with messages from Xinguan, who playfully asks if he is okay and needs a hug. She apologizes, saying she didn't know the side effects were so big, but he just tells her to say something more audible. She sends a series of flirtatious texts, asking if he'd like to suffer a little more injustice by plugging a heart made of soil into his palm, to which he replies with a firm no. Their banter continues with her joking that she can bend over and will miss him at 1:30, making him smile faintly as he sends a nice sticker. Xinguan reflects on how she could never say such words normally, and how the love poison's side effects are scary, yet they've made Junqing appear cuter than usual. Her teasing culminates in a cat meme suggesting he should be missing her, a thought so potent it gives her a nosebleed as she realizes she can't sink too deep into this love. While shopping, Xinguan finds a black shirt she thinks would suit Junqing perfectly, but her moment is interrupted by the arrival of Xia Yan and her brother. Xia Yan tells her not to be angry, mentioning she misses her own sister too, which Xinguan finds irritating. Xia Yan then belittles the clothes Xinguan is looking at, saying they're cheap and that Junqing only wears branded, tailored items. Xinguan retorts with a smile, telling her that Junqing said it's okay if she can't reach his high status, because he can bend down for her, leaving Xia Yan fuming. Later, Xia Yan's brother invites Xinguan to dinner as an apology for the previous day's events, and she reluctantly agrees, annoyed that his sister is also present. At dinner, her host asks about her deceased sister, Qiang. Xinguan fabricates a story about Qiang being a frail but talented composer, claiming she hid her musical talent so as not to offend her own sister, Xia Yan, who had strong self-esteem. Xia Yan furiously denies this, stating Qiang couldn't even play the piano. To escalate the situation, Xinguan shows them a viral post on her phone about a love song, with lyrics written by Junqing himself for music composed by Qiang. She internally gloats that she can use Junqing's public affection for the deceased Qiang as a way to slap Xia Yan in the face. Xia Yan is enraged that Junqing would humiliate her by writing lyrics for her sister's song. Her brother tries to smooth things over, but Xinguan coolly states she is happy for her best friend, Qiang. The brother then offers her compensation for past troubles, and she replies that all she wants is a protective brother. Just then, her phone rings with a call from Junqing. He asks why she isn't home, and when she mentions someone disparaged her gift for him, he furiously declares anything from her is priceless and tells her to come home immediately because he misses her so much he's going crazy. Smugly saving face, she excuses herself from dinner, leaving a defeated Xia Yan behind. Xia Yan then desperately asks her brother if her privilege of picking a husband could force an end to Junqing's relationship with Xinguan, but he sternly forbids it. The scene shifts to Junqing, sick in bed with a fever, who receives terrible news from an assistant. A massive gas station explosion has occurred where his elder brother, Grandpa Ting, was last seen. As he processes the horrific news, his phone rings with a call from Xinguan, but before he can answer, his assistant gets a call and informs him with a panicked expression that Miss Yi has rushed into the flames. The caller explains that Xinguan was reporting on the scene when she heard Junqing's family was involved, and she ran directly into the fire. In a panic, Junqing rips the Roman 4 from his arm and demands a helicopter. At the disaster site, amidst the roaring flames, Junqing learns his assistant couldn't stop her. Believing both the woman he loves and his brother are in danger, he confronts a firefighter to demand his equipment. As another explosion rocks the area, a firefighter points into the inferno, and Junqing watches in disbelief as Xinguan emerges from the fire, carrying his unconscious elder brother on her back. As paramedics attend to his brother, Xinguan explains she found him in the gas station's bathroom, which likely shielded him from the blast. Junqing grabs her, furiously demanding to know who let her rush in. She yells back that his brother would have died without her, but he cuts her off by pulling her into a desperate hug, asking if she ever considered the consequences or how worried he was about her. Stunned by his raw emotion, she softens, reassuring him that she only went in because she was sure she could handle it. He carries her from the scene, and she reflects that despite his harsh words, he is always there when she needs him most. At the hospital, Junqing insists on a full checkup for her, but she resists, afraid her mermaid physiology will be discovered. He dismisses her protests and forces her into an examination room. A short while later, his assistant reports that the doctor found her indicators to be abnormal. Junqing, aware of her secret, calmly instructs his assistant to delete all her test data, explaining that he will consult with more authoritative experts, knowing her mermaid indicators are different but confirming she is, fortunately, safe and sound. A woman warmly greets Xinguan, identifying herself as her sister-in-law and expressing immense gratitude for her saving Xinguan by rushing into the flames. She emphatically declares that she will only ever recognize Xinguan as her sister-in-law and will never agree to anyone else. Touched, Xinguan smiles and thanks her for the recognition. Later, Yi Junqing notices Xinguan looks tired, and despite her protests that she is fine, his sister urges him to take his wife home to rest. Without another word, he lifts her into his arms, ignoring her protests that she can walk and that people are watching. He simply states she is too tired to move. Resigned, Xinguan mutters that this must be the influence of the love poison she gave him, then cheekily tells him to bother hugging her all the way home, to which he agrees is only natural. The incident has become a major news story online, with headlines praising a mysterious fire goddess for saving the presidential candidate. A stylized drawing of the heroic act circulates, and netizens begin shipping the fire goddess with Yi Xinguan as a couple. Reading these comments from his chair with an Roman 4 drip, Yi Junqing scoffs that the netizens are crazy, as it was clearly Little Fishtail's love for him, not some random heroine. He then instructs Xinguan to post a selfie on her mermaid girl account to reveal that she was the one who saved his brother. She worries this will bring too much attention, but he is insistent. She thinks to herself that if she posts a selfie, her identity as a mermaid will be exposed, wondering if the love poison side effects are making him act this way. He overhears and asks who said anything about love poison. She challenges him, asking why he would then request love texts from her. He coolly reveals that the side effect he was told about was a strong aphrodisiac, which he cured with 30 cold showers. He points to his Roman 4 bag, showing her it's simply a fever-reducing medicine, proving he was never poisoned and urging her again to post the photo. Stunned, Xinguan realizes his fever was just a fever, and she accuses him of tricking her. He turns it back on her, questioning who was really playing whom when she gave a sick man what she thought was an aphrodisiac. Flustered, she stammers that she didn't know the side effects, remembering the embarrassing urge sex messages she sent him. Their argument is interrupted when a man brings Xinguan a bag she left at the fire scene. She explains it's a birthday present for Yi Junqing, a shirt bought with her first salary. As she shyly presents it, he pulls the Roman 4 needle from his own arm and begins to undress to try it on. Ignoring her alarm, he asks her to help fasten the buttons. He remarks on the perfect fit, complimenting her grasp of his measurements, which makes her blush. She tries to flee upstairs to rest, but he stops her to thank her for saving his brother's life before reminding her not to forget to post on Weibo. He then posts a picture of himself in the new shirt, captioning it with a thank you to Little Fishtail for the birthday present. Seeing his post and his affectionate emoji responses, Xinguan throws herself on her bed in utter confusion, wondering why he's acting this way if he wasn't poisoned. The next morning at work, her colleagues mob her, praising her as a hero for saving the presidential candidate. One shows her an online profile that's been created about her, making Xinguan anxious that her secret identity is close to being exposed. The excitement is cut short when someone shouts that Xia Yan has just announced on Weibo that she intends to get married. Her colleagues explain that Xia Yan possesses a special, state-granted privilege to choose any unmarried man as her husband, and if he refuses, he and his entire family will be barred from politics for life. A wave of dread washes over Xinguan as she realizes the horrifying implications of this perverted privilege. She fears Xia Yan will choose Yi Junqing, and he will be forced to marry her to protect his brother's presidential campaign, just as he was once forced to marry her. At the hospital, Xinguan visits Yi Xinguan, who thanks his sister-in-law for her bravery. Also present is Xia Yan and Xinguan's old friend, Yan Bei. Xia Yan informs Yan Bei that she has made up her mind and will submit her marriage application on her 25th birthday. She seems utterly confident that her chosen partner will not refuse, despite any initial reluctance. Hearing this, Xinguan is certain that Yi Junqing is her target. Back at home, she confronts a calm Yi Junqing, angered by his detached attitude towards state-arranged marriages. With tears in her eyes, she asks if other people's happiness can be ignored for the sake of his brother's career, and if he would accept any arrangement to help him. Overwhelmed with emotion, her power surges uncontrollably, forming a blade of light in her hand. Yi Junqing immediately grabs her wrist, asking who offended her so he can take care of them. She cries out that it's him, accusing him of being a man who would disregard personal happiness for his goals. She asks if he would obey the state if Xia Yan chooses him. He softens his gaze and tells her not to be angry, inviting her to punish him instead. She dissolves the light blade, sobbing that she doesn't want to hit him. He then thoughtfully suggests that perhaps the props for punishment are wrong, and offers to provide a keyboard or a durian for her to use on him instead. Jin holds Xinguan close, telling her he's not kidding and to get out of the way. He then apologizes for hurting her, acknowledging she must have felt he would sacrifice her happiness for political ends. He lifts her chin, questioning why her eyes are closed and teasing that she must be afraid he'll see her true feelings. He threatens to kiss her if she doesn't open them, playfully suggesting she might be looking forward to it. Flustered, she opens her eyes and denies it, but he points out her racing heartbeat and asks if she has taken a fancy to him. She insists she hasn't, questioning how she could fall for a ruthless man who would do anything for politics. He counters, asking why she sticks by him and cares for him during his relapses if she dislikes him so much. He leans closer, asking if it's because she has a crush on him and it hurts to see him suffer. He questions her obvious excitement, asking if she wants to turn their one-year contract into a lifetime commitment. She places a finger on his lips to silence him. He tells her he doesn't want to hear lies, only what's in her heart, claiming he can already hear that she never wanted their relationship to be about politics. He whispers that he heard she wants a real relationship with him and kisses her deeply. After a passionate kiss, she shoves him away, shouting about who would want to fall in love with a shameless man like him before running off in embarrassment. Later in her room, Xinguan screams into her pillow, replaying the kiss and his words in her mind. She wonders if she is truly falling for him and, needing a distraction, decides to go comfort her friend Tang Zhu. She finds Tang Zhu distraught on a park bench, shouting that she will never marry. Another friend tries to console Tang Zhu, who is furious about being matched with a deadly enemy who wants to marry her while she is poor and stupid. A man with a fan tells Tang Zhu that it's normal for a girl to be shaken by a man, which shocks Xinguan, who realizes Tang Zhu is a woman. The group explains that the system rejected Tang Zhu's attempt to avoid being matched because her 20-year payment violated the 10-year limit. Xinguan is stunned, asking why she was the last to know her friend was a girl, only to be told she never asked. Tang Zhu asks to be left alone, and the man with the fan explains they all sometimes forget she's a girl. Back in her room, Xinguan receives a text from Jin telling her to listen to her heart and post a selfie on Weibo if she wants to fall in love with him, adding that he's waiting for her answer. She calls him a stinky man, wondering why he suddenly changed. Needing another distraction, she makes a phone call, asking her contact if anyone wants to buy regret medicine. Her contact tells her about Xia Yikeo, CEO of the Mermaid Group, who wants to buy the medicine to go back in time and save his younger sister who died early. Xinguan realizes this means he wants to save her, but she refuses the request, stating he doesn't meet her criteria and that she doesn't want her life to change. As she leaves work later, she resolves to post the selfie to spite her rival, Xia Yan. Before she can reach her car, she is stopped by a man who introduces himself as Qin Yao, the president's adjutant, and says the president wants to see her. Inside a car, Qin Yao confiscates her phone and places her in handcuffs, telling her to reflect on what she's done. Upon arrival, Xia Yan sees her and asks Qin Yao if Xinguan committed a crime, to which he replies yes. In a waiting room, Qin Yao accuses her of stealing information to register a Weibo account and using it for fraud. He shows her the registration details for the Grandpa Monopoly Regret Medicine account, which is under the name Zhuo Yuziu. Xinguan pales, realizing the president must have found out about her selling the medicine. Qin Yao scoffs when she calls Mr. Zhuo her grandpa, revealing he is a very important person. He accuses her of lying to the president by selling him the regret medicine. When she denies it, he clarifies that she not only deceived the president but did so by stealing the identity of the president's own grandfather. The truth hits her with crushing force. Her god-grandfather, Zhuo, is the president's grandfather. As she processes the shock, the president himself, Yan Bei, enters the room. Xia Yan immediately points to Xinguan, telling Yan Bei that she was pretending Elder Zhuo was her godfather. Xinguan demands her phone back, insisting she can prove her relationship by calling him. Yan Bei coolly tells them to let her call. After a few failed attempts, the call connects to a man named Uncle Lai, who passes the phone to Grandpa Zhuo. Xinguan bursts into tears, telling her grandpa that she's been handcuffed for pretending to be his god-granddaughter. She shows him the cuffs on the video call. Enraged, Grandpa Zhuo drops his fishing rod and demands to know who dared to do this to her. She points the camera at Yan Bei, and Grandpa Zhuo roars his grandson's name. He furiously demands to know why Yan Bei handcuffed his granddaughter, revealing that he himself had the Weibo account registered for her. Yan Bei quickly backpedals, blaming his aggressive subordinates and promising to self-criticize to appease his grandfather's anger. A man in a suit speaks anxiously on the phone to Mr. Zhuo, promising to immediately uncuff the lady and calm down. From the phone, an elderly voice instructs him that the person he should apologize to is not him. The man quickly turns to the seated Yi Xinguan, apologizing for the misunderstanding and asking her to forgive his earlier words as he removes the handcuffs. On the video call, the old man, identified as her grandfather, sternly warns the man in the suit never to bully his granddaughter again, or he would no longer be recognized as his grandson. The grandfather's tone softens as he speaks to Xinguang, telling her he has taught the man a lesson and asking if her wrist hurts. Feigning tears, Xinguang replies that it doesn't hurt and playfully asks her grandpa how many fish he's caught, saying she wants to eat the fish he cooks himself. As she chats happily with her grandfather, the man who cuffed her and another man, the president Yan Bei, watch with annoyed chibai expressions. One of Yan Bei's aides quietly asks if the old man is truly his grandfather, but Yan Bei silences him, complaining that such talk makes it sound like he's the grandson. After Xinguang says her goodbyes, her grandfather delivers a final command to Yan Bei, ordering him to take good care of his granddaughter and promising to personally settle accounts with anyone who bullies her. Yan Bei dutifully affirms that he understands. After the call ends, Xinguang coolly asks the man who arrested her if he believes her now. He bows his head in shame, admitting it was his fault and that his eyes were blind. She smirks and tells him to kneel down. She then dismisses him, saying she has important matters to discuss with his president. Now alone with Yan Bei, he asks her if regret medicine truly exists. She cheekily demands he pour her a cup of tea to moisten her dry throat before she'll talk. After he obliges, she confirms that regret medicine is real and can create a turning point for things one regrets, noting that meeting her is his turning point. She asks him to state his wish, to tell her what he wants to save. Yan Bei grows somber and recounts the tragic events of 3 years prior, when his wife, Ting Nan, was kidnapped by extremists and held in a cold water prison. He explains with deep pain that by the time he rescued her, she had suffered a miscarriage, and this is why they have never been able to have children. He confides that Ting Nan still cries in her sleep for their lost baby, and he blames himself for failing to protect them. His greatest wish, he says, is to go back to that day and prevent his wife's suffering, even if it meant they would divorce. Seizing the opportunity, Xinguang tells him to give her a privilege, and in return, she will give him the medicine to save his marriage and child. Her inner monologue reveals her true goal, a privilege strong enough to suppress a rival named Xia Yan. Yan Bei asks what kind of privilege she wants, and she demands one for her man that no one can take away, a power that would void any other woman's privilege if they tried to get his attention. Yan Bei immediately realizes she's talking about Xia Yan trying to snatch Yi Junqing. However, he refuses, explaining that Xia Yan's privileges are granted by the state, and he cannot intervene even as president. He advises her to simply marry her man to protect her happiness, but she scoffs, retorting that if she could get married, she wouldn't need his help. Lamenting that Yi Junqing doesn't want to marry her, she thinks bitterly of their 1-year trial marriage certificate, which offers no legal protection. She pressures him again, calling herself the hope for his unborn child, but he holds firm, clenching his fist and stating he cannot use his presidential power for personal gain. It is a matter of principle. Just as she calls him a good and selfless president, his wife Ting Nan appears. Ting Nan confronts Xinguang directly, bypassing her husband, and says that she will do anything to save her child, even give up her own life. She begs Xinguang to sell her the medicine. As Yan Bei tries to speak, Ting Nan grabs him, furiously accusing him of always putting the country's interests above their family. Sensing a new opportunity, Xinguang changes her terms, asking only to be recognized as Ting Nan's godsister, who must be protected like a real sister in the future. Ting Nan instantly agrees to the deal. Xinguang hands over a box containing a glowing, pearl-like orb which she calls the regret medicine. Following Ting Nan's instructions, Yan Bei dissolves the pearl in warm water and drinks it. Reality shifts, and suddenly his happy, healthy daughter is in his arms, calling out for her mama. Ting Nan rushes forward, embracing the child she thought was lost forever, tears streaming down her face as her daughter asks why she is crying. Sometime later, at a grand state banquet, an aide informs Xinguang that the president has arranged a seat for her, and her memory updates to reflect this new reality. As she sips a drink, she watches the happy presidential family and wonders why. If the regret medicine worked for them, she still couldn't use it to save the person she regrets losing, Qin Junyi, whose broken image flashes in her mind. She glances at a message on her phone from an unknown sender who calls her as stubborn as a cow, before tossing the device aside in frustration. The two women leave Yan Bei to his journey into the past. In the corridor, Ting Nan stops, telling Xinguang that she thinks she heard a baby crying. A faint voice echoes, calling Mama, Mama. The two women share a look of stunned disbelief and dawning joy. Xinguan looks at her phone, thinking that the man she's texting, Big Cancer, uses cheesy words when he tells her that her life has been predetermined. She had messaged him saying she would spend the rest of her life bringing him back to life, but he was as stubborn as a cow, and his reply prompted her to respond that her life was booked, taking a screenshot as evidence. She smiles as she recalls the conversation, where he pointed out that she was the one who said her life was booked. The scene shifts to a formal event where a woman with pink hair, Princess Jiu Chen of Country K, mocks Country A's national treasure, saying their singing is nothing special. Xinguan retorts that the national treasure is just an image spokesperson, and that all the girls in her country are multi-talented. The princess challenges her, asking if Xinguang's voice is truly more powerful than their national treasure. Would Country agree to stop showing off as having the world's #1 singing voice? Xinguang accepts, ready to compare her dolphin sound with their national treasure. An onlooker remarks that the girl from Country K must be talented to try and smash the scene like this. Xinguang confidently states that there is no need for the national treasure to compete, as someone like her is enough. The princess asks for her name. Xinguang proudly introduces herself as an unknown soldier from Country A, Xinguang, and then asks for the princess's name in return. An attendant reveals the woman is the noble Princess Jiu Chen of Country K. Xinguang recognizes the name Kai Jiu Chen, the second princess of Country K, renowned for her singing voice. Later, an announcer invites Princess Jiu Chen to the stage to sing. After the performance, a blonde woman, Xia Yan, is informed that Kai Jiu Chen wants to compete with her to see whose voice is higher. Xia Yan complains that she would have sung higher if she had known, feeling it was deceitful to be challenged only after she had finished her performance. She laments being careless, as she had been warned by the Minister of Culture that Country K would want a competition during their state visit. Another woman tells her not to worry, as her brother said Xinguang could handle it, which causes Xia Yan to ask if Xinguang is crazy for wanting to compete with the princess. Backstage, a man asks Xinguang what song she wants to sing so they can prepare the music. She requests a piano, explaining she will sing her own original repertoire that no one has heard before, but she needs time to change clothes. The man offers to reserve time for 6 or even 10 shows for her to get ready, but she says 4 is enough and reveals the song's title is You Are My First Sunshine. She thinks to herself that it's the song she wrote for Qin Junyi, and now is the perfect time to use it. In the audience, Princess Jiu Chen asks if the unknown person ran away in fright. As the announcer introduces Xinguang's performance of You Are My First Sunshine, the woman who spoke to Xia Yan tells her cousin that she knew Xinguang wasn't a runaway, and that they should wait and see. Xinguang sits at the piano and begins her performance, the air filling with glowing musical notes and ethereal butterflies. After the song, Xia Yan asks Princess Jiu Chen if she is finally convinced that the world's #1 singing voice comes from Country A. The princess concedes that the #1 voice is indeed in Country A, but it isn't Xia Yan, whose voice she says is far worse than that of the unknown girl, Xinguang. The princess adds that since even she can't compare, Xia Yan should give up the title to Xinguang. Later, Xinguang stands on a balcony, thinking about how singing that song never brings her relief, when a man, Qin Junyi, approaches her. He asks if she was the performer, saying he never knew she could sing so well. She asks why he's there, and he asks why she's crying. He then grabs her, asking if they can start over if he divorces his wife, Ying. Xinguang angrily reminds him that he once despised her for being weak and praised Lu Ying, questioning why he's changed his mind now. He admits it's his fault and confesses he knew he couldn't let her go after seeing her leave the TV station in an official car, begging for another chance. She declares that she never turns back and demands he let her go. She slaps him hard, saying the slap was owed to him and they are now even, warning him never to harass her again. As she walks away, a camera flash goes off in the distance. Elsewhere, an assistant named Xiao Yun shows a man, young Master Jin, a photo on his phone. Jin asks who sent it, and Xiao Yun explains it was posted on Weibo by backstage staff who recognized Miss Yi. Jin realizes someone is plotting against her and orders Xiao Yun to handle the photo discreetly, keeping it from the marriage department. Xiao Yun returns with a video sent by a former comrade who works as a bodyguard in the presidential palace. The video shows Xinguang singing. Jin recognizes the lyrics as something he once said to his Little Mermaid, and wonders if she wrote the song for him. He asks for the title and is told it's You Are My First Sunshine. He sends his assistant away, asking for the video to be sent to him later. Thinking she is a silly girl for responding to his song with one of her own, he feels a surge of emotion, realizing he is her first sunshine. He tries calling her, thinking that she has always had a place for him in her heart, but the line is repeatedly busy. Meanwhile, Xinguan is on the phone with Han Chengbei, her screen showing 7 missed calls from Big Cancer. She tells Han Chengbei she doesn't know who took the photos and asks for his help. He agrees to do his best, though he can't yet trace who they were sold to, and promises to find the source. She thanks him, adding that she will try to check the surveillance footage herself. Though Han Chengbei warns her it won't be easy to access presidential palace surveillance, she feels it should be no problem and decides her priority is proving her innocence before calling Big Cancer back. In the surveillance room, a staff member claims the monitor is broken, but Xinguan points out that the only malfunction occurred at the exact moment she appeared on screen, concluding the footage was deliberately deleted. An official-looking woman threatens to have everyone interrogated and fired, prompting a staff member to admit that Miss Zia had come to the monitoring room looking for a man named Su Da. Xinguan confronts Su Da, asking which Miss Zia it was. He claims it was Zia Yan, who had simply asked him to check the monitoring because she lost an earring. Xinguan tells her sister-in-law that she knows Zia Yan took the photo as they never got along, and declares she's going to find her immediately to settle the score. In the ballroom, she asks her sister-in-law if she has seen Zia Yan, but is told that Yan had something to do and left first. The sister-in-law notices Xinguang's phone ringing constantly and asks if something is wrong. Xinguang looks at the caller ID, Big Cancer, and mutters that he must want to question her, frustrated that he doesn't trust her. Elsewhere, Master Jin wonders why his little mermaid isn't answering, worried she might be in trouble. Xinguang arrives at a lavish estate, but the bodyguards try to stop her. One of them frantically calls for backup, shouting that the hag who came to mess up the house last time is back again. She gives them a death glare, snorting in contempt. She finds Zia Yan lounging in a pool like a mermaid. Zia Yan asks if Xinguang thinks this is her own home, coming and going as she pleases. Xinguang accuses her of taking and spreading the photos of her and her ex-boyfriend, then threatens to chop her into fish sauce. Suddenly, Zia Yan's father arrives with more guards, warning Xinguang that she'll have to get through him first. As the situation escalates, Yi Zhao steps in, ordering everyone to stop and asking what happened. He asks Zia Yan about the conflict, and she plays innocent, claiming she would never dare provoke someone so fierce. Xinguang furiously holds up her phone, asking what kind of gratitude the family shows by taking pictures of her being pestered by her ex and sending them to the media. She accuses Zia Yan of slandering her and deleting the surveillance footage, but Zia Yan denies it. Xinguang threatens to send a video of the Zia family's crimes to the police unless Zia Yan hands over the original photos that night. As her phone rings again, she answers it impatiently, telling Big Cancer to stop calling and that she'll give him an account later, feeling hurt that her own brother doesn't recognize her. She recalls a memory of him promising to always be by her side. Yi Zhao calmly tells her not to panic and turns to his sister, asking if she really took the photo. Zia Yan denies it, looking nervous as her brother presses her, promising to apologize for her if she confesses, but warning he won't forgive her lightly if she lies. Yi Zhao then tells Xinguang there must be a misunderstanding, defending his sister's character. Xinguang insists it was her, pointing to the deleted surveillance footage as proof. Zia Yan claims she only went to the monitoring room because she lost an earring. Yi Zhao sides with his sister, telling Xinguang he can't tolerate her baseless accusations. Feeling betrayed, Xinguang looks downcast as Zia Yan's father mocks her for being narrow-minded. As her father comforts a crying Zia Yan, Xinguang realizes with a grimace that her brother would never stand by her side without proof. She resolves to rely on no one, declaring she has nothing more to say and that they should expect the police tomorrow to investigate the murder of Zia Qiang. Her father orders his men to stop her, but she smirks, revealing she has already arranged for a video to be sent to the police if she doesn't leave the house within half an hour. He reluctantly orders his men to step back and asks what she wants. She demands the original photo files and the name of who they were sold to, threatening that they will all go down together if Zia Yan doesn't tell the truth. The father frantically pressures his daughter to give her the photos. She gets out of the pool and hands over her phone, showing him there are no such pictures. A blonde woman appears, asking Xinguang what she has to say now. Xinguang retorts that the absence of photos only means the evidence was deleted. Zia Yan Yan sneezes, and Yi Zhao tells her to go change, assuring her he won't let anyone slander her. Yi Xinguang blocks their path, demanding an explanation, but Yi Zhao tells her she's being unreasonable and needs to show evidence. She scoffs, questioning if a potential cold is more important than her reputation being ruined. He tells her that while he's grateful she saved his sister, he won't tolerate her hurting his family. Heartbroken, Yi Xinguang reveals that she is also his sister who is being bullied, stunning him into silence. Zia Yan Yan seizes the moment, feigning illness and collapsing. Yi Zhao panics, scoops her into his arms, and rushes away, calling for doctor. Yi Xinguang is left standing alone and dejected outside the house. Elsewhere, Master Jin learns from his assistant that Yi Xinguang went to the Zia house to confront Zia Yan Yan. Furious that the stupid girl went alone, he orders a flight home immediately. He instructs his assistant Mo Fei to take people to protect his sister-in-law and tells another subordinate, Tang Zhu, to clean up all the photos online. Later in his car, Jin calls Mo Fei to ask if she was bullied, only to be told they were too late and she had already run from the house crying. Mo Fei reports that she is on her way to the presidential palace and said the president, Yan Bei, would help her. Jin is enraged to hear Yan Bei's name. He then gets a call from another subordinate who reports that Han Changbei has already processed most of the photos and that people from the president's office have taken Yi Lai away. Jin clenches his jaw, muttering that it was Yan Bei again, always appearing whenever something goes wrong and acting as a stumbling block to his love. A flustered Han Changbei tells Yi Xinguang that as soon as she calls, he'll bring her to the presidential palace, but he nervously questions if they can even get in so late at night. Yi Xinguang calmly reassures him, revealing that she's related to the president, who is her cousin. They meet with a man in a suit who reports that while the suspect was stubborn, the technical team is about to recover the video. Moments later, Han Changbei excitedly shouts that the video is recovered. They watch the footage of the confrontation, which he praises as a perfect example of a shameless ex-boyfriend getting what he deserves. Yi Xinguang suddenly tells him to wait and zoom in on a specific spot in the video. The enhanced image clearly shows Zia Yan Yan secretly filming the entire incident on her phone. Yi Xinguang states she knew it was her all along. Han Changbei tells her to quickly copy the video and explain everything to her husband, then asks who her husband is, remarking on how anxious she seemed earlier. She clarifies that she was anxious to find the truth, not for any other reason, and decides to wait until morning to call her big cancer guy. As they prepare to leave, a car's high beams flash in their eyes. Han Changbei recognizes it as Yi Junqing's car and fumes about their last encounter, vowing to show his true strength this time. Yi Junqing steps out of his car. Han Changbei angrily confronts him, ready to settle the score for their previous fight. Yi Junqing's gaze fixes on Yi Xinguang, and he possessively asks Han Changbei where he's looking, questioning if his woman is someone he's allowed to stare at. He challenges Han Changbei's claim, suggesting he ask her if she agrees. Not backing down, Han Changbei retorts, asking if she's Yi Junqing's woman then, and tells him to call her and see if she agrees. Yi Junqing looks at Yi Xinguang expectantly. To Han Changbei's shock and embarrassment, Yi Xinguang walks over to Yi Junqing, confirming that she is really his woman. He accuses her of sneakily hiding her relationship with Yi Junqing, but she corrects him, stating plainly that Yi Junqing is her official husband. Han Changbei is left utterly dumbfounded, realizing how silly he was for not guessing the truth. Later in the car, Yi Xinguang explains to Yi Junqing that she didn't answer his calls because she wanted to find evidence to clear things up first. He asks if she thinks he wouldn't believe her, questioning if she sees him as a fool who is easily provoked. When she asks why he's angry, he ignores the question and firmly orders the driver to go to the Zia's house, declaring that if they can't sleep, culprits shouldn't be sleeping either. They arrive at the Zia residence, where Zia Yikeo demands to know why Yi Junqing is causing a fuss in the middle of the night. Yi Junqing coolly asks what Zia Yikeo did to make his woman run out crying, adding that the only one who could make her cry is Zia Yikeo himself. The mention of this causes Zia Yikeo to recall a memory of a girl in a photograph, and he has a sudden realization that Miss Yi must be Qiang. Yi Xinguang looks confused by his outburst. Yi Junqing presses Zia Yikeo, demanding to know what he did to make her cry. Zia Yikeo denies everything, claiming he only sent his sister, Zia Yan Yan, back to her room because she was cold after swimming. Yi Junqing scoffs, asking why he would protect the bully while telling the victim to calm down. Zia Yan Yan chimes in, accusing Yi Xinguang of having a guilty conscience and blaming others without proof. Yi Junqing asks if she wants evidence and snaps his fingers. An assistant steps forward and plays the recovered video, exposing Xia Yan as the secret videographer. Xia Yikao scolds his sister, telling her she's too spoiled and must apologize. Yi Junqing interjects, stating his woman doesn't need an apology but demands 10% of the Xia Group's shares as compensation for mental damages. Xia Yan and her father are outraged, calling him a robber. Yi Junqing coldly asks if slandering his woman is a trivial matter, reminding them they also haven't answered for hiring someone to kill his wife. His assistant presents an equity transfer agreement, warning that if it isn't signed, the Yi family will declare war on the Xia family. Faced with the threat of bankruptcy, Xia Yikao asks if he can meet Miss Yi, but Yi Junqing flatly refuses, unwilling to give him another chance to hurt her, and demands he sign. Xia Yikao's father threatens to disown him, but he declares they cannot afford to be enemies of the Yi family and prepares to sign away his own shares. Yi Junqing clarifies he wants half of the 20% belonging to Xia Yan. Xia Yikao recalls his grandfather's promise to give 10% of the company to his younger sister, Qiang, if she donated bone marrow, shares that went to Yan after her death. He realizes Yi Junqing's demand confirms that Xinguan is Qiang. As he signs the document, Xia Yan is dragged away screaming protests. Yi Junqing declares he can do this simply because she is his woman. Back in the car, Xinguan asks what took so long. He turns to her and asks where she thinks she went wrong. She timidly asks if he's jealous of Han Chengbei, assuring him she was only asking for help. He silences her with a kiss before asking why she didn't answer his calls. He dismisses his own question, assuming she'll just say something to annoy him. Realizing he's misunderstood, she quickly explains she was afraid he would be angry and wanted to find proof of her innocence before talking to him. He tells her he wasn't angry and hands her a folder. Inside is the contract transferring 10% of the Xia's shares to her name, which he calls her mental damage fee. She blushes, touched by his gesture. She asks if he really went to the Xia's house just to get compensation for her. He explains that the shares originally belonged to Xia Qiang, and that since Xia Yan dared to bully her, she should pay the price. Yi Xinguan realizes the shares were rightfully hers all along, and is overwhelmed by how handsome her husband is for reclaiming them for her. She thanks him, and he tells her to stay away from the president, Yan Bei, and his wife, calling them a bad couple. He instructs her that if she ever runs into trouble, she must call him immediately. She quietly mumbles about him being jealous of the president, and when he asks what she said, she quickly asks what would happen if he were too busy to help. He assures her he is never too busy for her, then playfully tells her to go copy that sentence 100 times as punishment. He drags a protesting Yi Xinguan to a desk, insisting she follow his newly invented family law. He leaves her alone in the room to write her lines, making her feel like a primary school student being punished. As she sits, his words about staying away from the president's wife echo in her mind. Xinguan stares at her phone before texting the man she calls Big Cancer, asking if he's sleeping and if he's done copying yet. She then sends another message, declaring that she is hungry and wants to eat his fried steak. She waits, wondering to herself why she can't control herself and just wants to see if he will pamper her. A message notification beeps. He has replied that if she is hungry, she will be punished if she does not finish writing and will not be allowed to eat anything. She pouts, thinking that this is his true, unpampering color. Suddenly, she hears the sizzle of cooking. She tiptoes out of her room and peeks into the kitchen, where she sees him taking a package of steak out of the refrigerator. Realizing he is pampering her after all, she feels so overwhelmed that she thinks she can't stand it. Later, as he cooks, a knock comes at the door. He finds her standing there, and she asks why he's cooking her steak when he said no. He retorts, asking if he said it was for her and questioning if she has finished writing yet. He then places a beautifully wrapped gift box on the table in front of her. She looks up at him with wide eyes, asking what it is, and he simply replies that it's a gift. He thinks to himself that in his memory, she would eventually throw aside anything he gave her, and to avoid being sad, he decides he'd better find an excuse to leave. He tells her he's going jogging and promptly leaves as she says, go. Alone, Xinguang's eyes sparkle with joy as she realizes he gave her a gift, thinking it's as rare as a tree that blooms only once in 100 years. She opens the box to reveal a pair of beautiful purple flower-shaped earrings. She beams, thinking he has a good eye and that they are beautiful. A brilliant idea strikes her. She rushes to her closet and rummages through her clothes, emerging in a purple dress. She puts on the new earrings and takes a selfie, captioning it "Mermaid Girl Really Like." She thinks to herself that since Big Cancer always wanted her to post selfies, she will satisfy his little wish for the sake of the gift, wondering how he will react. However, as she posts it, she receives an automated message. The notification from Junqing Weibo informs her that her content violates community management regulations and cannot be published. She stares at her phone in disbelief, furious and wondering how taking a selfie could possibly violate the rules. Elsewhere, in a hospital room, the man she calls Big Cancer, Brother Jin, confronts a blonde friend lying in a hospital bed, angrily asking if he blocked all the photos she posted. The friend complains that Brother Jin has no idea how hard his employees work, explaining that they had to specially monitor her Weibo account, and she posts so quickly they can barely keep up with deleting everything. Brother Jin glares at him, thinking his supposed brother is just a stumbling block to his love life, and doesn't understand how significant it was for his Little Mermaid to take the initiative to post a selfie and reveal their relationship. He asks when she posted the picture and says he will see if he can fix it. The blonde friend proudly reminds Brother Jin that he was the one who instructed him to monitor Weibo to prevent Xinguan's identity from being exposed, boasting that he remembers every instruction. He happily says that Brother King praised him. Another man steps between them, saying he doesn't think that's what Brother Jin meant. Brother Jin tells his gossipy friend that he has a melon for him, then reveals that he likes Xinguan, asking what he thinks about that particular piece of gossip. His friends are stunned. The blonde man asks if he is sure, questioning why he likes Xiao Xinguang when he seemed to like the mermaid idol Xia Yan Yan, and pointing out they have only known each other for a month. Brother Jin calmly states that love cannot be measured by time, and that he doesn't like Xia Yan Yan at all. He clarifies that any business related to mermaids was not because of her, and insists that his only woman is Yi Xinguang. He smiles to himself, thinking that his Little Mermaid posting photos is a recognition of their relationship. Filled with a new resolve, he speeds out of the hospital, thinking he has to comfort his Little Mermaid before she misunderstands again. He rushes into his home calling Xinguang's name, but a butler informs him that Miss Yi received a call, packed her things in a panic, and left. Brother Jin looks worried as he thinks of the Yi family. His assistant confirms what happened, and Brother Jin wonders what happened to his little fishtail. He checks the calendar on his phone, seeing that the Tanabata festival is in just 2 more days. He grimly recalls that her adoptive father passed away on the day of the Tanabata festival. While his friend asks what surprise he is preparing for this year's festival, Brother Jin is lost in thought, remembering his family's disapproval and his own past mistakes that hurt Xinguang. His thoughts are interrupted by a phone call. He answers and is shocked to hear that his little fishtail is missing. When his friend suggests he should just get a divorce, Brother Jin shouts that he can't because he loves her. He races through a hospital, filled with regret that he didn't even know his father-in-law was ill. He finds Xinguang standing alone outside the morgue. He approaches her gently, calling her name and asking if she is okay. She turns, tears in her eyes, and cries out for her dad. He pulls her into an embrace, racked with guilt that he was planning a shitty romance when she needed him most. The scene shifts, showing Brother Jin looking at his phone, thinking that because he didn't force her to marry him this time, their destiny has changed, and perhaps her father's fate can be changed as well. He hurries down a hospital corridor toward the nephrology department, where he sees Xinguang arriving and calling out to her mother. Her mother hugs her, saying her dad is old. Xinguang cries, asking why her dad is critically ill when he was getting regular dialysis, and angrily declares she's going to find the doctor because she attracted so many sponsors for his research. Her mother stops her, gently telling her to come see her dad, who will be happy to see her. In the hospital room, she looks at her father, weak in the bed, and whispers his name. He smiles faintly, asking why his grown-up daughter is crying and assuring her he isn't dead yet. She insists she isn't crying and tells him he will live a long life with her mother. Her father then asks about the man from the Yi family, demanding to know if he let her come alone at midnight and insisting she call him over immediately so he can see if the man is worthy of her. Xinguang explains she left in a hurry, but her father is adamant. Touched that her father thinks of her first even in his condition, she agrees and makes the call, worrying that he won't answer. He picks up immediately, asking if she's at the hospital yet. Surprised that he knew, he confirms she's there and asks if he could come to T-City because her dad wants to see him. As a tear falls, she quietly adds that she misses him a little bit right now, too. Just then, he appears in the doorway, announcing that he has arrived. He walks to her and pulls her into a comforting hug, telling her it's okay because he's here. He explains that he brought several nephrology experts from the capital, and they are discussing treatment options with the doctors. She thanks him, but he tells her there's no need for thanks between them. From the bed, her father looks on, thinking that it seems he has nothing left to worry about. However, the doctors soon emerge with bad news, stating that they are helpless and the patient has at most 2 or 3 days to live. Xinguang's world feels unstable. Brother Jin grabs a doctor, furiously questioning how the best experts in the world can't treat him and offering any amount of money. The doctor sadly explains the case is too rare, with no precedent for a successful cure. Xinguang breaks down, crying that she hasn't been filial to the father who raised her for so many years. She flashes back to her past, recalling being attacked at sea after parting from Qin Junyi, only to be rescued by her adoptive parents. They gave her a home and a love she had never known, showering her with affection, discovering her musical talent, and supporting her dreams. She thinks to herself that being their child is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to her. Xinguang cries as she begs Yi Junjin to save her dad. He pulls her into an embrace, telling her not to cry because it breaks his heart and would make her father sad. He tries to comfort her by suggesting a miracle might happen, and she acknowledges that as a mermaid girl, she's supposed to have a lot of luck. He then changes his tone, asking if she wants to use his method to renew her father's life. Inside the sick room, another man asks Mr. Jin if they should start preparing for the funeral in advance. Mr. Jin speaks to the man in the bed, Xiao Yun, telling him there is a way to renew his life, but it comes at a great cost and could be the start of another kind of torture, before asking if he wants to live or go. Xiao Yun chooses to survive. When Mr. Jin asks what he would do if it were the beginning of another torment, Xiao Yun replies that he still has people who can't let him go, and it's better to live than to die. Mr. Jin holds the father's hand tightly. Later he stands by the father's bedside and asks if he would be willing to be saved if the price was a new form of torture. The father is confused and asks what the cost is. Mr. Jin reveals the price is the need to suck blood. The father is shocked by this revelation. Mr. Jin explains that he will gain an unstoppable desire to suck blood, much like a vampire, which will be painful, but it will save his life. He adds that Xinguang doesn't want to lose him and that he himself doesn't want to see her suffer. He assures the father that he won't be forced and gives him time to think about it, leaving the man to lie in silence. After some time has passed, the father asks Mr. Jin if he's not human, if he's a vampire. He repeats the question, and Mr. Jin clarifies that he is human. He explains that he can give the father a first hug to save his life, but the consequence is an uncontrollable desire for blood. He shares his own story, recounting a time when he was on the brink of death and chose to accept the first embrace to survive. He admits that while he now struggles with the desire to suck blood, he has never regretted his choice because it allowed him to stay with his beloved. His phone suddenly rings with a call from Xinguang, who tells him in a panic that her mother has passed out and is in the emergency room, urging him to come quickly. Mr. Jin tells the father he has to go but will be back soon. Alone, the father muses that vampires must be real, but since his son-in-law denied being one, he wonders what kind of magical creature he could be. Lying in his hospital bed, he thinks of his family and wonders if they will miss him after he's gone. He regrets not having grown old with his wife, not having walked Xinguang to her wedding, and not having held his grandson. Tears stream down his face as he thinks that he can't bear to leave them. Later, Mr. Jin comforts a distraught Xinguang, who tells him the doctor wants them to take her dad home, but she doesn't want to give up hope for a miracle. Tearfully, she asks if he thinks a miracle is possible. Mr. Jin reassures her, explaining that her mother simply fainted from the emotional stress and is physically fine. The father, now awake again, asks Mr. Jin if the first hug he spoke of is real. Mr. Jin confirms it saved his own life when he was half dead. The father, whose name is revealed to be Song Chuan-kai, confesses that despite his lifelong bravery, he is still greedy for life. Mr. Jin asks if he has made his decision. Song Chuan-kai confirms that he wants to live and resolutely tells Mr. Jin to bite him. Mr. Jin clarifies that he is not a vampire and has no fangs. Song Chuan-kai expresses relief that there will be no pain. He then asks if he will recover instantly and live forever, but Mr. Jin tells him he cannot, as reality is different from stories. Resigned, Song Chuan-kai shakes his son-in-law's hand, entrusting his life to him. Sometime later, Xinguang's mother suggests they pack up and go home to spend their last days together. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Dr. Bo Jingyu, who announces to Xinguang that her father's stats have been restored. She asks if he is serious, and he assures her it's true, explaining that a nurse has taken her father for re-examination because several important indicators have improved significantly. Xinguang joyfully tells her mother the news. The doctor declares it a medical miracle, with all indicators returning to near-normal levels. The family has a happy reunion in the hospital room, with the father thanking his son-in-law profusely. Elsewhere, Mr. Jin looks completely drained, first by his car near a lighthouse, and then resting on a couch, clutching a glowing mermaid charm. A flashback reveals him saying that the hardest moment is after the first hug ceremony. He sits by the water, breathing heavily as if in pain, when his phone rings with a call from Small Fishtail. He answers, looking strained, and Xinguang's happy voice tells him her dad is better and that it's a miracle. He asks if she feels at ease now, and she says yes, wishing he was there so she could hug him. An angelic vision of her embraces him. She explains she is just sleepy and will find a hotel to rest, wishing him a good night. He whispers good night back and collapses onto a bed, his phone playing a song called You Are My First Sunshine. The next day, he arrives at the hospital to find Xinguang asleep in a chair by her father's bed. He tells her parents he will take her to a hotel so she can rest properly. Her mother agrees, pointing out her dark circles, and remarks what a perfect match they are as he carries Xinguang out. He thinks to himself that things are changing, as she is now wearing things he gave her, which she never did before. He lays her down in a hotel room and looks out the window at a large screen advertising the Tanabata festival. Realizing what day it is, he makes a call and instructs someone to send a bouquet of roses to his location. The next day, he returns to the hospital. Meanwhile, in an office, a blonde man's employee reports that the negative hot searches about Mr. Ye are under control. The blonde boss declares they will be off in an hour, but an employee complains, reminding him that today is the Tanabata festival and that people want to celebrate. The boss seems oblivious, asking if the festival affects the hot search list. He then subconsciously mutters that he has an official partner before spitting out his drink in shock at his own words. His employees stare in stunned silence. Flustered, the blonde boss tells everyone with a crush to go out and celebrate. Later, his phone rings with a message from someone named Xinguan, who accuses him of cheating on Chinese Valentine's Day and threatens to report him. As he fumes, he receives a message from brother Jin, instructing him to make him a hot search on Weibo. He is shocked to see a notification that Yi Jun-jin has posted. The post is a picture of a sleeping Xinguang with a massive bouquet of red roses, captioned with thanks to his mermaid girl and the country. The blonde man wails in frustration, asking brother Jin if he thinks he hasn't worked enough overtime already. Suddenly, Xinguan appears behind him, startling him. Xinguan dryly notes that he is still working overtime with no efficiency. The blonde man yells at him for being so scary. Xinguan scoops him up, ignoring his protests that he has to work. He asks if the blonde man didn't see the blackout notice, or if he is just hiding from him. The blonde man furiously denies hiding, claiming he just didn't see the notice. Xinguan tells him to go home, citing official rules about accompanying one's mate on holidays and threatening to report him for non-compliance. The blonde man struggles, shouting that it's his own home and that he can't be threatened with those rules. A blonde man declares that, as they can see, he also has an official mate, gesturing towards a man with dark hair sitting beside him in a car. He explains that this man was his nemesis for the first 20 years of his life, as the Leng family were always competitors to his brother Jin's family, making them his deadly enemy. He recalls a memory from 10 years ago, where as a child, he threatened a young Leng Chenmo with a caterpillar for his family's opposition. Later, he found Leng Chenmo with a girl and threatened to report him to the teacher for falling in love. In the present, he reflects on how annoying this man has been for over 10 years. Back in their apartment, he calls Leng Chenmo shameless for eating and living at his house, but then says to consider it as him taking care of a junior, noting that he only took him in out of mercy after he was kicked out during a family inheritance battle. He then orders the hungry Leng Chenmo to make him a steak supper, but Leng Chenmo refuses. Enjoying his power over the former head of the Leng family, the blonde man asks him how he got kicked out and offers to provide the money and manpower needed to get justice, claiming that only he is allowed to bully him. He gives Leng Chenmo a credit card, telling him not to save and to spend freely. Leng Chenmo is surprised to see the pin is his birthday, 001119, and asks if the blonde man used to have a crush on him. Flustered, the blonde man retorts that he was setting a password no one could guess, thinking that the enemy's birthday is the safest option, before leaving as Leng Chenmo smiles thoughtfully. The scene shifts to Yi Xinguang waking up in bed next to a shirtless Yi Jun-jin. He leans in for a good morning kiss, causing her to blush, thinking that this handsome boy trap is too much to resist so early in the morning. She pushes him away and escapes the bed, running to the bathroom to splash water on her face, telling herself she must have her price. After dressing, she tells him it's getting late and she needs to go to the hospital to care for her dad. However, Yi Jun-jin shows her a text from her father saying that he and his wife are celebrating and don't want to be bothered, which makes Yi Xinguang pout about becoming a third wheel. Yi Jin suggests they change clothes and go eat since he's hungry. They appear in matching I and U sweaters, and Yi Xinguang is flustered by his mastery of flirting. She suggests they eat at a famous local seafood stall, and he agrees, though she wonders if a noble boss like him is used to such places. At the stall, a vendor offers them free rabbit ears if they scan a QR code, complimenting how cute Yi Xinguang would look in them. When the vendor refers to Yi Xinguang as his girlfriend, Yi Jin denies it, making her angry at his shamelessness. He then pulls her close and proudly declares to the vendor that she is his fiancée, causing her to blush happily. Yi Xinguang playfully tries to put a pair of bunny ears on him. He resists, asking if he looks stupid, but she insists he looks very cute. The story then cuts to a furious Xia Yan, who rants that no one has ever dared to rob her of anything. Yet some bitch not only took her man and fame, but also 10% of her shares. Her assistant, Eli, warns her that since Yi Xinguang and Master Jin are now known as an official couple, trying to steal him back will only ruin her image. Xia Yan agrees, deciding they must first find evidence that Yi Xinguang has wronged Yi Junqing before she acts. As she plots, men in black suits arrive and inform her that the young master has ordered her to stay home and reflect. When she demands to know where her brother is, they tell her he went to another city to visit Yi Xinguang's father, who is seriously ill. The shock of this news causes Xia Yan to faint. The scene returns to the hospital, where Yi Xinguang's mother returns her phone, which she had left behind. Yi Xinguang realizes she ended up paying for her meal with Yi Jin's money. She then sees numerous messages on her phone from a group chat called Happy Dormitory Cooking Group, where her friends are excitedly asking why she didn't tell them she was the mermaid girl from the news. She scrolls through a Weibo feed and sees a post about her and Yi Jin's relationship going viral nationwide, causing her to scream in shock. As she panics, there's a knock on the door. It is Xia Yikeo, who explains that he heard her family member was sick and came to visit. She introduces him to her parents as Xia Yikeo, the president of the Xia group, and someone she knows from the capital. As Xinguang announced she was going to get some hot water, her father told her mother he would go help. Walking down the hospital corridor alone, Xinguang wondered about the man's intentions, questioning if he had recognized her or was simply thanking her family for saving his sister, Xia Qiang. Suddenly, Xia Yikeo grabbed her arm, calling her Qiang. Startled, she insisted he was mistaken and that her name was Yi Xinguang. He held her firmly, stating that he knew it was her. Trembling, she repeated that he must have confused her with someone else. He took her hands, his voice softening as he apologized, confirming that he knew it was her and that he was sorry. She pulled her hand away, tearfully maintaining her identity as Yi Xinguang. Ignoring her protests, he pulled her into a tight embrace, apologizing for not having protected her well. In a trance, she murmured his title, elder brother, before snapping back to reality and asking him to let her go as a female doctor in a lab coat appeared in the hallway. The doctor, Chang Dan-ran, looked at them as Xinguang became wide awake. Looking intently at Xia Yikeo, Dan-ran recognized him, thinking to herself that it was him. She briskly instructed a nurse to call for Dr. Bo and said she would wait in the operating room. Xia Yikeo turned to Xinguang and asked if she was all right, to which she replied she was fine. He then asked if she knew the female doctor, but she denied it, while her brother's friend mused that only a ghost would believe they didn't know each other. Later, inside the operating room, a colleague asked Dan-ran what happened, noting that her focus during the surgery was off. She claimed the operation was flawless, but then admitted that she had seen Xia Yikeo and realized she still couldn't treat him like a stranger. Leaning against the wall, she asked her colleague if that made her useless. He asked where she had seen him, and she explained it was in their department and that he appeared to have a new girlfriend. She reflected sadly that he was not an impulsive person, so the girl he would hug so openly in a hospital must be the one in his heart. Back in the patient's room, Dr. Bo introduced his junior colleague, Dr. Chang Dan-ran, to Mr. Song and his family as an expert physician who would be looking after him. As Dr. Bo prepared to leave, he advised Dan-ran to take care of herself and not get distracted during work. Xia Yikeo then spoke her name, confirming that it was really her. She ignored him completely and addressed the patient, telling him to rest well. Xia Yikeo confronted her, asking why she wouldn't even give him a look after so many years and calling her cruel. Later, in Dan-ran's office, Xia Yikeo appeared, asking her how she had been after such a long time. She maintained her professional demeanor, stating that they could discuss personal matters after she was off work. He revealed he was asking about the condition of the patient in bed 19, but she refused, citing patient privacy for non-family members. He then claimed to be a family member, a half-son, explaining that since Mr. Song was his sister's adoptive father, that made him his half-father as well. Flustered, Dan Ran thought to herself that half-son must mean son-in-law. Just as she agreed to retrieve the records, a nurse rushed in to report an emergency with another patient. Dan Ran apologized and asked him to wait, and he told her to go ahead, saying he wasn't in a hurry. As she left, his phone rang with a call from a contact named Xin Zai. He answered to a child's voice crying for his mama. Xia Yikeo asked who the child's mother was, and the boy replied that he was looking for his mama, Chang Dan Ran. Shocked, Xia Yikeo wondered when she had a son and asked who his father was. The boy accused an uncle named Bo Jingyu of stealing his mother's phone and threatened that he had installed a virus that would make it explode if it wasn't returned. Xia Yikeo informed the child that his mother was in a sick room, prompting the boy to say he had saved his own life before hanging up. Looking at a framed photo on the desk showing Dan Ran with Dr. Bo, Xia Yikeo realized Bo Jingyu was the patient's attending physician and concluded that Dan Ran was married with a son. Meanwhile, Dan Ran's colleagues were gossiping about Dr. Bo's patient, whose daughter, Xinguan, they called the mermaid girl. They excitedly told a clueless Dan Ran that Xinguang's super-rich partner had invited all the experts and had even been seen comforting and carrying her in the hospital. She returned to her office to find Xia Yikeo still waiting and formally announced she would now rearrange Mr. Song's medical records. In another part of the hospital, Xinguang was on the phone, frantically explaining to someone she called Big Cancer that he was misunderstanding the situation with Xia Yikeo. After a tense silence, the man on the phone warned her this was the only time and then correctly guessed she had been buying sanitary napkins, flustering her. He instructed her to go back to the hotel to rest and let the bodyguards handle the night watch, but she started to protest about her father. He cut her off, declaring that he would have Xia Yikeo watch the night instead. After hanging up, Xinguang was bewildered, realizing the man didn't know Xia Yikeo was her brother and was therefore not afraid of being made a cuckold. Elsewhere, Dan Ran was on a video call with her son, Zio Man, who told her he felt sick again. He cried that he didn't want to take his medicine anymore. As she promised to return immediately, he pleaded with her not to come back, afraid he would bite her, and asked to be left alone before ending the call. Distressed, Dan Ran wondered why he had relapsed so quickly and rushed out of her office, only to stop short as she found Xia Yikeo standing right in front of her door, making her wonder how long he'd been there and what he had overheard. Xia Yikeo confronted Chang Dan Ran, noting that after 5 years of absence, she unexpectedly had a son. Visibly distressed, she retorted that not everyone could afford a high single tax like him, and that it was normal for someone her age to have children, before he pressed her on whether she had married Bo Jingyu. She dodged away as he cornered her, demanding to know why she had stopped talking. She turned from him, remarking that this behavior was not like the usual style of young Master Xia. Looking back over her shoulder, she sarcastically asked if his tone meant he still missed her after 5 years. He angrily told her she was too confident, prompting her to ask what it mattered to him if she was married or not. She continued that if he wanted to know about the patient in bed 19, he should ask the experts from the imperial capital, as they knew more than she did. She tried to leave, stating she was in a hurry, but he stopped her, saying he had something to ask. He explained he just wanted to prescribe a box of painkillers, which made her question if Mr. Song was in so much pain, reminding him that there were already painkillers in his infusion. He clarified that the medicine was not for Mr. Song, but for Xinguan. He explained that Missy's menstrual period was coming soon, and she wanted the specific brand of medicine she used prepared in advance, as it could only be prescribed in a hospital. Chang Dan Ran stated coldly that she couldn't prescribe medicine if the person wasn't sick. He argued that it was unpredictable, and she might be unable to get any if she felt uncomfortable alone in her hotel at night, adding that he wouldn't be asking her if he could just buy it in a pharmacy. Chang Dan Ran realized that if it wasn't for Xinguan, he wouldn't be looking for her at all. She curtly agreed, then told him to stop being sentimental and to leave quickly. Later, at her home, an older woman told Chang Dan Ran that Zio Man was sick again. The woman explained that the boy had locked himself in his room, refused his medicine, and wouldn't let anyone in, urging her to give him the medicine so he would be fine. Chang Dan Ran knocked, calling for her son Zio Man to open the door. Inside, Zio Man was trembling in bed, thinking that he didn't want to drink drugs and be a monster. He flashed back to being bullied at kindergarten, where other children called him a blood-drinking monster who carried a blood bag, yelling for everyone to run before he sucked their blood. He covered his ears, insisting that he wasn't a monster. His grandmother lamented outside, wondering why her grandson, who had always been obedient, was now refusing his medicine. She then berated Chang Dan-ran, questioning what kind of parents she and Jing-yu were, since both were doctors but couldn't cure their own son's disease. Chang Dan-ran could only apologize meekly. Elsewhere, Xia Yikao carried Xinguan from a car under an umbrella in the rain. She thought to herself how thoughtful he was, making her feel soft-hearted enough to want to call him elder brother. He noticed her expression and asked what was wrong. She told brother Xia that she wasn't his sister Xia Qiang, and that with his charisma and care, she might fall in love with him. He looked away guiltily, thinking that what he was doing for her was nothing compared to the harm his family had caused her. She asked him to take care of her father that night and contact her if anything happened. He handed her a box of painkillers, telling her not to be so stern, to go to bed early, and not to set the air conditioner too low. As she thanked him, she wondered why such a considerate 32-year-old man was still unmarried. Later, Xinguan asked Xia Yikao if he really didn't know Dr. Chang, but he bluntly denied it. Xinguan mused that Dr. Chang was good-looking and highly educated, suggesting he should pursue her if he liked her. He told her not to worry about it, revealing that Dr. Chang was married with a 5-year-old child. Xinguan was shocked, realizing he knew details about the woman he claimed not to know. He added that her husband was her father's doctor, Bo Jingyu. Xinguan couldn't believe Dr. Bo had a wife and had never mentioned it. When Xia Yikao asked if she knew him well, she explained that he was always monitoring her father's illness and commented that Dr. Chang and Dr. Bo must be a talented, like-minded couple. Xia Yikao scoffed at the idea. Xinguan pressed on, saying they seemed very suitable as they were both doctors, and that marrying a stable and famous man like Dr. Bo would surely lead to happiness. Annoyed, Xia Yikao simply told her to go to bed early and left. Watching him leave, Xinguan sensed there was more to the story. Deciding to investigate, she called a contact saved as Big Cancer, thinking her brother's good friend might know what had happened between him and Dr. Chang. Her gossip soul ignited. She immediately asked if Xia Yikao had ever been in love before. The person on the phone, Bo Jingyu, replied with a name, Chang Dan-ran. Excited, Xinguan knew she was right. She told Bo Jingyu that her brother had lost his soul upon seeing Dr. Chang earlier. Bo Jingyu then explained their history. They dated, but 5 years ago Chang Dan-ran dumped Xia Yikao and married him instead. When Xinguan asked why, Bo Jingyu stated that he only knew Xia Kaifu had given Chang Dan-ran a large sum of money, after which she left Xia Yikao. Xinguan was shocked, wondering if Dr. Chang was a money digger, but Bo Jingyu suggested there was an inside story, asking if she knew who Xia Kaifu was. Laughing, Xinguan replied that she knew her own father very well. Bo Jingyu then let slip another detail, asking if Xia Yikao also saw Xiao Man. Confused, Xinguan demanded to know who Xiao Man was, and Bo Jingyu revealed he was Chang Dan-ran's son. Xinguan was stunned, realizing her brother was completely out of the running and furiously blaming her father, Xia Kaifu, for the situation. Later, Bo Jingyu called her back, and after confirming she was back at her hotel, he told her to rest well before going to the hospital the next day. After they hung up, he stared out the window, wondering about the state of the child, Xiao Man. A flashback began, showing Bo Jingyu 4 years prior during Xinguan's college entrance exams. He was watching over her secretly, thinking that letting her go was also a way of letting himself go. He remembered that she had missed the final part of her exam due to an accident, and he didn't want her to make the same mistakes again. Disguised as a taxi driver, he thought that even if they didn't recognize each other, he hoped she would have fewer regrets in her life. Suddenly, he heard a shout to give way and saw a panicked Chang Dan-ran running desperately with a sick baby in her arms. He recognized her instantly and recalled Xia Yikao mentioning that the son she had for him had died in infancy. He wondered if this was that same child. Seeing the child's condition, a thought crossed his mind as he looked on with determination. Maybe he could do something to help. Xinguan relaxes in a luxurious bubble bath, musing that the large swimming pool in the Yi family manor is incredibly comfortable. A glittering vision of a mermaid formed from starlight appears before her, making her wonder if it could be a hint meant for her. She quickly dismisses the thought, telling herself to calm down and that it's impossible for him to be so romantic, deciding instead to watch some television. The TV is showing a live news report about a gas station explosion where 5 people were killed. A crowd of reporters surrounds a man identified as Mr. Yi, questioning him about his health, whether it will affect the presidential campaign, and if the explosion was an assassination attempt by his competitor, Lu Zhanyuan. Mr. Yi declines to comment, stating that his next stop is the memorial service for his bodyguards who died because of him, and that his heart is very sad. Elsewhere, Lu Zhanyuan watches the broadcast as his subordinate asks if he has discovered who is behind his back, adding that it must be uncomfortable to carry such blame. On another channel, a commentator speculates that the incident might be Yi Shiting's own bitter trick for the election, questioning how he alone survived unscathed. The subordinate thinks this is a good idea, but Lu Zhanyuan simply smiles, intrigued. He tells his subordinate to get to work immediately. Another man, Han Chengbei, confronts Lu Zhanyuan, asking if he really intends to guide public opinion by claiming Yi Shiting orchestrated the incident, before suddenly worrying if this plan will affect his babe. Lu Zhanyuan coolly asks who his babe is. Han Chengbei insists that while he doesn't care how the public opinion is guided, Lu Zhanyuan is not allowed to hurt Xinguan. Lu Zhanyuan notes that he seems to be paying special attention to this woman. Han Chengbei passionately declares that she is his grandpa and his hope in the world, and that without her, he wouldn't be where he is today, warning that anyone who dares to hurt her will be his enemy. Lu Zhanyuan asks if he is in love with a married woman, reminding him that she is Yi Junqing's official spouse. Han Chengbei frantically denies it, explaining that his love for her is not romantic, but is pure worship, calling her his belief. As he gets a call from his father, he tells brother Lu one last time not to hurt his belief before leaving. Later, Lu Zhanyuan's subordinate presents him with an envelope of photos, asking if they should be published. Lu Zhanyuan dismisses them, saying they have nothing to do with him and won't affect either Yi Shiting or Yi Junqing. He then asks about the investigation into Yi Xinguan, and his subordinate reports that while her parents' names have been found, she appears to be adopted, and her true identity remains a mystery. The subordinate adds that even Xia Yikeo pays special attention to her, suggesting her background is far from simple. But Lu Zhanyuan tables the investigation, stating his priority is to find out who tried to frame him for the explosion and then saved his reputation. As he thinks, the name Yi Xinguan comes to mind, and he finds the situation very interesting. Meanwhile, Yi Xinguan wakes up feeling refreshed after a long sleep. She checks her phone only to see the top search result on Weibo is a shocking headline claiming the gas station explosion was self-directed and acted by Yi Shiting himself. She is horrified, wondering if she needs to come forward to prove how dangerous the fire really was. Her thoughts are interrupted by a phone call informing her that something is wrong with Mr. Song and that she should get to the hospital. At the hospital, doctors try to convince Mr. Song to take his medicine, warning him that his condition is dangerous. He angrily shoos them away, thinking about the thirst for blood his son-in-law mentioned and resolving to endure it just as he did. A female doctor observes that Mr. Song's body index is nearly identical to when Xiao Man was sick. She enters his room and gently asks if his pain is due to a desire to drink blood, revealing that her own son suffers from the same strange affliction. Mr. Song just tells Dr. Chang to leave him alone. Outside the door, Yi Xinguan arrives and overhears, shocked at the possibility of her father having such a disease. The doctor presses Mr. Song about how he contracted the illness, and he replies only that it was to survive. The doctor considers this, wondering if this strange disease is the reason Mr. Song suddenly stabilized after being critically ill, and why Xiao Man had a miraculous recovery. She offers to get him a blood bag, but he refuses, insisting he will get through it. At that moment, Yi Xinguan bursts into the room, crying out for her dad. She tearfully asks how he got the blood-sucking disease and immediately blames Yi Junqing for passing it to him. Her father corrects her, explaining that he did it voluntarily and that it saved his life. It dawns on Yi Xinguan that the cancer guy saved her dad's life. She reassures her father that she knows a way to cure the disease, but he must drink blood first to get through the current crisis. She then calls Yi Junqing, who asks why she's at the hospital so early. She angrily demands to know what he did to her father to make him suffer so much. She yells at him for not telling her what happened. He simply says he's sorry and then thanks her. Confused, she asks why he's thanking her, and he replies that her father told him she saved him. Her anger melts away, and she promises to save both of them, revealing that she knows of a cure for the strange disease. He tells her that thank you is meaningless, and he would prefer she express her gratitude with 2 other words. When she asks which words, he playfully suggests she call him a djinn. Blushing furiously, she understands his game and he teases that she should end every sentence with his name. Flustered, she declares she doesn't want to talk anymore and quickly hangs up, but not before stammering out a final a djinn. After the call, she smiles warmly, sending a message to Big Cancer, who promptly replies. Her resolve renewed, she tells herself it's time to get down to business to cure her father and Yi Junqing, realizing she must go to sea. Leaving the hospital, she is met by Brother Xia, who offers to take her back to her hotel. She politely declines, telling him to rest, and that she has a private matter to attend to that is not convenient for him to follow. Later that night, she's piloting a boat, feeling sleepy after hours at the helm. She is suddenly startled by the appearance of Brother Xia, who explains he didn't trust her to go alone and followed her onto the vessel. He offers to take over driving so she can sleep. She is shocked he was on board the whole time and worries about him discovering her secret. Realizing they are too far out to turn back, she reluctantly agrees, telling him to follow the navigation. She reasons that she can't just throw him overboard, so she'll have to tolerate his presence. Back in the city, an assistant shows Yi Junqing news on a phone about Little Mermaid being spotted with the Xia family's young master, complete with a photo of Yi Xinguan and Brother Xia together. Yi Junqing calmly orders his subordinate to find out who leaked the picture. Another, more astute assistant argues that the photos are misleading, as Miss Yi's father is gravely ill and she would not be in the mood for romance. Yi Junqing praises his intelligence, and when asked if he believes it's a misunderstanding, he confidently asserts that a relationship between them is impossible. He is then informed that if the matter isn't clarified, it could harm Miss Yi's reputation. Yi Junqing muses to himself that he wouldn't mind revealing that Xia Yikeo is his brother-in-law, but he will respect the Little Mermaid's wishes if she wants to keep her identity a secret. Yi Junqing tries calling Yi Xinguan, but the call goes straight to a notification that her phone is turned off. He grits his teeth, thinking that she shut it down directly, which must mean she is very angry. He then tries calling Xia Zhaoyi, only to be told that the number is out of the service area. Fuming, he wonders why this cheating couple, after being exposed by the news, would plan to elope and fail. Elsewhere, Xia Yanyan sits at a dinner table with her parents. Her father angrily asks if she knows how much damage posting such a thing on Weibo will do to her brother's image. Yanyan retorts that she was just stating facts and questions if he thinks her brother is too kind to Yi Xinguan. Her mother interjects, telling Yanyan that she knows she's angry, but she cannot insult her brother. Yanyan claims they have misunderstood and that she just wants to get her shares back, explaining that if the two of them clarify the photo situation, Yi Xinguan would have to return the shares to prove everything is okay between them. She asks her parents if they really want Xia's shares to be in the hands of outsiders, before announcing she is full and heading back to her room to rest. In her room, she looks at her phone with a smirk, noting that netizens have finally turned against Yi Xinguang's fans. She muses that since Yi Xinguan cheated first, netizens will definitely not be disgusted if she decides to marry Yi Junqing. With a determined look, she thinks that she will now proceed with her plan. Meanwhile, Yi Junqing sits in a tense meeting in his office, feeling the pressure build. He thinks to himself that it seems the two of them don't plan to call him anymore, and that he's very disappointed. He imagines that the girl probably thought he misunderstood again and now doesn't dare to call him, making him feel that asking her to write self-criticisms 10 times was all for nothing. His thoughts are interrupted when his assistant enters the room to inform him that the vice president has arrived. He asks what the vice president came to see him for, but his assistant doesn't know. He instructs her to invite the visitor to the reception room, saying he will be there shortly. Yi Junqing enters the reception room and asks Vice President Pan Tenglong what wind brought him here. The Vice President replies that it must be the spring breeze, as he wants to congratulate Mr. Yi. Yi Junqing wryly asks what happy event would require the Vice President to come and congratulate him in person. The Vice President then pulls out a document, saying he never expected that the national treasure of country A, after 1,000 choices, would choose one of the two heroes of the Yi family. He presents the marriage application, which names Yi Junqing as the candidate for marriage to the national treasure, Xia Yanyan, calling it a match made in heaven. Yi Junqing coolly reminds Vice President Pan that he already has an official partner. The Vice President counters that, while he has an official partner certificate, he lacks a marriage certificate, meaning Miss Yi can only be regarded as his fiancée. He explains that since Miss Xia has the privilege of running, the country allows him to dissolve the relationship and return to being single. He declares that Yi Junqing will then marry Miss Xia Yanyan. Yi Junqing tells him to relay a message to Xia Yanyan that he doesn't like her, and that he and Yi Xinguang will go to get their marriage certificate tomorrow. The vice president warns him that according to the National Treasure Protection Law, once Miss Xia submits the application, the Civil Affairs Bureau will no longer be able to process a marriage certificate for him with anyone else, leaving him with only two options: marry Miss Xia or accept judicial prosecution. Yi Jun-jin defiantly tells him to sue him. Vice President Pan warns him to think carefully, as accepting prosecution would mean 3 years in prison, and the entire Yi family would have their political rights revoked. He then plays his trump card, reminding Yi Jun-jin that his brother, Yi Shi-ting, is running for president. He spells it out that if Yi Jun-jin refuses to marry Miss Zia, Yi Shi-ting will be disqualified from the presidential election, and urges him to consider it carefully. The vice president then says they will leave first, but reminds Yi Jun-jin that he only has 3 days to make a choice. After they leave, a younger, blonde-haired man peeks into the room and asks what the situation is. He reads the document and exclaims in shock that a woman named Zia Yan wants to marry his brother Jin, demanding to know what is going on. He remarks that the Zia family is truly amazing, with the elder brother stealing Yi Xinguan and the younger sister now stealing Yi Jun-jin, calling it a ruined family mix. He asks his brother what he plans to do, and if he will compromise. The blonde man then recalls brother Jin once telling him that their marriages are meant to strengthen the country, and that everything, including his own marriage, must serve his brother Ting's presidential campaign. He remembers being told that their fame is a tool to push brother Ting into the presidency, as this is the life of a politician's family. He sighs that he must devote himself to politics, even if he is unwilling. Yi Jun-jin looks pained, wondering if he can really tell Master Ting that he must give up the election just so he doesn't have to marry Zia Yan. Realizing this will mean he and Zio Xinguan are truly going to be torn apart. The scene changes to a boat on a vast blue sea. A young woman with dark hair stands at the bow and asks where they are. She then recognizes the lush green landscape as the place where she lived as a child. A man with her, brother Zia, asks if this is where she lived with her adoptive parents. She explains that she was adopted at 12 and lived here before that. The man is struck with remorse, wondering how he could have given up the search for his little sister back then and let a weak girl live in such a ghostly place. They arrive at a wooden cabin nestled near a waterfall. The young woman, Muya Jiushu, joyfully calls out for Yapo. An elderly woman holding a gnarled staff opens the door, and Muya Jiushu recognizes her as Jiu Shu. She runs forward and gives the old woman a tight hug, exclaiming that Zio Jiu has missed her so much. She then introduces the man with her as Brother Zia, explaining to him that her other name is Muya Jiushu. She tells Brother Zia to wait outside so she and Yapo can catch up on old times, leaving him looking perplexed. Inside, Jiu Shu tells the idiot girl she can't just visit so suddenly and asks what made her venture back. Muya explains that her adoptive father has a disease where he wants to suck blood, and she needs to know how to cure him. Jiu Shu asks how he got such a disease and if it's because they found her. Muya says it's a long story and begs for the cure. Jiu Shu replies that the solution is simple. She must go and inherit the throne. Muya is shocked and asks what succeeding the throne has to do with anything, reminding Jiu Shu that if she does, they will force her to marry the heir of the blood-sucking clan, an idea she has no interest in. Jiu Shu explains that it's the only way, as the prescription is part of that heir's dowry. Enraged, Muya asks who the heir of the vampire clan is, vowing to beat him until he gives her the prescription. Jiu Shu says she doesn't know, only that the old king chose an heir 10 years ago and offered him everything if he would marry their queen, but he refused. Muya is frustrated that she can't get the prescription without marrying the heir to get the dowry. Jiu Shu reminds her that she killed all the other successors back then, so no one is qualified to be queen except for her, meaning she must marry to be justified. Muya cries out, having forgotten about that story, and wonders why she beat them all down at the time. She recounts being abandoned at sea and washing up on Cuckoo Island where she met Yapo. There, she discovered the underwater country of Atlantis, where the high priest insisted she become an heir to the throne due to her special skeleton. This led to the king's other children hating her, and despite trying to avoid conflict, she was hunted down during the competition for the throne. In the end, she couldn't bear it anymore and defeated all of her opponents. She sighs that if she had known, she would have kept a few heirs behind so she could get married now. Jiu Shu tells her it's okay if she doesn't marry, as the disease isn't fatal, and her father can just insist on drinking blood. Muya gets the hint and confirms that she definitely won't use blood beads. As she and brother Zia leave on their speedboat, she wonders if the trip was in vain and if her father and big cancer can only survive by drinking blood. Suddenly, brother Zia points out a large cruise ship, the Summer Pearl, stopped in the water. He explains it's for exclusive families and wonders why it has stopped. Muya looks closer and notices speedboats surrounding the massive ship. They both realize with horror that the summer pearl has been robbed by pirates. A man frantically explains that the pearl has been robbed by pirates and they should call the police. But the young woman with him is resolute, stating that since Brother Zia drove them here, she will clean up the pirates for daring to rob people in her area. Brother Zia insists it's too dangerous, pointing out that they have no signal, and the two of them can't possibly beat a group of pirates, suggesting they find the patrolling marine police instead as he begins to drive away. Infuriated, she yells at him for leaving when she still has to deal with the pirates. Deciding to take matters into her own hands, she declares that she will knock him out and face the pirates by herself. A sharp thud echoes as she strikes him from behind. Meanwhile, on a larger ship, pirates armed with rifles hold wealthy guests hostage, ordering them not to move. The pirate leader threatens that disobedience will be their end, demanding everyone squat down with their hands behind their heads. Another pirate collects pearl necklaces in a sack, telling the hostages to hurry up. An older woman tries to comfort her husband, saying it's just a necklace, but he laments that it was his 50th birthday present to her. One of the pirates angrily points a gun at the man's head for staring at them, asking if he knows who he's dealing with. The pirate leader, an eye-patch-wearing man, is informed by his subordinate that their hostage is the father of Yixing and Junqing, realizing they have caught a big fish. He mockingly tells Mr. and Mrs. Yi that they will have to come with them. He then orders his men to take good care of their important hostages as they are led onto the pirate's speedboat. From a distance, a young boy with a lollipop watches the scene unfold. His subordinate asks if they should intervene, but the boy calmly states that it's not necessary, as someone will take care of it. The pirates celebrate their successful robbery when a young woman suddenly appears on their boat, announcing she is robbing them and demanding they hand over all the people and valuables. Amused, the pirates mock her, with the leader laughing that he didn't expect a girl to come and teach them a lesson. Another pirate remarks that it's like a chick delivering itself to their door on a good day, noting that while she is pretty, her brain isn't working right. The leader says he will teach her what a real robbery is. The young woman easily dispatches one of the pirates with a swift kick, surprising the others who comment on how hot she is. She then engages the rest of the crew, effortlessly fighting them all at once. The pirates on the other boat are shocked that a little girl could be a pirate herself, but one dismisses it as a case of a big fish eating a small fish. Having defeated his men, she stands over them in the water, telling them to hand over the money and people to be fine. The pirate leader, now wary, points a gun at her, calling her a chicken and warning her not to move or her life will end. She smirks, confidently asking if he's sure he can end her life. Suddenly, the water around them stirs as sharks begin to circle their boats. One pirate shouts in alarm that there are sharks, and the leader angrily retorts that he isn't blind and can see them. The woman coolly asks who is at risk now. A pirate furiously questions if she summoned the sharks, then dismisses it as bullshit, claiming it's just a coincidence. She challenges them to test that theory, warning that if they don't hand over the people and money, they won't leave there alive. The pirates, terrified by the swarming sharks, raise their hands in surrender, begging their queen and majesty to talk things out. The leader, now bowing profusely, admits they were blind not to recognize her greatness and pleads with her to send the sharks away. The sharks playfully nudge the boat, one even appearing with cartoonish flowers as if tamed. She tells them to hand over the people and money now. The pirate leader frantically agrees, ordering his men to throw all the valuables onto the speedboat with the hostages and disappear within a minute, lest they become supper for her pets. The hostages look on in amazement as the pirates dump the stolen goods onto their boat. The woman addresses the rescued couple, assuring them they can catch up with the cruise ship and asking if they can drive a speedboat. The man confirms he can and asks if she is letting them go and doesn't want the money. She holds up her hands, asking them to return the items to their original owners as she doesn't want them. The woman thanks her profusely for saving them, and the man asks for her name, promising a large reward in the future. The heroine winks, telling them they don't have to remember her, but if they must remember someone, they should remember her benefactor's name, Qin Junyi. She then leaps gracefully away, leaving the couple in stunned silence. Back on her own boat, Xinguan awakens with a groan. She apologizes for knocking him out and says she was just impulsive, but calmed down afterward, lying that she was too scared to fight the armed pirates. As they approach the city and their phones get a signal, Xinguan discovers they've been photographed together and the pictures have gone viral. A headline reads that the carp girl is with the young master of the Zia family. He warns her that if she doesn't admit they are siblings, their relationship will be misconstrued as an affair. Suddenly, her phone rings with a call from Big Cancer, Yi Junqing, and she panics that it's over. Jin's voice comes through the phone, demanding to know where she went and chastising her for not copying the self-criticism he assigned her last time. She tries to explain it's not what it looks like, and he shouldn't believe the nonsense online, but he coldly tells her to copy the review 100 more times before calling him back. She hangs up, wondering if he's angry about her supposed infidelity or her lack of trust in him. Just then, an angry Jin calls Xia Yikeo, shouting that his sister, Xia Yan, has submitted a marriage application to the country with his name on it, and telling him to inform his sister that she is dreaming. Xia Yikeo confirms with her that his sister wrote Jin's name on the application. He tells her not to worry and that he will stop Yan. He immediately calls his sister, who is lounging in bed, and asks if she filled in Jin's name on a marriage application form. Yan is surprised he found out so soon and defiantly states that even if she can't have his heart, she will have his body. Back on the boat, Xia Yikeo hangs up, telling Kiong he will deal with this when he gets back. She asks what he plans to do, questioning if telling his sister her true identity would stop her from trying to steal her man. She warns him not to tell anyone she is Xia Kiong, or they will break up. She then storms off, telling him to let Xia Yan know that if she wants to steal her man, it's a dream. Later, at a hospital, two nurses gossip about Xinguan, saying she's Jin's official partner, but is seen everywhere with Xia Yikeo, calling her character bad. A female doctor with purple hair overhears them and approaches Xia Yikeo, telling him to pay attention to his behavior or he will only harm Miss Yi. He asks what she means by that. She accuses him of being a bad influence and tells him not to ruin a nice person like Miss Yi. He suddenly grabs her and closes in, asking what she's doing and questioning if her concern over his affairs means she never forgot him. She struggles, telling him he's thinking too much and that she wouldn't have broken up with him if she'd never forgotten him. She explains that she cares about the family members of patients, and his photos are all over the internet, causing even the nurses at the hospital to point at him behind his back. The 12th chapter begins with Dr. Chang telling Xia Yikeo that if he genuinely likes Miss Yi, he must keep his distance to protect her from the vortex of public opinion. She pushes him away, warning him that he doesn't know how much public scrutiny can hurt a woman. He slams his hand against the wall in frustration, insisting it's not what she thinks it is. She calmly reminds him that they are in a hospital and he should be careful, at which point he clarifies that the woman in question is his long-lost little sister. Dr. Chang looks stunned, asking if this means he considers himself the half-son of Miss Yi's father. He retorts defensively, asking what's wrong with that. Since her father saved his sister, he will consider himself a half-son and repay the man well in the future. Just then, the door clicks open and Xia Yan peeks in, startling them as she greets Dr. Chang. Realizing she's interrupting, she smiles mischievously and says she can come back later, telling them to talk freely before closing the door and leaving them in an awkward silence. Later, outside the hospital, Dr. Chang asks Dr. Bo if he has completed the discharge procedures, and he confirms her parents have been transferred to a hospital in the imperial capital. As Xia Yikeo leaves, Dr. Chang watches him go, thinking sadly that it will be difficult to see him again now. Xia Yan thanks Dr. Bo for seeing her father off and asks him to call her once the artificial kidney is developed. He reassures her that her father is still his patient and he will continue to monitor his condition. As Xia Yan's family prepares to leave, she calls out to her brother, but Dr. Bo grabs Xia Yikeo's collar, warning him to treat her well or he will not be forgiven. After they've gone, Dr. Chang asks Dr. Bo why he didn't just tell Xia Yikeo that they were a fake couple, merely a combination to avoid the marriage lottery. He smiles, asking what he could possibly say and questions whether they could have a future now when nothing happened between them 5 years ago. He then playfully suggests she try to win back the heart that just drifted away in the car to see if they can fake it. Dr. Chang looks down, lamenting to herself that even after 5 years, she hasn't won him back and feels utterly worthless. At the imperial capital villa, Xia Yan watches over her sleeping father before sighing at a marriage application that lists her as national treasure, Xia Yan, and Jin as her partner. Jin appears behind her and gazes down at her intently. He then grabs her, angrily asking if she has copied the application 100 times yet, and questions if she even has the heart to ask about it. He tells her if she hasn't written it yet, she can do so after dinner, but she turns away, stating she doesn't want to talk to him anymore. He pulls her into his embrace and asks how she plans to clarify the scandalous photos of her with Xia Yikeo. Xia Yikeo, present in the room, announces his decision to hold a press conference and reveal that she is his younger sister, which will clear everything up. Jin scoffs, asking if he has considered whether she wants to deal with the rotten relatives from his family again. Despite Xia Yikeo's protest that she is his sister, Yi Junjin firmly declares that his woman has only one set of parents, Mr. Song Chuan Kai and MS. By Lan Wu, and no other blood relatives, warning him not to make arbitrary decisions. He furiously berates Xia Yikeo for never having done anything for his sister except cause her trouble, blaming his running off to T-City for her current predicament. As they argue, Xia Yan realizes with a shock that Yi Jin somehow knows her true identity as Xia Qiong, a fact she finds insane. Thinking that she really isn't Xia Qiong, she finally snaps, yelling for them both to shut up. She steps between them, declaring that she is the one who has the most say in the matter. She firmly tells Xia Yikeo that she is not Xia Qiong and never can be, so he must abandon his idea of a press conference because she will not admit to it. Yi Jin puts his arm around her as she concludes that if the photos online can't be clarified, so be it, as the innocent will prove themselves in time. Yi Jin then turns his attention back to Xia Yikeo, telling him that instead of pestering his woman and causing trouble, he should go find his son. Xia Yikeo is stunned, asking what son he is talking about. Yi Jin smirks, revealing that Chang Dan Ran gave birth to his son, who now calls another man dad. He tells Xia Yikeo to go to T-City, find a child named Zio Man, and get a paternity test before ordering him to leave. A bewildered Xia Yikeo departs while trying to make a phone call. Xia Yan is equally shocked, wondering how her brother could have a son and how Yi Jin knew about it. She grabs Yi Jin, demanding to know how he knew about the child, and he leans in close, whispering that she should be more concerned with appeasing his own hurt heart after being cuckolded. He repeats his question, asking if she intends to soothe his wounded heart. She retorts that she didn't cuckold him and doesn't care about public opinion. She quickly changes the subject back to her brother's son, eagerly asking for details and photos. Annoyed, he pinches her cheek, asking if it truly doesn't matter that he was publicly humiliated. She ignores him, clinging to his arm and excitedly exclaiming that she has a little nephew. He finally relents, explaining that 5 years ago, while accompanying a little bastard to the college entrance exam in T-City, he saw Chang Dan Ran a hospital holding a terminally ill baby, and he guessed it was Xia Yikeo's son. Xia Yan's expression immediately sours, and she asks who this little bastard was, jealously suggesting it was his first girlfriend. Yi Jin simply asks if she's jealous. She huffs that everyone has a past and storms off, saying she's going to be with her dad. He watches her leave with an infatuated smile. Later, with her parents settled in, Yi Jin explains to them that he brought them to the imperial capital for its superior medical care. Her mother, Bai Lan Wu, thanks him but then tells him that things between him, Xinguan, and Xia Yikeo are not what he thinks. He reassures her that he understands, explaining that he and Xia Yikeo are friends, and he already knew Xinguan was his sister. Bai Lan Wu insists that Xia Yikeo is mistaken and urges Yi Jin to persuade him, explaining that while they did save his sister, the child is gone and they don't want him bothering Xinguan. Realizing her true intentions, Yi Jin promises to persuade him well. Bai Lan Wu then asks about the news online, and he assures her it's all taken care of. He's blocked the news and has bodyguards posted to keep media away. He gives Xia Yan a new phone, telling her to turn off her old one for a few days to have some peace. As he settles in to read, she asks if he isn't going home. He replies that he's also avoiding the limelight and would rather not face his brothers at home. She tells him to take a shower, but he says he'll wait for his change of clothes to arrive. Realizing the villa only has 3 bedrooms, all of which are occupied, Xia Yan asks where he plans to sleep. With a sly smile, he asks if, with their currently announced relationship status, they still can't sleep in the same room. She blushes, remembering his public declaration on Kixi Festival, but feels his tone is too presumptuous. He pulls her into his lap, asking if she's against the idea and reminding her it's an officially announced relationship. Leaning closer, he asks if she really thinks he wants to remain a gentleman. She pushes him away, telling him her parents are here and that he should go home. He refuses, complaining that an empty room is too cold, despite the 38-degree weather. He feigns exhaustion, wishing his old sickness would relapse so he'd have a considerate girlfriend to be his pillow at night. Appalled, she tells him not to curse himself like that. He continues teasing, saying she would then force him to drink medicine that would ignite sparks of love, which finally makes her yell for him to shut up. Flustered, she announces she's taking a shower, and he calmly remarks on her impatience, telling her there's no hurry. She stomps away in a speechless rage. Soon after, a subordinate arrives to inform Yi Jin that the young masters of his family are looking for him. Yi Jun-jin dismisses it, not wanting to hear their ramblings. The subordinate then warns him that the vice president has given him a deadline. If he doesn't agree to marry Miss Zia, he will face an indictment from the court, which will also result in Mr. Ting's election qualification being cancelled, and asks if he has a plan. A man in a suit warns Yi Ting that the vice president has given him an ultimatum. Agree to marry Miss Zia, or face a court indictment that will also nullify his presidential candidacy. Yi Jun-jin enters and dismisses his bodyguard, telling him to stick to his job and not meddle in business that doesn't concern him. He walks into a room to find Yi Xinguan wrapped in a towel, looking completely flustered by his sudden appearance. She blushes furiously before quickly slamming the door in his face. He smirks to himself, amused that she could be so embarrassed and shy. Later, after his shower, he finds her in bed pretending to be asleep and snoring loudly. He leans close and whispers for her to snore a little quieter, teasing that the executives on his conference call will hear the little snoring fairy by his side, causing her to go instantly silent. Annoyed, she asks why he is still in a meeting, and he explains it's morning overseas, the perfect time for it. He playfully asks if she is angry because he didn't hug her, but she just pouts and tells him to keep his voice down so she can sleep. As she lies back down, she worries about the situation with Zia Yan, but sees he is too busy to talk about it. Once his call is over, he asks if her family is pressuring her to marry Zia Yan and if she is worried. She looks at him with resolve, stating that her worry isn't about Zia Yan's influence, but about his choice. She explains her fear that if he is forced to give up on her, she couldn't bear it, declaring that her man must be wholeheartedly devoted only to her. He reassures her that as long as she wants him, no one can take him away from her. He then teases her, saying he's afraid she's the one who doesn't want him, and that if she truly does, she should take the initiative to hug him and say so. She turns away, feigning annoyance and claiming she's too lazy to talk to him. He continues to playfully suggest that if the problem becomes unsolvable, he could just promise himself to Zia Yan and find a way out later, which provokes her into asking if he actually wants to give her away. He immediately retracts his statement, pinching her cheek and telling her to only focus on her father's health and not worry about anything else. He asks how he could be worthy of her love if he can't even handle someone like Zia Yan, before gently telling her to go to sleep. The next morning, Xinguan wakes up full of energy, only to be shocked by what she finds on her laptop. A news report shows that Yi Ting's name has vanished from the list of presidential candidates. An online article clarifies that he was disqualified after being identified as the mastermind behind a gas station explosion, leading to a lawsuit. Xinguan receives a call from a friend at a TV station who confirms that Yi Jun-jin was given 3 days to marry Zia Yan or face prosecution. Because he refused, the indictment was issued, causing his brother's disqualification and a major rift between them. Her friend then suddenly asks about photos of her with a man named Zia Yikeo. Overwhelmed, Xinguan insists there's nothing going on and hangs up, deciding she must go to the Yi Manor immediately. At the manor gate, bodyguards try to stop her, citing Master Jin's orders that she isn't to leave, but she retorts that she has business they can't handle for her. When they refuse to budge, she warns them not to make her use force before effortlessly leaping over the high gate. Inside, she yells that she doesn't have a brother like him before storming past. Yi Xinguan, a blonde young man, spots her and asks why she's there, explaining he came back after hearing about the big argument between Brother Jin and Brother Ting. He then angrily accuses her of getting together with Zia Yikeo behind his brother's back, questioning her conscience. She insists her relationship with Zia Yikeo is innocent and promises to explain later, rushing off to find Yi Jun-jin. She finds him on the phone and runs to hug him from behind. He asks why she isn't at the hospital, and she tearfully explains she came back after seeing the news, worried about him facing 3 years in prison. He asks if she is afraid for him, but she says she's not, though her feelings are a mess. He holds her face, questioning if her lack of fear comes from confidence in him or a lack of care. She defiantly declares that she has confidence in herself. He finds her confident expression adorable, but asks for the truth on whether he can solve it. He admits he is only 50% sure and that it's a gamble. She encourages him to go for it, promising to find a way to fix things if it fails, as long as his heart is with her. Moved, he agrees to proceed with boldness, asking for her support. She gives him a playful kiss on the cheek for encouragement, and he then coyly asks for kisses on his other cheek and his lips. In another location, a heated family argument unfolds as Zia Yan tells her aunt to convince her cousin, Yu Jian, to let her marry Yi Jun-jin. Yu Jian furiously asks why Yan Yan is causing trouble at a critical time for Yi Ting's election campaign, calling her desire to marry a man who doesn't love her a twisted form of happiness. Yan Yan claims the pressure on Jin isn't enough, but Yu Jian accuses her of acting like a third party interfering in a happy relationship. As the argument escalates, Xinguan calmly points out that Jin never agreed to the marriage and that she is his officially certified partner. Disgusted, Yu Jian decides to leave with her mother, disowning Yan Yan as her cousin and warning her that this path will lead to her offending everyone and ending with nothing. Enraged, Yan Yan vows to see who gets nothing in the end, determined to see how long Jin can hold out. Leaving the estate, Yu Jian calls her cousin and informs him that all business cooperation between their Yishi group and the Ziashi group is suspended indefinitely. She warns him to persuade Yan Yan, or else both the Yi and Yi families will hate her to the core before angrily losing control of her car. A guard shouts in alarm that Madame Yi has crashed. A man named Han questions Brother Lu about the recent photos of Yi Xinguan, asking if he's playing tricks, but Lu's subordinate coolly replies that their young master, Yi Jin, has no time for such gossip and has already released surveillance video proving Yi Xinguang's innocence. Han shakes his phone, musing that the person who exposed the photos must be disappointed now that the couple has only gained more support. The subordinate then asks if Han truly saw Yu may leave the Xia family empty-handed. Han confirms this, explaining that after begging Xia Yanyan to let go and being met with a firm refusal, Yu may became so enraged she crashed her car into the gate of his manor. He adds that he personally escorted her back to the Yi family, confirming the story's truth. The subordinate provides an update, revealing that upon her return, Yu Jian terminated all cooperation with the Xia group, a move seemingly designed to force their hand. Han expresses surprise at Yi Jin's persistence for Xiao Xinguang, but the subordinate advises caution, stating that Yi Jin is not an emotional person and would not jeopardize his brother's presidential campaign for a woman. He continues, noting that since Yi Shiding withdrew from the race, the negative publicity from the gas station explosion has vanished, and public support has surged, leaving only Vice President Pan Tenglong as a viable competitor. Han plots that if Yi Jin gives up on the woman, Yi Shiding will be back on the candidate list just before the final vote next week. He decides they should fan the flames and encourage Xia Yanyan to persevere, confident in her desperate nature, and then declares that as soon as Yi Jin breaks up with Xiao Xinguang, he will marry her himself, urging his subordinate to work towards this outcome for his brother's happiness. Elsewhere, Xia Yanyan smashes a glass in fury, crying on the phone to her friend Huai Yun that no one cares about her happiness. Huai Yun pledges her full support. Yanyan, touched, invites her shopping and calls Yi Xinguang a poisonous snake, which her friend readily agrees with before hanging up. The friend, however, smirks deviously, confident that Xia Yanyan will never give up on Yi Jin. Her father, Pan Tenglong, approaches and instructs her to comfort Xia Yanyan, telling her to be brave in pursuing her own happiness. He wants her to assure Yanyan that even if the world turns against her, he will be her secret supporter. She assures her father she understands, knowing Yanyan's pride would never allow her to lose to the mermaid girl, while her father marvels at their good fortune at this crucial moment in the campaign. She asks her father how confident he is in the election now, with Lu Zhanyuan still a strong opponent, but he simply replies that man proposes and God disposes. She privately reflects on how they must thank the marriage agency for sending a mermaid girl to drive Yi Jin to distraction, stealing her resolve by reminding herself this is all for her father's presidency. The scene shifts to Yi Xinguang telling Yi Jin that she heard his sister-in-law went to the Xia's house and was in a car accident, wondering if she should pay her a visit. He advises against it, asking what she could possibly say at such a tense time. He tells her to stay and care for her father, hinting that there are more pressing matters to worry about. Just then, her phone rings. She informs him it's a message from his sister-in-law, who says his parents are returning tomorrow and has asked her to come to the airport. Yi Jin's expression darkens as he admits he's worried because his parents used to dislike her the most, which is why he had arranged for them to travel the world in the first place. He tells Xinguang to make the excuse that her father needs her. As she texts, she admits to him how scary it is to meet his parents at this juncture. She adds that his sister-in-law specified that his mother personally requested her presence. He insists she doesn't have to go, but she frets over whether her dad or his mother is more important, concluding they are equally so. He warns her to be mentally prepared as his parents can be quite difficult and picky. She worries that no matter how likable she is, the family's current turmoil means they won't like her. A moment later, her phone dings with a reply. The sister-in-law threatens to bring his parents to the hospital to see her dad if she doesn't show up at the airport. Flustered, Xinguan asks if she should just go. Meanwhile, Junqing is on the phone with his mother, who is asking incredulously if he thinks she and his father are tigers who will eat his partner. He explains that his wife is timid and he's afraid they'll scare her away, pleading that at 27, he just wants to start a family with the person he loves. His mother promises not to embarrass the girl, but her tone shifts to outrage when he suggests they just look at photos online. His father yells that he's acting as if they are evil parents before they've even met her, and threatens to never see him or his wife again if he continues this way. Frustrated, Junqing hangs up and tells Xinguan that they will go tomorrow. She sighs that an ugly daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws, but he pulls her into a hug, whispering that his wife is beautiful. The next day in the car on the way to the airport, his sister-in-law reassures a nervous Xinguan that their mother isn't an evil mother-in-law. Junqing advises her to smile, be polite, and say sweet things. Xinguan internally grumbles, wondering how anyone could know if Big Cancer's mother isn't a troublemaker, her anxiety rising as she glances at Junqing's frowning face. At the airport, she looks around nervously and tells Junqing she wants to hide. He announces he's going to the toilet, much to his sister-in-law's surprise, who notes this is his third trip already. As he walks away, his sister-in-law wonders if he has kidney problems, causing Xinguan to panic that her happiness is doomed. Suddenly, a familiar woman's voice calls out, and Xinguan turns to see the elderly couple she once saved. She greets them, surprised by the coincidence. The woman expresses her regret for not getting her contact information before and insists on thanking her properly. Upon learning Xinguan works in the capital, she enthusiastically invites her to her home. Seeing Xinguan's nervousness, she tells her not to worry, saying any parents-in-law would be lucky to have her and would surely be smiling from ear to ear. Not realizing who she is speaking to, Xinguan confides that her partner's parents don't seem to like her, and that he's so nervous he's hiding in the bathroom. She asks the woman for advice on how to please elders. The woman, puzzled, asks how anyone could dislike her. She then gives some sobering advice, telling her to be careful if the elders disapprove of the marriage, and even suggests breaking up if it doesn't work out, cheekily offering her own unmarried sons as an alternative. At that moment, Junqing returns and sternly asks his mother what she is talking about. His father chides him for scaring her, while his mother asks Xinguan where her partner is. Blushing, Xinguan admits that she is his partner, leaving the parents utterly stunned. She laughs awkwardly, explaining how she had just been telling her future mother-in-law how afraid she was that her future parents-in-law wouldn't like her. Outside, Junqing's sister-in-law sees the group, and worried about the election's impact on their opinion of Xinguan, decides to go support her. She quickly joins them, urging everyone into the car and mentioning she spotted a reporter. Once they're driving, she asks about their trip, and her father-in-law reveals they were held at gunpoint by pirates. Her mother-in-law explains that they were saved only because Xinguan intervened, revealing her amazing ability to control sharks. Xinguan downplays it, saying she once saved a king shark as a child, and ever since, sharks have been friendly and would listen to her sing. The mother-in-law dismisses it as more than coincidence, declaring Xinguan a lucky star sent from heaven to protect their family. A woman with pink hair tells her mother that the second brother winning over Xinguan is definitely much better than him being with Xia Yanyan. The mother asks what is going on with Yanyan, fuming about how a girl with no grounds for marriage could take advantage of her privileges to cause such trouble for their family at this juncture. She says she tried to get Yanyan to give in, but the girl was very persistent. A man in the front seat declares that the family cannot afford to be threatened by a girl. The mother reassures Xinguan, telling her not to worry and that she and her husband will support her as their daughter-in-law. They arrive at a large mansion for a family dinner. Inside, a tense argument is already underway as a man named Yishiding slams his hands on the table, shouting that there is no way he will marry Xia Yanyan. He declares that even if he fails in his presidential run this time, he can try again in 4 years, but marriage is for life and he refuses to agree to it. Another man with blue-streaked hair confronts him, questioning why he would persuade someone else to marry for the family's sake, but won't do it himself. Junqing looks sternly at his brother, stating that while he hopes he's happy, there are things he should know better than anyone, and asks if he's tired of being a CEO and wants to be a prisoner instead. Scheiding retorts that no one can force him into a marriage he doesn't want, and that even years in jail don't matter to him. Junqing shoots back, asking what about the Yi family, the entire group, and the team that worked so hard for his presidential campaign. An older man, their father, angrily tells them to stop talking, asking if they want to become a laughingstock for outsiders. He explains that while he wants to support Junqing, the matter is not just about the election, but that Junqing will face prison. The mother disagrees, stating that they can't let the girl from the Xia family take advantage of them, and that if Xinguan hadn't saved Junqing from the gas station explosion, he would have died long ago. She calls him ungrateful. Scheiding argues that while Xinguan was kind, letting Junqing make his own choice would land him in jail and make their 4-year campaign worthless, asking if anyone has considered how Xinguan will be affected. The father, furious with Junqing's attitude, tells him he doesn't need to eat the reunion dinner. Junqing calmly states that he and his father have the same attitude and will not bow to the wishes of the Xia family's girl, before apologizing for ruining the meal and telling his father he is too emotional. As the brothers are about to leave, the father yells that if they don't want to eat, they should get out of his house. The mother tells Xinguan to ignore them and eat together, while Xinguan internally wishes this conflict between brothers wasn't happening. Later, Junqing explains to Xinguan that the regret medicine has a minimal impact on the fate of others. He clarifies that if Yi Scheiding fails in the presidential election this time, he might miss his chance at the presidency forever, proving the medicine is not a panacea. Xinguan asks Junqing how he plans to resolve the matter without delaying his brother's campaign. She worries that his brother will hate her in the future if he fails. Junqing pulls her into an embrace, telling her not to care about his brother's feelings since his brother doesn't care about theirs. She reminds him that he is his eldest brother, but Junqing scoffs that his brother seems to have forgotten that fact. Xinguan looks at a news report on her phone blaming Yi Scheiding for a gas station explosion and celebrating his disqualification from the presidential race. She asks why his brother doesn't explain himself, but Junqing reveals the disqualification wasn't because of the bombing, but because Xia Yanyan demanded marriage and he refused, then asks why she still cares about a man who told him to leave her. Xinguan offers to help clarify the situation on Weibo, mentioning she has many fans. Junqing quickly takes her phone, asking if she wants netizens to scold him for ignoring his brotherly duties. He tells her that even his own family can't see his perspective, let alone strangers online, and reveals his eldest brother is now using their other siblings to pressure him into submission. He worries that with media exposure, his brother will use public opinion to force his hand. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xinguan sighs that it has become a case of brothers turning on each other. Junqing tells her not to worry yet and informs her that his mother has invited her to go shopping with her the next day. The following day, as she heads out, she runs into Xia Yanyan at the mall. She overhears Yanyan telling a friend that Junqing's parents returned and he had a major fight with his brother. Yanyan boasts that she has bribed several maids in the Yi household to report everything to her immediately. She reveals she knows Xinguan saved the parents from pirates, which is why they now favor her as a daughter-in-law over Scheiding's presidential campaign. Yanyan urges her friend to get her father to expedite the court proceedings to force Junqing's hand, fearing she'll be hated by the Yi family if the campaign fails. As Yanyan leaves, Xinguan's mother-in-law, Bai Lanwu, approaches and warmly tells her to call her mom. They go to a boutique where Bai Lanwu has ordered some custom dresses. While Xinguan is in the fitting room, Xia Yanyan and her friend approach Bai Lanwu trying to buy one of the exclusive dresses. Yanyan offers 10 times the price, but Bai Lanwu smiles and says their family is not short of money. Yanyan tries to use her status, introducing herself and her friend, the vice president's daughter, to intimidate the older woman. Just then, Xinguan emerges from the fitting room looking stunning in a new dress. Bai Lanwu beams, exclaiming how beautiful her daughter is. Yanyan is shocked and enraged to see Xinguan, calling her a Zio Bai lion. She sneers that it's no wonder Xinguan is so arrogant with a mother like hers. Bai Lanwu calmly corrects her, stating she is not only Xinguan's mother, but also the mother of Yi Scheiding, whose campaign Yanyan sabotaged, and the mother of Yi Junqing, whom Yanyan is trying to force into marriage. Stunned, Yanyan realizes who she is. Bai Lanwu coolly asks Yanyan why she insists on clinging to a child who doesn't appreciate her. She then instructs the staff to wrap up all the clothes, announcing that she and her baby daughter have more shopping to do, leaving Yanyan speechless as Xinguan looks on in awe. Walking through the mall with their purchases, Xinguan notes how expensive the dresses were. Her mother-in-law dismisses it as losing money to eliminate a disaster, and reminds her she still owes the president's wife a dress. This gives Xinguan an idea. She decides that if Junqing can't fix the situation before the trial, she will go to the presidential palace herself, return a dress, and reveal that she is also a mermaid. 5 days later, on the day of the court summons, she sees that nothing has changed and decides she can't wait any longer, grabbing a dress box and rushing out the door. At the presidential palace, Xinguan meets the president's wife, Yanbei, and explains that she is there to see her eldest cousin. After waiting for 20 minutes, the president arrives. Xinguan immediately asks him if national treasures have special privileges. He asks if she likes Junqing very much, and how much she likes him. She replies that she is willing to tell everyone her secret for him. She then declares that if she is also a national treasure and Junqing's official spouse, then the matter should be on a first-come, first-served basis. The president dismisses her assumption as invalid and tells her to calm down. She insists her hypothesis is valid, questioning who said Xia Yanyan is the only mermaid in the world. She reveals that she is also a mermaid and demands he notify the court to withdraw the prosecution against Junqing, threatening to jump into a fountain to prove it. The president calmly tells her to go somewhere with him first. He leads her down a hallway and into a room with a large screen. She asks why they are there as he turns on the screen, which shows a live broadcast from the Supreme Court where Junqing's trial is about to begin. In the courtroom, Xia Yanyan and her friend arrive late. The friend tells Xia Yanyan that she believes Junqing won't be stupid enough to go to prison, as it would mean the end of his brother's presidential campaign and the revocation of the entire family's political rights. The session begins, and the judge states that according to the law, Junqing has no right to refuse a marriage application from a national treasure. The judge asks Junqing for his final answer. A young man from the Yi family stands up, begging his brother to think of them and not abandon the family for a girl he's only known for a few months. The judge bangs his gavel for silence. Yi Shaiting's wife sobs as she begs Junqing to reconsider. The judge presses for an answer. Junqing, thinking that there is only one mermaid in his heart, looks ahead with determination. He announces to the court that he is sure he will not accept Xia Yanyan and will never marry her in his life. Xia Yanyan screams at him, calling him crazy. The judge delivers the sentence: 3 years in prison for Junqing, and the cancellation of the Yi family's right to participate in any election. The family is devastated, and one of the brothers confronts a horrified Xia Yanyan, yelling that she must be satisfied now. As Junqing is placed in handcuffs, Xia Yanyan screams that she hates him for making her the enemy of the entire Yi family. Elsewhere, a man named Brother Lu learns via phone call that his bet was lost, as Junqing did not back down. He is told that the Yi family erupted in anger in the courtroom and that their mother, Yi Yunwen, fainted. Watching the family leave in shambles, Brother Lu remarks that he respects Junqing as a man for his conviction. Back in the viewing room, Xinguan is furious, shouting at Yi Shaiting that she really is a mermaid and that his dream of being president is ruined because he didn't believe her. Shaiting offers her tea and apologizes for the wrongs she has suffered. She angrily rejects his apology, yelling that the whole family is doomed because they didn't believe her when the situation could have been reversed. Yanbei's husband tells Shaiting to comfort his sister-in-law and leaves. Shaiting tells Xinguan that his brother didn't choose the wrong person, and that they have other things to be busy with. He drives her away, explaining that he is going to hold a press conference to reveal the real culprit of the gas station explosion and seek justice for the dead. She asks what the point is now that everything is over. He replies that the culprit needs to pay for what they've done. At the press conference, a spokesperson reveals that the explosion was caused by a cigarette butt thrown by one of Yi Shaiting's own bodyguards. The live broadcast is flooded with angry comments condemning him. A reporter accuses him of regarding human life as worthless to win an election. Another asks if he is admitting his crime. Shaiting walks away from the podium and bows deeply to the audience, apologizing for not being strict in disciplining his subordinates, which caused irreparable harm. A grieving woman from the crowd rushes forward and slaps him across the face, screaming for him to give her back her son. A man with blue-dyed hair addresses a chaotic press conference, asking everyone to calm down as he hasn't finished speaking, but an angry woman shouts back, demanding to know why the real murderer is still not brought to justice. The official explains that this situation is exactly what the real mastermind wants, but the crowd retorts, naming Yi Shaiting as the mastermind. A reporter challenges the official, stating that Yi Shaiting's removal from the list of presidential candidates is proof of his guilt. The official asks for patience and plays a video. The security footage shows a gas station where a man in a hat gets out of his car and hurries away, looking suspicious. The audience murmurs, wondering if this person could be the real culprit of the explosion. The reporter remains unconvinced, pointing out that the explosion happened right after Yishiding's bodyguard threw a cigarette, and the police had confirmed a cigarette but was the cause. The official reveals that their investigation found the bodyguard, Zhang, has asthma and uses an inhaled medicine that merely resembles a cigarette. When accused of playing word games, the official clarifies that while the cause was a cigarette butt, he never specified it was the one thrown by bodyguard Zhang. He declares that the police department will not be used as a tool for power plays, nor will they wrongly accuse an innocent person. Another man asks Yishiding why he bowed and apologized earlier. Yishiding explains that he feels responsible because the attack was aimed at him, and he is sorry that others suffered as a result. Online comments during the live broadcast show public opinion shifting, with viewers realizing Yishiding was also a victim and expressing amazement at the turn of events, while others discuss the reasons for his disqualification from the election. Elsewhere, an aide informs a politician in a purple jacket that public opinion is turning against them, with he and Vice President Pan being heavily scrutinized online. The aide suggests that Yishiding, being unable to run himself, is now trying to unseat them both. The politician smashes a glass, demanding to know if their operation was done cleanly. Vice President Pan, an older man, assures him it can't be traced back to them but expresses concern that netizens are now demanding Yishiding's candidacy be reinstated. Pan scoffs at the idea, calling it a daydream. In a car, Junqing is on the phone, telling someone that even if cleared, they still can't run for president. Beside him, Xinguan playfully asks if he wants her to jump into the river to prove she can turn into a fish. He dryly tells her the moat is too dirty and they have a swimming pool at home. She pouts, grumbling that he doesn't believe she's a mermaid. They arrive at the bustling Yi family villa, where Xinguan feels intimidated by the intense atmosphere, worrying that everyone will hate her. A woman greets her as sister-in-law and asks for her help with a press release. She also inquires about Xinguang's health, having seen her faint in court, but Xinguang admits she was only pretending to be dizzy to amuse others. Xinguang anxiously asks what is happening and how she can save Junqing. The sister-in-law reassures her that Junqing will be fine and urges her to help with the press releases first, as they are swamped. Looking over the campaign documents, Xinguang asks if the eldest brother can still run for president. The sister-in-law then asks Xinguang for a favor, to sing at the campaign's canvas party the next night. She explains she had booked a singer named Xia Yanyan, but no longer wants her, and praises Xinguang's carp girl performance at the state banquet as a crowd pleaser. Thinking that she'd rather not watch Xia Yanyan perform, Xinguang agrees to sing but again asks if the eldest brother is still eligible to run. The sister-in-law teasingly replies that she will find out tomorrow and promises to return her second brother to her as a pillow for the night if she sings well. Xinguang thinks to herself that she's not worried about pillows, but about big cancer, Junqing being wronged in prison. A countdown clock shows 24 hours until the presidential race begins. Suddenly, Yishiding's name reappears on the official list of candidates. Vice President Pan is shown exploding in anger, yelling into his phone that this is an illegal operation. He is coldly informed that it was not a behind-the-scenes operation, but that the president himself had used his pardon power, leaving Pan stunned. An aide wonders if this was the reason Junqing had arrogantly rejected Xia Yanyan. The politician in purple learns from his aide how the president not only freed Yishiding, but also gained fame as an affectionate man, turning Yishiding into a hero in the public's eyes. The politician looks out at chessboard, remarking on the cunning of the Yi brothers and how everything is a matter of power. The aide then reports that Yishiding released a video thanking his supporters and announcing a campaign party that evening, with the politician conceding that the battle is likely lost. As Yi Xinguang gets ready, she receives a call from an enraged Xia Yanyan, who claims Xinguang is nothing but a pawn, just like her. Xinguang calmly retorts that, as a pawn, she has nothing to lose, and that it's normal for him to prioritize his brother over her after only a few months. She suggests that in the future, he might even give up the world for her. She then taunts Xia Yanyan, asking if her anger stems from losing her only trump card. On stage, an announcer invites carp girl Yi Xinguang to perform. Internally, Xinguang reflects that she knows Junqing acted for his brother's sake, not hers, and she feels relieved of her guilt, acknowledging it was unrealistic to expect him to betray his family for her. She then introduces herself to the crowd. After being detained for 27 hours, Junqing is released. His aide greets him, expressing relief. In the car, the aide tells Master Jin he can't take such big risks anymore, but Jin calmly states he doesn't fight battles unprepared. A screen displays the real-time vote count, showing Yi Shiding with a massive lead over Pan Tinglong. A flashback reveals Jin meeting with the president, threatening to move his entire business empire overseas unless the president used his pardon power, while also offering increased support for the president's policies as a sign of goodwill. The president had agreed, saying he would do it for Xinguang's sake. Back in the present, Jin asks where Xinguang is and decides to go home and change before going to the stadium to meet her. Xinguang is on stage, singing a song with sorrowful lyrics about being a calamity that he can't overcome. Jin appears in the audience, watching her sing a line about wishing they had never met, even though he was the first sunshine in her life. He looks deeply troubled by her words. After her performance, where she rallies the crowd to vote for Yi Shiding, Jin suddenly appears on stage and sweeps her into his arms. He confronts her about the lyrics, asking why she wished they had never met. She claims they are just lyrics, but he presses her for the truth. She tearfully explains that she believes meeting her led to him being taken by the god of death, and if they hadn't met, he wouldn't have died. He holds her tightly, reassuring her that he is not dead and is living well, chiding his little fool for still thinking he will die and not expecting something positive from him. Xinguang weeps, consumed by guilt as she believes it's her fault Jin died saving her. Suddenly, Jin confronts her, angrily demanding to know why she wrote a song for Jin and questioning how it could possibly be for him. He asks if she is truly sure about the lyrics, particularly the part about someone always being there for her, and questions if that person was really Jin and not someone else. Calling her an idiot with confused memories, he shakes her shoulders, but she protests that shaking her will only make it worse. She insists she remembers her savior correctly because Jin himself told her it was him. An assistant interrupts to inform Jin it's his turn to give a speech on stage. Before leaving, Jin warns Xinguang that he will deal with her later and tells her not to shed another tear for Jin, threatening that if she does, he will make her save them all and shed them on him that night. Enraged, Xinguang calls him unreasonable and says she will fight for Jin, but he silences her with a sudden kiss. He warns that if she ignores him, he will make her cry that night, caustically remarking that he sees why her tears are flowing for Jin. She is left speechless as the assistant remarks that she has made Master Jin unhappy again. Later on stage, the host calls up Miss Carp Girl, Xinguang, as the most-watched official partner of the quarter. The host asks her on behalf of all her fans how she managed to tame this big cancer, referring to Jin's public persona of being unapproachable. Xinguang playfully replies that it depends on being upright, which makes the host laugh. He then asks Mr. Yi if this is how he was captured by the Carp Girl, but Jin coolly retorts, asking who said he was the one who was taken. Internally panicking, Xinguang wonders if he's about to embarrass her in public again. Jin then leans her back, suggesting that perhaps she was the one captured by him. The crowd goes wild at this public display of affection. The host then presses further, mentioning that netizens believe he only got with her for his brother's campaign, and reminding him of his past statements about not falling in love. He asks what changed his mind. Jin leans close to Xinguang's ear and whispers that he probably couldn't escape the law of true fragrance. The host asks if she is satisfied with this answer. Recalling his earlier threat to void the interview if she didn't comply, Xinguang declares that she is not particularly satisfied. The host, excited by the drama, asks Mr. Yi to do something on the spot to satisfy her, and the crowd begins chanting for them to kiss. Instead of kissing her lips, Jin kneels and tenderly kisses her hand. He asks if she is satisfied now, and when she hesitates, he pulls out a small red box, causing the audience to buzz with talk of a proposal. He opens it to reveal a delicate anklet made from her own fish scales, which she recognizes from a time she secretly swam in a pool. He kneels and fastens it around her ankle, admitting he has a crush on her heels. The host asks if she is satisfied now, and a flustered Xinguang quickly agrees, muttering that anything more would be too shameless. Jin holds her close, asking if she knows the meaning of an anklet, to tie this life and the next. Later, as they leave, she is excited about going for hot pot, but Jin says he feels tired and won't be going. He tells his brother to take her and then send her to her parents' home. As his car pulls away, Xinguang looks worried, sensing he isn't well. His driver confirms her suspicions, admitting that Master Jin is sick and that if she has medicine, it would help. Determined, she tells the driver to take her home immediately. She arrives to find Jin tied to a chair, feverish and with glowing red eyes. He asks why she returned. She presents a bowl of her blood, telling him it's medicine that will make him feel better. He hesitates, remembering the pain from last time, but eventually relents, telling her to feed it to him. As he drinks, she warns him to go slowly. Afterwards, she turns to leave, and he asks what will happen if she doesn't untie him. The bow on her dress falls off, and in a flash, he breaks his bonds and pushes her onto the bed. He asks if she has truly thought this through, reminding her he won't force her. She weakly protests that the antidote's after effects can't be that fast. He asks for her answer, and she shyly acquiesces. He then sweeps her into his arms, kissing her passionately as they are surrounded by an illusion of roses. Meanwhile, at the hot pot restaurant, his friends are getting nervous as the election voting is about to start. His brother can't reach him on the phone, and another friend explains that Junqing's old illness has relapsed, and only Xinguan can be with him. The sister-in-law asks how he got such an incurable disease. The friend explains that none of them know for sure, only that it happened after he was seriously injured at sea 10 years ago. He suggests she ask Fu Zuo, who was with him. Fu Zuo begins to tell the story of how they acted as commercial spies on a cruise ship. He reveals that Junqing was so stubborn he refused a disguise, so Fu Zuo applied waterproof makeup to him while he slept, basing the look on a random ID card he found. The sister-in-law is shocked to learn he was caught. Fu Zuo explains that when Junqing went missing, their associate Kai Shu couldn't find him because he didn't know about the disguise. They eventually found him floating in the water, completely unrecognizable until Fu Zuo used a special remover. The elder brother adds that he never told his parents what happened, fearing they would blame Fu Zuo, and he guesses that Junqing himself still doesn't know he was ever disguised. At that moment, someone announces the voting has begun. The next morning, Yi Junqing watches Xinguan sleep, noting that she must be exhausted. He gently carries her to their private pool, removes the anklet, and whispers that he knows she prefers a bath. As he lowers her into the water, they share a deep kiss while her legs transform into a beautiful, shimmering mermaid tail. She awakens in the pool to the horrifying realization that her legs have been replaced by a shimmering blue mermaid tail, causing her to cry out in distress, thinking it's over and berating herself for being so careless. A shirtless Yi Junqing sits by the pool's edge, calmly asking if she has finally woken up and if his beauty fish slept well. Blushing and embarrassed, she tries to hide her mermaid form beneath the water's surface as he leans in, asking what she is hiding from and telling her to come up for dinner, questioning if she isn't hungry. She cautiously peeks over the edge of the water, her expression filled with vigilance. He stands, a white towel in hand, and tells her to come here so he can wipe her hair, but she remains wary. He then extends a hand, offering to pull her up and asking what she would like to eat for the evening. Instead of answering, she asks him if he doesn't have anything he wants to ask her. He simply pulls her out of the water, her tail transforming back into human legs as he lifts her into his arms. While carrying her, he nonchalantly repeats his question about what she had for dinner. Now wrapped in a towel and sitting on a chair, she insists that his question is not what she was talking about. As he dries her hair, he smirks and asks if she wants him to inquire about her little fish tail. She looks up, flustered, demanding to know why he isn't surprised at all, thinking to herself that it's strange since everyone in Country believes Xia Yanyan is the only mermaid. He calmly replies that it's not surprising because he already knew. This shocks her, and she wonders aloud how that's possible, questioning if his elder brother told him. She reasons internally that it's unlikely, as she hadn't revealed her mermaid form yet. He clarifies that isn't the point, but rather how he knew about her being a mermaid so early on. He prompts her to think carefully about who gave her her name, and her mind immediately flashes to Qin Junyi. Yi Junqing tells her she's a mermaid, not a goldfish with a 7-second memory, and shows her a picture of a young boy, making her remark on how cute and handsome he was as a child. He tells her that now she knows who named her, but she pouts, stating that she is a mermaid, not a silly fish, and she remembers people perfectly well. She recalls her memory of Qin Junyi telling her that her original name didn't sound good and he would give her another. The memory transports her to a night by a campfire on a beach where they were fleeing by sea. He pointed to the sky and spoke the name Yi Xinguan, meaning night starlight. Back in the present, Yi Junqing begins to recount a story from 10 years ago about a young man who was injured in Crescent Bay Strait, attracting sharks with his blood. A flashback shows the boy and a mermaid surrounded by sharks. He asks for her name, but she tells him not to love her, for it would be fruitless. He then decides to name her Yi Xinguan because she is more beautiful than the stars, which causes her to yell at him to leave. Xia Qiang is stunned, thinking that this is the 8th time she has used the regret medicine to go back to the past, and she wonders how he knows the events and dialogue so perfectly. Yi Junqing then makes a startling declaration. That young man was him. She immediately refutes it, shouting that it's absolutely impossible and accusing him of merely disguising himself as Qin Junyi, which makes him furious. She insists that she isn't blind and couldn't be mistaken about her savior, telling him not to pretend to be Qin Junyi out of jealousy. His face darkens with anger as he sarcastically says she is very good, and she, startled by his reaction, flees from the room as he slams the door behind her. Pausing in the hallway, she wonders why he's so obsessed with Qin Junyi before realizing she left her cell phone behind. Just then, her phone rings with a frantic call from a woman named Dr. Chang, who is begging Missy for help. Dr. Chang tearfully explains that Xia Yetshao has taken her son, Xiaoman, who is sick and feeling unwell, and she is unable to enter the Xia family estate to retrieve him. Xia Qiang promises to call and ask about the situation. At the same time, Yi Junjin's assistant reports that Xia Yetshao brought a child he claimed was his son to the emergency room. As Xia Qiang enters the room, she overhears and immediately asks which hospital they took Xiaoman to. The assistant replies that it's the hospital affiliated with T University, one of their investments. She grabs a set of car keys, announcing she has to go out and will be taking the car. Yi Junjin watches her leave with an unhappy expression. His assistant, noticing his boss's foul mood, asks who offended him, only for Yi Junjin to coldly reply, "You." Speeding through the city, Xia Qiang calls Dr. Chang, telling her to come to the T University hospital where Xiaoman was spotted. Dr. Chang agrees and urgently asks her to tell Xia Yetshao to get a bag of blood for Xiaoman, revealing he suffers from the same blood-drinking disease as Xia Qiang's father. While driving, Xia Qiang wonders why so many people seem to have this strange illness. Upon arriving at the hospital, she sees Xiaoman struggling against a nurse who is trying to draw his blood. She rushes forward, snatches the child from his grandmother's grasp, and holds him protectively. The grandmother becomes enraged, accusing her of stealing her daughter's man and now her grandson, and begins shouting that the child is being kidnapped. She yells at a dazed Xia Yetshao to chase after them, but he tells his mother to wait, certain that Xinguan won't harm the boy. In the car, Xia Qiang reassures Xiaoman that his mother asked her to pick him up. The boy tearfully asks where his mother is, and she promises he'll see her soon, but they need to get him treatment first. The boy mumbles that he doesn't want to take medicine just as Xia Yetshao blocks their car, telling her to stop making trouble as the boy is sick. She explains that doctors can't cure him. He has a strange disease that can only be relieved by drinking blood. She instructs him to buy a blood bag and meet her at the nearby sanatorium villa. Xia Yetshao is stunned to learn that Xiaoman has the same disease as Yi Junjin. She urges him to hurry, as Xiaoman is too young for any delay. As he drives off, Xia Yetshao calls Yi Junjin to ask about Xiaoman's illness. Yi Junjin connects this to a past confession he made about turning a dying baby into a creature like himself, and asks if Xiaoman was that baby. Meanwhile, Xia Yetshao's mother arrives at the villa, yelling about the wild girl who robbed her grandson and threatening to call the police. Over the phone, Yi Junjin curtly tells Xia Yetshao that now that he knows the truth, he should hang up, adding that he gets annoyed dealing with the Xia family. Later, Yi Junjin instructs his assistant to find out everything about a young man named Qin Junyi who died 10 years ago, determined to understand why the little mermaid remembers him so vividly. Xia Yetshao tells his mother he knows about Xiaoman's illness and will bring him back. He feels guilty for not knowing his son was close to death. In the villa, Xia Qiang is on the phone arranging for Dr. Chang to meet them there, where Xia Yetshao will arrive with the blood bag. She later sits by Xiaoman's bedside as he drinks from a pouch of plasma, asking why the good little boy doesn't want to take his medicine. Xiaoman explains that after he drinks it, the other children, including his deskmate Xiaoya, don't like him anymore. Xia Qiang playfully teases him about pleasing girls at such a young age and advises him that the right person would never want to see him suffer. The boy then looks at Xia Yetshao and declares that while the man looks like him, he is not his father, but the big bad guy who made his mother cry. Xia Qiang then confronts Xia Yetshao, asking why he made Dr. Chang cry in front of their child. He explains bitterly that she married another man behind his back, and then pretended not to even know him. Xinguan interrupts the argument, insisting they stop talking about their love farce and let Xiaoman take his medicine first. The little boy, Xiaoman, is entranced by the thought of having a super cute little boy who encourages him to take his medicine. A little girl in a pink dress appears, telling the little brother to take his medicine. Yi Xinguang recognizes her as the president's daughter, Turu, who says hello to Xiaoman. Boy asks if she also hates him taking medicine, but she offers him her stuffed rabbit as a reward if he takes it obediently. Xiaoman then asks if she doesn't think it's scary for him to take medicine, and she replies that if he doesn't, she won't play with him. Encouraged, Tudu cheers him on as he sucks down the liquid from a juice box. The man holding him, Brother Zia, remarks to Xinguan how a little girl's words succeeded where their persuasion failed, and reminds Xiaoman to drink slowly. Having finished, Xiaoman asks if they can play now, and Tudu suggests they play house, with them as doctors and her stuffed animal as the patient. She proudly adds that her parents are doctors, so she can treat patients too. Xinguan grabs Brother Zia's arm, asking what is going on with him and Dr. Chang, mentioning that Dr. Chang said he took Xiaoman away. Brother Zia retorts angrily, questioning who told Dr. Chang that Xiaoman has nothing to do with him, stating it's obvious the boy is his son, and has no connection to the man surnamed Bo. Xinguan argues that he can't just snatch the child when all he contributed was a little tadpole, while Dr. Chang raised the boy for 5 years, and suggests there might be something unspoken that Dr. Chang can't tell him. Brother Zia, frustrated, shouts that Dr. Chang should just tell him if she has something to say, furious that she left without a word, and is now with another man while having his child. Xinguan quickly shushes him, reminding him to keep his voice down as the children are still there. Brother Zia insists that now that he knows about his son, he can't leave him alone, and Xinguan advises them to speak frankly and clear up the misunderstanding. Just then, the door opens and Dr. Chang rushes in, frantically calling Xiaoman's name. Xiaoman happily shouts for his mom and runs into her arms. Dr. Chang cries as she hugs him tightly, and he comforts her, telling her not to cry. Xinguan reassures a tearful Dr. Chang that Xiaoman has taken his medicine and is fine now, and Dr. Chang thanks her profusely. Xinguan suggests Brother Zia and Dr. Chang need to have a good chat and leaves with Tudu to entertain the other guests. Alone, Brother Zia apologizes, admitting it was his fault for snatching the child because he was too excited. Dr. Chang confronts him, accusing him of not only robbing her of her son, but also refusing to let her in, saying she wouldn't have even known Xiaoman was sick if he hadn't called her. He says he didn't know she was coming, and she retorts that now he knows, so she will take her son back. He snatches her wrist, stopping her from leaving and asking if she plans to leave without any explanation, just like when they broke up. She angrily shouts back that she didn't hide and doesn't need to explain anything to him. Xiaoman steps between them, telling his mom and the big bad guy not to quarrel. He takes both their hands and puts them together, explaining that his teacher said quarreling children should hold hands to clear up the misunderstanding. The two adults stare at each other, their hands clasped. Dr. Chang, with tears in her eyes, tells him it's been 5 years and she thought she had given up, but warns him not to push her anymore. He suggests they each take a step back. He won't force her to explain, and she won't force him to let her go. He states that whether she loves him or not, Xiaoman is his biological child, and as a father who has missed 5 years, he needs to make it up to him. From behind his mother, Xiaoman realizes the man is also his father and remarks that it's no wonder they look alike. Brother Zia picks up his son, confirming he is his real dad and that Bo is at best an adoptive father. Xiaoman cheekily corrects him, saying that he looks like his dad, not the other way around. The three of them stand together, a family reunited. Later, they prepare to leave, and Xiaoman runs happily towards Tudu. Brother Zia teases Dr. Chang that their son already has his destination set with a girl he likes, while she as a mother hasn't caught up. Observing this, the man with Xinguan remarks that both the little ones and the older ones are having fun. As the new family leaves, Xinguan waves goodbye. Her partner asks why she is smiling like a cat that stole a fish. She playfully responds that she is a fish, not a cat, and is just happy that the misunderstanding between Brother Zia and Dr. Chang will be solved. He becomes annoyed, pointing out their own misunderstanding hasn't been resolved, and she's more worried about the doctor. Bo she raised, and the unresolved matter of Qin Junyi. As Brother Zia's family arrives at a house, his mother appears and excitedly greets her grandson, trying to kiss a struggling Xiaoman. Brother Zia intervenes, saying the baby isn't feeling well and takes him. The grandmother's expression sours when she sees Dr. Chang, demanding to know how the vixen found them. She furiously accuses Dr. Chang of extorting money and dumping her son, declaring she will never give her the grandson, and that this is the final word from her and his father. Brother Zia calmly tells his mother that Danren is Xiaoman's mother, and she shouldn't talk nonsense in front of their son. His mother, enraged, asks if he's confused by the vixen again, and declares she will never allow a married woman like her into the house. Brother Zia calmly replies that if they are not welcome, they will stay at his apartment in the city center. His mother screams that he's a brat who loses his soul for this vixen, reminding him of all the wealthy ladies he refused for this ordinary girl. He takes Dr. Chang's hand and leads her away, deciding to go to his place. Arriving at his apartment building, he tells a hesitant Dr. Chang to follow him. Inside, Xiaoman asks his big bad dad where they are. The father pinches his son's cheek, telling him not to add big bad to dad. Xiaoman asks how else he can distinguish him from Dad Bo, so his father suggests the name Baby Father, which the boy finds disgusting. He then explains he stopped at the supermarket to buy slippers for Xiaoman, since his home only had items for the two of them and nothing for a child. Dr. Chang smiles warmly and agrees. Meanwhile, Yi Xinguan watches the news, which reports that Yi Shiting is winning the presidential election with 55% of the vote, making his victory all but certain. She sends a congratulatory message just as she receives a notification that she has been added to a group chat named The Yi Family Close and Loving. Inside, she's welcomed and decides to send a red envelope to thank everyone. A man in the group complains that he only got 8 cents from a large enterprise like the Yi family. Another member declares that Yi Xinguang is the king of luck, for getting the most and must accept a punishment. She must answer 3 truthful questions. The person who received the least money asks her who her first kiss was. Flustered, knowing her partner is in the chat, she asks if she can choose a big adventure instead, but is told there is no adventure, only truth, and that she must answer quickly. Xinguang, engrossed in a game on her phone, typed that she chose a big adventure. Her friend Kai Shu replied from a control room that there was no big adventure, only the truth, and she needed to answer quickly about her first kiss. Blushing, Xinguang revealed it was with a teenager. Kai Shu reacted with shock, exclaiming that her first kiss wasn't with his brother Jin, and vowing that the brothers would find and chop up the boy who stole it. The next question was a barrage of inquiries about the boy's looks, wealth, family, job, and who initiated the kiss. Annoyed by the volume of questions, Xinguang complained, but Kai Shu explained it was simply called background introduction. He reassured her that brother Jin wasn't watching the chat and that he would clear the history later, urging her to speak freely. Convinced it was safe, Xinguang thought about how the big cancer guy had been silent, then typed her response. She explained his name was Qin Junyi, he came from a humble background, had worked various manual labor jobs, and that she was the one who took the initiative. Elsewhere, brother Jin looked at his phone, his expression darkening as he read her message, and muttered that it was Qin Junyi again. A flashback showed a young man resembling Qin Junyi telling a young, mermaid-tailed Xinguang to hide while he lured away their pursuers. She had begged him not to go, but he promised to protect her. Back in the past, the two shared a tender kiss. In the present, brother Jin sat in his office, blushing and covering his mouth. Back in the group chat, Kai Shu pressed for a photo of the handsome Qin Junyi. After a moment of hesitation, Xinguang sent a picture of a young man with brown hair. Kai Shu stared at it, a sense of deep familiarity washing over him as he wondered why the person looked so familiar. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on his desk in realization, shocking his colleague. He recognized the face as the disguise Fu Zuo had created for brother Jin years ago. The pieces clicked into place for Kai Shu. Xinguang's first kiss was with brother Jin all along, which explained how she won him over so quickly, as they had known each other for a long time. He then wondered aloud if brother Jin's mysterious, serious injury from 10 years ago was connected to Xinguang. Kai Shu sent Xinguang a private message demanding to know everything about her history with Qin Junyi, but she simply replied that it was late and she was going to bed. His companion noticed something strange about her phone number. The focus in the control room shifted as the final countdown for the presidential election began. The broadcast announced Yi Shiting as the new president, and the room erupted in cheers. Kai Shu began delegating media tasks to his team when one of them remarked that he'd seen the ID photo MS. He posted somewhere before. Later that night, Kai Shu resolved to call Xinguang the next day to ask about brother Jin's old illness. The next morning, Xinguang was surprised to find brother Jin in her room, questioning how he found the time to visit during his brother's presidential run. He teased that he came to see a heartless person, but she retorted that she had a great conscience, even remembering it was July 30th. The day she burns paper money for her benefactor. He grabbed her hand, asking if she was really going to keep burning paper for her savior and suggesting the deceased would be sad to receive it. Annoyed by his cryptic tone, she kicked him and angrily called him Damn Qin Junyi. He told her to go spend time with her father, who missed his son-in-law, but she declared she was going out to buy sacrificial supplies and that he should stay with her dad. Just as she left, Kai Shu burst in, calling her name. He stopped short upon seeing brother Jin, surprised he was there. Brother Jin, looking annoyed, asked why Kai Shu was there. Kai Shu explained that since Brother Jin wouldn't tell him what happened at sea 10 years ago, he came to ask Xinguan. He then called out Brother King, noting the name change, for hiding his relationship with Xinguan and the fact that she was his first kiss. He revealed he knew because Xinguan had posted Qin Junyi's ID card in their group, and he recognized the face as Brother King's disguise. A stunned Brother King demanded an explanation. Kai Shu elaborated that 10 years ago, after Brother King's accident at sea, they couldn't find him until they learned from Fu Zuo that he had been disguised. He was certain the ID photo was Brother King's disguised face. Overwhelmed, Brother King clutched his head. Fearing his brother's anger, Kai Shu quickly called Fu Zuo to verify the story, asking him on speakerphone about the ID photo. Fu Zuo confirmed it, exclaiming over the coincidence of finding the ID of MS, Yi's first love, whom he had also disguised Master King to look like. Enraged, Brother King snatched the phone and corrected him, stating that he is her first love, and demanding to know why he was never told. Kai Shu explained he kept it secret to protect Fu Zuo from their godfather's wrath over the near-disastrous disguise. Over the phone, a terrified Fu Zuo apologized profusely. Kai Shu urged Fu Zuo to flee to a remote location to escape Brother King's impending revenge. Meanwhile, Xinguan arrived at a house to find her parents and the brothers waiting for her. Brother King was there too, and he explained to her parents that he wasn't trying to stop her from worshiping her savior, but that the man who saved her 10 years ago was not dead. Her parents were shocked. He stated it was inappropriate to burn incense for a living person. When her mother asked where the man was, Brother King revealed he was right in front of them. As her parents stared in disbelief, Kai Shu quickly clarified that he meant Brother King, not himself. Her mother looked at Brother King, asking if it was him. Kai Shu launched into an explanation of the massive misunderstanding involving the disguise. The parents were stunned to learn their son was disguised as Qin Junyi. When her father demanded proof, Brother King stated he could recount every detail of his experience with Xinguan. Xinguan rushed to him, crying and asking why it took him so long to reveal himself, telling him of the years of guilt she carried. He embraced her, apologizing for being late and explaining he had only just found out himself. She looked into his eyes, asking if it was really him. He confirmed it was and had always been him. She confessed it felt like a dream. He agreed, admitting he would have been angry at her for only remembering Qin Junyi if Kai Shu hadn't revealed the truth about the ID photo. He leaned in close, asking how she planned to compensate him. Before she could answer, he kissed her deeply. The kiss was interrupted by her phone ringing from inside her dress. Startled, she answered, guessing the caller was Yan. Yan was pleased to be recognized and explained she'd tried to find her on Cuckoo Island. Then, from a lavish room, the purple-haired queen got to the point, asking Xinguan if she was in love. A shocked Xinguan asked how she could possibly know. On the phone, Yan asks Xinguan if she doesn't know that her love is bound to the entire kingdom, as her mood is synchronized with it. A blushing Xinguan asks why this is the case. Yan explains that as the chosen heir to the queen, the holy tree has recognized her as its master, and because of this, the kingdom experienced turmoil tonight. The holy tree, dormant for 30 years, is now in full bloom, which has infuriated the elders. They are concerned about how she can marry the heir of a vampire clan if she is falling in love with someone else. Xinguan contemplates this, realizing the long dry tree bloomed because her own heart was shaken. She expresses disbelief, arguing that she has been in love before without the tree blooming, and tells Yan not to tease her. Yan simply asks when she fell in love before. Xinguan replies that she broke up with her ex a year and 2 months ago. Yan refutes this, stating that they never felt her love during that time. Xinguan concludes that the holy tree doesn't work, but Yan counters that it only proves she and her ex were not truly in love. Stunned, Xinguan thinks that what Yan said actually makes sense. Yan warns her to be careful, as the elders will not permit her to marry anyone other than the vampire heir, and begs her not to be depressed again, as it affects everyone. Xinguan asks if none of her emotions can escape their notice now, and Yan clarifies that while not all emotions are known, her extreme highs and lows in love are felt by everyone in the kingdom. As she processes this, Ting takes her hand, and she tells Yan she understands and will repay the favor of information twice over. After the call, Ting reminds her that she hasn't specified how she will compensate him. She tries to brush him off, saying she was on the phone for a long time and wants to be left alone. He looks dejected, saying that while she is happy, he has been heartbroken for years over her mistaking him for a passerby, and tearfully asks if she shouldn't make it up to him. Annoyed, Xinguan retorts that it's his fault for disguising himself and not telling her his name, grabbing his shirt and demanding to know why he gave her a name with his surname. He calmly states that of course his woman must have his last name. She asks if this is a serious thought or a crooked one, then suddenly hugs him tightly, exclaiming that she is done for. She thinks that she wants the entire kingdom to know how happy she is at this moment. She kisses him passionately, realizing she can't control her feelings anymore. As he lifts her into his arms, she thinks that she wants to send a certificate of merit to the marriage agency for finding her savior with a single phone call. She internally vows to contribute to increasing the country's population as he carries her into a room. The next morning, Xinguan wakes up and stretches before going downstairs for breakfast with her parents. Her father asks for confirmation that her savior was indeed the boy from the Yi family. She beams, confirming it and excitedly calling it a miracle. Her father is relieved, saying the burden on her heart can finally be lifted. Her mother adds that it's fortunate her ex-boyfriend broke up with her, calling her relationship with Yi Xiting a fate given by the country that she must cherish. Giggling, Xinguang thinks she really has to thank her ex for breaking up with her. Taking out her phone, she remembers that she blocked him. After some thought, she posts a message in her alumni group chat, publicly thanking Xinguan for not marrying her. She follows up with a sincere message wishing him and his new partner a happy marriage for 100 years. Her old classmates react with shock and congratulations, calling her lucky and a well-deserved carp girl. Satisfied, Xinguang quits the group and changes her ex's contact name to Big Cancer, then amends it to Big Cancer Eats Fish without spitting out bones and laughs. Her father gets her attention, and she asks what he said. Her mother explains he was wondering why her parents-in-law haven't visited yet, as they need to arrange the official marriage. Xinguang says she declined their offer to visit, wanting to wait until her father was better before arranging a meeting. Her mother insists her father is healthy now, and they should finalize the marriage plans. When Xinguang hesitates, thinking it's too fast, her mother suggests an engagement first. Her mother advises her not to ask Yi Xiting about it directly, insisting the man should take the initiative. Xinguang agrees, but is secretly thrilled to have a reason to message him. At his office, Yi Xiting receives a voice message from her. At home, Xinguang's parents overhear the message as she wonders aloud if it's too early, noting it's already 9 o'clock. Embarrassed, Xinguang internally curses Yi Xiting for not sending a text. He replies that his mother wants to visit her parents now that things are settled at home and asks when would be a good time. She excitedly replies asking if he's serious. He smiles, guessing she's excited because she knows his parents want to settle their marriage. He gently messages back, telling her not to delay the engagement as it's what her parents want, playfully adding that other elven women might start vying for his attention if they wait too long. She nods seriously at her phone. She thinks about how wise her parents-in-law are and that she can't let any other woman take this opportunity. She replies that the timing is up to his parents, as hers are free at the health resort. He suggests tomorrow, but says he has a business trip to our city and won't be able to join them. He'll be gone for 3 days and asks if she wants any gifts. She eagerly requests 2 bottles of the sweet and sour radish he brought her from our city once before. He finds her request charming, thinking she's the best mermaid ever. The next day after tidying the house, Xinguang's mother waits for the in-laws to arrive. When a car pulls up, she is shocked to see a woman named Lan Wu among the visitors. Her husband, seeing her reaction from the car, suddenly feels his clothes are inadequate and wants to go home to change. His wife Bai Ziu tells him he looks fine and they shouldn't keep the hosts waiting. He insists, however, and agrees to go back with her to change, telling their son and his partner to go in first as their representatives. The younger couple enters and greets Xinguang's parents, offering a gift and explaining that their own parents were delayed. Xinguang's father asks if the parents will still be coming today, a question the young couple is also eager to have answered. A woman with curled brown hair holding an umbrella calls her son to ask if little Xinguang's mother's name is Bai Lanwu. Her son, Yi Junqing, confirms this and eagerly suggests they make arrangements for the engagement that day so he can propose marriage. A worried expression crosses his mother's face as she hesitates, staring at her own troubled reflection. She asks her dear son if they can postpone the marriage for a while. Hearing this, Junqing feels a sense of unease, remarking to a man beside him that his right eyelid is twitching. The man dismisses it as superstition, noting the saying about the left eye bringing wealth and the right eye bringing misfortune. On the phone, a flustered Junqing tells his mother he's worried and asks if she no longer likes Xinguang or is no longer in a hurry to have a grandchild. His mother replies that she is anxious too, but she wonders aloud how such coincidences could exist in the world. She internally considers the strange idea of hiring another mother to meet Xinguang's parents. Junqing, alarmed, asks his mother what she said, but she quickly makes an excuse, claiming to feel unwell and blaming the expensive phone bill before hanging up. Puzzled, Junqing decides he will quickly ask his father what is going on. He calls his father, who immediately asks if Xinguang's father is named Song Chuenqi and questions why her surname isn't Yi. Junqing explains that she is an adopted daughter, not born to her father-in-law. His father sighs in relief, then tells Junqing his lifelong happiness depends on him. He explains that Junqing's mother isn't feeling well, so they went home first, but they have already asked Shi Ting and Yu Yun to visit Xinguang's parents instead. He advises that they should consider the matter of proposing marriage from a long-term perspective. Junqing is shocked that they are asking others to visit Xinguang's parents on their behalf. He angrily asks his father if he and his mother don't want him to marry Xinguang and don't want her as a daughter-in-law. His father retorts that it's bullshit and asks how they could possibly not like Xinguang. After the call ends abruptly with his father claiming the phone is out of battery, Junqing sits in his office, covering his face with his hand, wondering why his parents, who seem to like Little Fishtail so much, suddenly don't want them to get engaged. He suddenly sneezes. Xinguang on the phone asks worriedly if his parents don't like her anymore. Junqing reassures her not to think nonsense, reminding her how firmly they opposed his brother's suggestion that he marry Xia Yanyan. Xinguang wonders if his parents suddenly feel she isn't good enough for him again, referencing a play they acted in last time. Junqing clarifies that only they were acting and his parents don't know, adding that she has saved their lives and his brother's, so how could she not be worthy of him? Feeling better, she asks if he is in our city and reminds him to buy radishes, then asks what he is busy with this time. He explains he is there to talk about an acquisition for a medicine that treats myopia, and the other party asked for him to come in person. She asks who the CEO with such a big tone is. He replies that coincidentally, the eye patch is from the Mermaid brand. He then says he has arrived at the meeting place and will call her after he's done. After hanging up, Xinguang feels that the name Mermaid Eye Patch sounds familiar. She searches for Mermaid Eye Patch on her phone and finds an online store called Xinguan Store, thinking the name is exaggerated. Looking at the product page, she sees that the patent for the Mermaid Eye Patch belongs to Muya Jiu Shu and is advertised as the light of hope for nearsighted people. She is shocked, wondering when she made this product and why she doesn't know about it. Furious, she immediately calls someone she suspects is involved. A woman with purple hair, Yan An, answers the phone and dismissively says she is busy and will call back later. Xinguang angrily asks what she is busy with and demands to know who allowed her to sell a mermaid brand myopia eye mask under her name. Yan An nonchalantly replies that Xinguang discovered it so quickly. She tells Xinguang she'll talk later as she's currently looking for a partner for mass production and will call when she gets it done. While on the call, Xinguang hears a familiar voice in the background and wonders if it's that big cancer, Yi Junqing, or if she's just hallucinating because she's in love. Becoming flustered, she realizes she must be thinking about him all the time. She quickly changes her tone and tells Yan An to be careful about her choice of partner, offering to help check them. Yan An looks over at Junqing and describes him as a handsome guy, just a little less handsome than Xinguang's guy. Xinguang, now acting like a protective girlfriend, declares that he's definitely much worse than her man and advises Yan An to negotiate carefully to avoid any losses. She instructs Yan An to demand an 80-20 split of the shared benefits and then proposes they split their share 60-40, warning Yan An not to even think about making money in her name without giving her a penny. After Xinguang's rambling rant, Yan An hangs up. Yan An then turns to Mr. Yi and asks for his thoughts on the contract, stating her one non-negotiable request is a 90-10 split. Junqing smiles coolly, stating that is impossible since she only provides raw materials and formulas while they handle all production, sales, and promotion, offering a 60-40 split as his limit. Yan An calmly sips her coffee and says that in that case, they have nothing to talk about, dismissing him and his companion from her office. As they walk out, Junqing's companion, Yuan Fen, remarks in surprise that Master King was also kicked out. Yuan Fen complains that he has never seen such a difficult woman, questioning why she offered a 70-30 split to him, but only a 90-10 split to Junqing. Yuan Fen cheekily suggests they use a beauty trap, reasoning that if one handsome man isn't enough, the two of them together should be able to seduce her. Junqing walks away without a word as Yuan Fen calls after him, asking why he's leaving and why he didn't bring his little fate with him. Junqing simply replies that he is going to buy radishes. Later, at a vegetable market, Yuan Fen looks on in disbelief as Junqing stands by a produce stall, wondering if driving a luxury car to the market just to buy radishes is the secret to becoming a successful president. Junqing holds up his phone with a picture of Xinguang, murmuring that the little fish-tail can't forget the radish. He asks the madam at the stall for 4 bottles of sauerkraut and radish. The shopkeeper notes his out-of-town accent but offers him a 10% discount for knowing her specialty pickled cabbage. Junqing smiles, saying he's buying it for his wife because she likes it. The shopkeeper happily remarks that the young man is going to be a father soon. She explains that many pregnant women make a special trip to buy her radishes as they are a good appetizer. Yuan Fen is shocked, exclaiming that his little fate is already pregnant. He grabs Junqing's shoulder, calling him a good boy for doing a big job in silence and insisting that Junqing treat him to dinner that night. Junqing agrees, telling Yuan Fen to organize it and he will pay. At a hotel, they meet with Lu Hansen, who says everyone has gathered because of the acquisition. Lu Hansen asks Junqing why he is nervous, but Junqing learns that the woman, Yan An, not only has myopia eye patches, but also medicines to increase height and hair volume, products that would surely be in high demand. Lu Hansen proposes they play a game to see who will win the right to cooperate with the mermaid brand. He bets Junqing that their turn to compete has come now that the game between their brothers is over. Junqing coldly states that he is not interested. Lu Hansen taunts him, asking if he doesn't dare and mentioning how Junqing would rather go to jail than accept the woman he's chasing, finding it off-putting. Junqing smirks and asks what happens if he wins. Lu Hansen proposes that if he wins, he gets ownership of all the mermaid theme parks owned by Junqing. In return, Junqing says if he gets the cooperation rights, Lu Hansen can ask for whatever he wants. Lu Hansen taunts him again about having a carp girl by his side whose luck can't protect him. Junqing states he doesn't really want anything, but if he wins and second young Master Lu has a chance to see his woman in the future, he must simply kneel down and call her daddy. He asks Lu Hansen if his conditions are not bad. Junqing reminds Lu Hansen not to forget their bet. Yuan Fen, watching this, is amazed at how protective Yi Junqing is of his wife, realizing this means Lu Hansen would have to call Xinguan mother from now on. Yuan Fen declares himself the witness, stating the bet is void if someone else gets the cooperation rights, but otherwise they must follow their bets. Lu Hansen vows that he must get this collaboration. Meanwhile, Xinguan is at home when her phone rings. It's Yuan Fen, who congratulates his little destiny on getting pregnant so soon. A baffled Xinguan asks when she got pregnant. Yuan Fen explains that Junqing personally went to the vegetable market to buy pickled radish for her because he said she had a bad taste and needed those specific radishes to have an appetite. Xinguan is touched and amazed that the big cancer went to the vegetable market in person for her. She then asks Yuan Fen if he is also in our city. He confirms that he and her husband King are competing for the cooperation rights to an eye patch. She asks which eye patch and immediately guesses it's related to Yan An. He confirms it's the mermaid brand myopia eye patch, but says the point is that her husband and the Lu family's second son are at odds, using Junqing's mermaid park as a bet. He reveals that Master King was originally unwilling, but then something changed. Xinguan asks what's wrong. Yuan Fen explains that her husband King said if he wins, he doesn't want anything, as long as second young Master Lu kneels down and calls her daddy whenever he sees her in the future. Completely shocked, Xinguan yells into the phone, asking why he dragged her into the bet. A man on the phone informs Xiaoju that the second young Master Lu mentioned her first, which angered Master King, creating a lucrative bidding war over her eye stickers. Xiaoju quickly ends the call, thanking her friend Yuan Fen, and immediately phones her friend with purple hair, Yan An. She warns Yan An that the 2 calls she just received must be scam calls. Yan An confirms that one call was from Mr. Lu's secretary, who offered to increase the price tenfold over whatever he's offered. Xiaoju insists it's a scam and tells her not to make any decisions until they meet. When Yan An spots Xiaoju standing before her and asks what she is doing there, Xiaoju declares she is there to send blessings to her man. She issues an ultimatum, stating that if Yan An dares to complete the transaction before she arrives in our city, their relationship will be over. Yan An points out others are present and asks if she isn't worried about her identity being exposed. Xiaoju confidently winks, believing no one will recognize her after so many years, as a 22-year-old looks very different from a 12-year-old. A jet is then seen flying through the night sky towards our city. Later, a man named Fu Zuo finishes a disguise on a blonde woman, who is actually Xiaoju, now calling herself Yi Xinguan. She praises his skill, and he assures her that Master King will not recognize her with this face. She giggles, wondering if Master King would open his door for her in the middle of the night. Fu Zuo sternly warns her that Mr. King has always been clean and self-sufficient, looking down on women sent to him by business partners. Xinguan provocatively asks if people often give him women on business trips. Fu Zuo insists Master King has never been close to women and dares her to try it, guaranteeing the door will not open because Master King only has her in his heart. Intrigued, Xinguan picks out a red dress and says she will give it a try, causing Fu Zuo to panic internally, hoping Master King can survive this test. At a hotel, Junqing, having just showered, hears a knock at his door and calls for Zioyan to prepare a file. The door opens to reveal the disguised Xinguan, who embraces him and asks if he needs someone to sleep with. Fu Zuo, now in his own disguise as a small bellhop, announces that the lady is a gift from Mr. Lin. Junqing smells a familiar scent, wondering if it's his little fishtail, but dismisses it as an illusion. The disguised Xinguan claims she will lose her job if she doesn't satisfy him tonight and begs him to accept her. As she touches his chest, Fu Zuo watches from the doorway, ready to catch her when Master King throws her out, but is confused when he sees Junqing just staring at her. A smile spreads across Junqing's face as he realizes it is indeed his naughty little fishtail. He announces that he will accept this gift from Lin Hanfeng. He pulls her into a tight hug and slams the door in Fu Zuo's face. Fu Zuo screams in panic that the plot is wrong and it's all over. Inside, Xinguan angrily pushes Junqing away, calling him a bastard for breaking his promise to stay clean. He calmly sits on the bed, pointing out that she was the one who volunteered to be his pillow. She retorts that she regrets it. He removes a small item from her hair, revealing that he knew it was her because she came all the way from the imperial capital, unable to sleep alone at night. She is shocked that he knows who she is. She furiously asks how he could possibly recognize her when she can't even recognize herself. He touches her neck, reminding her that he branded it the previous night. She huffs, admitting she just wanted to try it because Fu Zuo said he would never recognize her. Junqing is surprised to hear Fu Zuo is also there and asks where he is. She tells him it was Fu Zuo at the door just now. In another room, Fu Zuo is with a silver-haired man named Zioyan and asks how he was recognized. Forgetting the question, Fu Zuo admires Zioyan's abs. Zioyan ignores the compliment and asks why Fu Zuo came to our city, listening as Fu Zuo explains the situation. Zioyan reasons that Master King must have recognized Miss Yi, as he would never let a strange woman into his room. A call comes in for Junqing from Lu Hansen, who states that he has the transfer contracts ready for the mermaid theme parks and is waiting at the hotel bar. He smugly adds that he is willing to admit defeat and will wait 10 minutes. Xinguan overhears and asks if he is in trouble. He tells her it's fine and that he has to go out, instructing her to shower and remove her ugly makeup. She refuses, insisting on going with him and playfully clinging to his back. At the bar, a bystander remarks that it's no wonder Master King lost to Lu Lao-er, seeing him with a woman. Junqing ignores the comment and asks Xinguan what she wants to drink, but she says she'll just play on her phone. She sends a furious message to Yan An, who is sitting with Lu Hansen, calling her a stinky girl. She reminds Yanan that she told her not to decide on a partner before she arrived. Yanan texts back that Lu Hansen's conditions were too good to refuse. Xinguan then texts Yanan, asking if she knows who Junqing is to her. Yanan asks for clarification, and Xinguan declares that he is her man and that by helping his opponent, Yanan has disrespected him, threatening to end their friendship and block her. Yanan is shocked and asks if she is really Zio Jiu. Xinguan confirms it, and Yanan realizes her friend is in disguise. Yanan then reads a new message from Xinguan laying out the terms. Cooperate with Yesi for free, or they are no longer friends, but the profits must be split 50-50. Lu Hansen makes a toast, announcing his cooperation with Miss Yan and taunting Junqing. However, Junqing calmly tells him his celebration is premature, and Xinguan adds that the contract isn't signed yet. An associate of Lu's complains that the woman Junqing brought doesn't understand the rules. As tensions rise, another man asks Yanan why she chose Lu, and she coolly asks who said she chose the Lu family, shocking everyone. Lu Hansen tells her the joke is too big, but she insists she isn't kidding and turns to Junqing to sign the contract. Despite Lu Hansen's desperate offer to increase his price 20-fold, she declares her confidence in Yesi Group and proposes a 50-50 split. They shake hands on the deal as Lu Hansen fumes, accusing Junqing of unfair competition. Junqing pulls Xinguan close, stating that the country has given him a little lucky star, ensuring everything goes smoothly, before mockingly calling out to Lu Sun. A man laughs hysterically at a blushing Lu Sun, and Hansen declares himself a witness, telling Lu Sun to remember to kneel and call him daddy the next time he sees the carp girl. Elsewhere, a small blonde girl regrets that her disguise prevented her from making the same demand, calling it a huge mistake. Later, people congratulate a man, King, who has his arm around the now adult blonde woman, while a purple-haired woman watches them from a distance, wondering what is happening. An assistant brings a contract to King, who asks the purple-haired woman, Miss Yan, if she has made her decision. Miss Yan agrees to the deal, stipulating that she will provide the recipe and raw materials while he handles everything else, to which he consents. As she leaves, the blonde woman, Xinguan, mentally celebrates her victory, thinking about the message she sent promising a fair 50-50 split and free signing rights. King asks her if she knows Miss Yan, but she playfully denies it. Xinguan praises King for winning a tough bid, calling him a prosperous husband. When she mentions his parents' absence, he reassures her they were simply busy. He proposes their parents meet for dinner after her father is discharged, but she explains her father plans to return to his island. She suggests her parents move to the imperial capital instead, as her father's need for dialysis makes island life difficult. King agrees, adding that it would also make it easier to find a kidney donor for her father's transplant. Just as she worries about the long wait for an artificial kidney, she gets a call from Dr. Bo, who asks about her father's condition. Dr. Bo informs her he will travel to the imperial capital in 3 days and offers to arrange an artificial kidney transplant if her father is willing. Overjoyed, Xinguan confirms the news and embraces King, celebrating that her father is saved. At the hospital, Dr. Bo announces that with Mr. Song's consent, they can proceed with the operation details. As Xinguan hugs her father, Dr. Bo introduces a famous surgeon, Dr. Lai Yu, who has volunteered to perform the transplant. Mr. Song finds the name Lai Yu strangely familiar, and Dr. Bo explains that Lai Yu is the safer choice for lead surgeon, with himself as deputy. Lai Yu arrives but promptly lies down on a sofa and falls asleep. Dr. Bo introduces the sleeping surgeon, praising his magic hands despite his perpetually tired demeanor. Xinguan approaches Lai Yu to thank him, and he drowsily tells her not to call him doctor but brother, Mr. and Mrs. Song recognize the surgeon, exclaiming his nickname, Zio Yu. Xinguan explains to Dr. Bo that Lai Yu is a childhood friend who ran away from home years ago. She playfully asks Lai Yu when he became a doctor, but he just mumbles for her not to disturb his sleep. After Dr. Bo leaves, Xinguan rushes to King, overjoyed that her father's surgery is confirmed, and excitedly leads him away to meet her old friend. King initially smiles at the coincidence, but his face quickly turns grim. Xinguan introduces King to the sleeping Lai Yu, relaying Dr. Bo's praise before playfully calling him a sleepy pig. Staring at the surgeon, King's anger boils as he recognizes his #1 love rival, the man he believes once stole Xinguan from him. He flashes back to an image of them seemingly getting married, remembering the rumor they had gotten a certificate. The memory makes him feel sick, and Xinguan notices his distress. As she offers to help him rest, Lai Yu abruptly sits up, offering to check the pulse of whoever is sick. King intercepts him, telling him this isn't a disease he can cure, and grabs his wrist with force as he approaches. The two men stare each other down with intense animosity. Oblivious, Xinguan jokingly asks if they're filming a martial arts movie, but King angrily yells there is no need and forcefully pulls her out of the room. His mind flashes to painful memories of Lai Yu and Xinguan breaking up with him. Fueled by jealousy, he pulls her down the hall, urgently telling her to get her household registration book so they can get married immediately. Taken aback by his urgency, Xinguan agrees after he questions her commitment and runs to ask her mother for the document. She returns empty-handed, explaining her parents insist she can only get the certificate after a formal engagement. He desperately tells her to steal the book, but she questions his extreme hurry over a few days' delay. King internally panics, believing he cannot allow his love rival any opportunity to get along with Xinguan. When she suggests taking Lai Yu to dinner, King quickly overrides her, stating his mother has invited her for dinner, and he already accepted. He claims his mother is a fierce tiger, which surprises Xinguan, but she agrees to his plan. They arrive at his parents' home only to find an intimate candlelit dinner set for two. Xinguan feels embarrassed for interrupting, but King loudly asks his mother if she forgot her own invitation. His mother plays along, blaming her memory and suggesting they all go out to eat, while his father silently fumes about the ruined evening. The mother takes Xinguan's hand to leave, and Xinguan feels that everyone's behavior is strange. As they walk, King's mother asks about her family, and Xinguan explains they live on an island and her father has been sick for 10 years. King's mother is struck by this, realizing her mother has been a caregiver for a decade. This triggers a flashback to her own past, where she reveals she is Bai Lanwu, an unrecognized, illegitimate child of the Bai family. She was brought into the family to marry Bai Ziyu under a false name only after the true heiress ran away from the marriage. She reflects on the challenge of pretending to be a socialite, feeling like a heroine who overcame every obstacle, with no one ever knowing she was marrying in another's place. An older woman with purple hair sits at a dinner table, internally panicking as she thinks about seeing the real eldest lady of the Bai family, wondering if her husband Bai Ziyu would divorce her in anger if he discovered he married the wrong person. Bai Xinguan watches her in-laws, thinking how enviable it is that they are still so in love after decades of marriage, and muses that her husband, Big Cancer, isn't so bad either. The mother continues to worry about what she'll do when the truth comes out, just as her son, Junqing, asks his father if he's free tomorrow. The father, Bai Ziyu, bluntly states he has no time, explaining that their previous world trip was interrupted by pirates, and he plans to take his wife to continue it so the tickets their son bought don't go to waste. His wife lights up with excitement, asking if they'll really leave tomorrow, and he confirms, saying they can't waste their son's filial piety. As his mother excitedly discusses packing, Xinguan kicks her husband under the table. He quickly interrupts his parents, suggesting they postpone their trip to visit Xinguang's father, who has been hospitalized for over 10 days. The mother demurs, claiming they haven't prepared anything and a visit wouldn't be sincere, which makes Xinguang privately wonder if her in-laws are prejudiced against her. The mother continues to make excuses, claiming she checked the calendar and there are no good days to visit recently. Her son sarcastically asks if that means they also don't need to bathe and burn incense for 3 days, accusing them of simply not wanting to arrange the marriage meeting. His father surprisingly agrees, adding that a 3-day bath is indeed required in advance, and tells Xinguang her parents won't be surprised by the delay. He then gives a long-winded speech about being too busy with the Yi group to travel with his wife for 30 years, and how he can't bear the regret of not completing the trip now that they are old. Frustrated, his son demands his father tell him the truth about what he's really thinking. When his parents remain silent, he angrily declares he must have been picked up from the trash and starts to leave with Xinguang. His mother suddenly calls out, asking Bai Ziyu if they should go visit the in-laws after all, worried about what they will think, and the father apologizes profusely for their behavior toward their daughter-in-law. Their son is left completely baffled by his parents' sudden and dramatic change in attitude. Later, the son, King, is in a lounge area where he overhears men gossiping about Leng Chenmo swaying Tang Zhu at the marriage center, sparking rumors about Tang Zhu's gender. They speculate that Tang Zhu might be a woman in disguise, especially after rushing to defend Leng Chenmo from ridicule. King confronts the men, who recognize him as King Yi and immediately beg for forgiveness. As he sighs in frustration, Tang Zhu appears and kicks one of the gossipers, yelling that it's not their place to make such remarks. Tang Zhu declares that Leng Chenmo is under their protection. King chastises Tang Zhu for being stupid and not punishing the men harshly enough, questioning if they still have the confidence of his little follower. Another man, Leng Weixuan, appears and threatens to kill Tang Zhu, telling them not to be arrogant just because someone is protecting them. Leng Chenmo taunts Weixuan, suggesting he's just envious and should try his own luck at the marriage bureau. Weixuan furiously vows revenge on Tang Zhu. Tang Zhu defiantly shouts back, declaring that Leng Chenmo is their person and warning everyone not to look down on him. King puts his arm around Tang Zhu, warning everyone that he will make anyone who touches Tang Zhu's people regret being born. Tang Zhu complains that King was cowardly and demands he take them home for massage. Junqing suddenly appears, and Tang Zhu asks why Brother King is there. Junqing replies that he wouldn't know they were outside otherwise, noting their protective nature. Junqing then explains his actions weren't about being protective, but about the family's reputation. If Tang Zhu loses face, he loses face, and the Yejia family loses face. Tang Zhu asks why Junqing is looking at them strangely, and Junqing smiles, saying he just realized they are worthy of being his family. Leng Chenmo asks what his brother means, and Junqing calls it duplicity. Leng Chenmo insists he's truthful, and Junqing agrees with a smile. Back at home, Xinguang asked King why he took so long. He explains he ran into Tang Zhu, but their conversation is cut short as a car swerves dangerously close, forcing him to pull her into his arms. The reckless driver is revealed to be Leng Weixuan, who speeds away, vowing revenge on Tang Zhu. Later, King is on the phone with his brother, explaining a 3-part plan. Their parents don't dislike Xinguan but are hesitant to meet her parents for now. He advises his brother to wait until after Xinguang's father's surgery, and in the meantime, they'll try to understand their parents' true feelings. His brother complains about the wait, so Yiking suggests a backup plan. Invite Xinguang's parents to his presidential inauguration, and if their own parents still object, he should propose to Xinguang publicly at the dinner, forcing their parents' hands. The brother is thrilled with the idea, but their call is interrupted when a frantic Xinguang runs in, announcing that something has happened to Tang Zhu. She explains that Leng Chenmo found Tang Zhu's burnt-out car at the base of a mountain with charred bones inside. A flashback shows Leng Chenmo fondly telling Tang Zhu he'd bring them a treat later. In the present, Leng Chenmo frantically tries to call Tang Zhu's phone, which is turned off, before using a tracking app to find its last location. He arrives at the horrific scene of the still-burning car wreck, looking devastated. Soon after, Yiking and his men arrive, and he grabs Leng Chenmo, demanding to know where Tang Zhu is. They see a body on a stretcher, and Yiking refuses to believe it's Tang Zhu, saying a car accident and explosion are impossible for a skilled driver like them, and he demands an immediate DNA test. Leng Chenmo sits alone, remembering Tang Zhu's cheerful voice, and breaks down in tears. The official death certificate confirms the remains belong to Tang Zhu. Yiking sits alone on a basketball court, a place Tang Zhu loved, and Xinguang finds him. He rests his head in her lap as she comforts him. He tells her the accident likely happened around 4:20, but he isn't sure if it was intentional. He gets a call from an associate reporting that the road was mysteriously blocked off with a fake collapse sign right before the crash, strongly suggesting it was a murder. Enraged, Yiking orders a full investigation. Xinguang looks on, thinking that even if it's murder, Tang Zhu is gone unless there's a way for resurrection. With a determined look, she flashes back to a happy memory of Tang Zhu on the court. The scene shifts to the Yi residence, where everyone is mourning around a covered body. Xinguang approaches the grieving Yiking, grips his arm, and whispers that she may have a way to save Tang Zhu. Citing a possible insider, she dismisses everyone from the room. Only one man, Junqing, refuses to leave, identifying himself as Tang Zhu's family and stating he wants to stay. He tells Xinguang that if she can truly save Zai Aju, he will see her as his savior and be forever in her debt. She holds out a glowing, jade-like object carved into the shape of a skull. A man offers a green jade ornament to Xinguang, but she waves her hands, saying she doesn't want it. He insists she take it and hold it by her side, pushing it into her hands. He explains that with this item, which is like a tiger charm, the Leng family's frightening mercenary force will obey her orders from now on. He assures her that if he can't save Tang Zhu's life, he'll give it back, so it won't be in vain. Another man asks Missy what chance she has to save Zio Zhu. She replies by asking if he's ever heard of regret medicine, to which he confirms he guessed correctly. She explains that a friend of hers sells it, and she bought one. Taking it will allow someone to go back in time to before Tang Zhu was killed and prevent her death, and she asks who is willing to take it. A young man whispers to his brother that his woman is suffering from extreme sadness and must be hallucinating. A man with blue hair named Junqing steps forward, stating that he is willing and asking for the medicine. His younger brother questions him, asking if he's crazy too, as there's no such thing as regret medicine. Junqing declares that even if it's fake, it can't be worse than the current situation, and he will seize even a 1 in a million chance. Xinguang holds out a small box containing a glowing purple orb, telling him to trust her. She instructs that after taking it, he must close his eyes and concentrate on the moment he wants to return to, but the time limit is only 1 hour. Junqing realizes this means he would go back to an hour before Zio Zhu's accident, but at that time he was on a plane. Xinguang confirms that he is not suitable to take it, as he wouldn't be able to do anything. Suddenly, the brown-haired man snatches the orb from the box and swallows it. Xinguang tells him to close his eyes, concentrate, and remember he only has 1 hour. He closes his eyes and is enveloped in a swirl of pink and blue energy, finding himself transported to Tang Zhu's office. He nervously answers a ringing phone. Tang Zhu's voice comes through, asking if the little follower is done with work and saying they should drive to eat. He urgently asks where Tang Zhu is and commands them to immediately go back to the old place, stay in a crowded area, and wait for him to pick them up. Tang Zhu, while driving, questions why they should listen to him. A moment later, another car swerves violently in front of Tang Zhu, forcing a hard brake. Hearing the crash over the phone, the man yells Tang Zhu's name and immediately calls Junqing, reporting an accident on Road 406 and demanding a medical team and crane be sent there quickly. He then runs to a helicopter waiting on the rooftop. At the crash site, an injured Tang Zhu lies on the ground as a blond man, Leng Weixuan, looms over them with a bat, mocking their weakness. Tang Zhu accuses him of a despicable sneak attack. Leng Weiquan smirks, admitting his actions were despicable, and revealing he now knows Tang Zhu is a woman, not a man as he'd always thought. Tang Zhu asks what he wants, and Leng Weiquan leans in menacingly, saying he wants to check if his cousin has been eating well. When Tang Zhu tells him not to touch them and bites his hand, Leng Weiquan becomes enraged and raises the bat, vowing to beat them to death. A gunshot rings out, and Leng Weiquan cries out in pain. A helicopter hovers above as Leng Chenmo emerges from the trees with a weapon. Leng Weiquan's men panic, shouting that Leng Chenmo has a gun and they need to run. Leng Chenmo fires again, shooting the men in their knees and causing them to collapse in agony. He then leaps down and embraces Tang Zhu. Standing over the defeated men, Leng Chenmo says he'll have some fun with them too. Later, Junqing arrives with medics to find the scene. He asks what happened, and Leng Chenmo, holding the injured Tang Zhu, states that he did it. He explains that Tang Zhu suffered severe trauma and he was almost too late, telling Junqing that he owes his woman, Xinguan, a life. Back at the hospital, Tang Zhu lies in a bed, complaining about their precious face being hurt. They ask Leng Chenmo if they'll be disfigured, and he flatly says no, handing them a phone to see for themselves. Tang Zhu looks, declares it's fine, then screams in horror at their reflection and faints. The scene flashes back to the present, where everyone is gathered in a hospital room. A young man sits up, looking at his hands in disbelief before exclaiming Tang Zhu's name in relief. He questions why they are in a hospital instead of the morning hole, realizing new memories are flooding his mind of receiving a call that Xiao Zhu's accident wasn't life-threatening. Leng Chenmo also confirms a new memory of arriving at the hospital. The young man leaps up, asking for Xinguan, crying that she brought his brother back to life. Leng Chenmo embraces Xinguan, asking how he can ever repay her kindness. She tells him to pay it back over a lifetime with no interest, but he leans in close, whispering that a lifetime is too slow and he wants to pay it back now. Xinguan blushes, saying he also saved her and her family, so there's no need to be so formal. Just as he leans in to kiss her, the younger brother bursts in and grabs Xinguan, demanding to know how he can repay her. Leng Chenmo pushes him away, telling him that staying away is the best repayment. Soon, a group of men gather, with Junqing declaring that Xinguan belongs to all of them now. He kneels, asking little sister-in-law to accept his bow and vowing to protect her for the rest of his life. The others all cheer in agreement. Xinguan then turns to Leng Chenmo and asks for the jade he's holding. He hands it to her, explaining it commands a mercenary captain named Huo Liulai and gives her the contact number. As she leaves, a man called Brother Xiao approaches her, asking why she has the command ring for Huo Liulai. He offers to help her manage the mercenary, warning that it won't be easy to earn their loyalty. She thanks him and leaves to rest before her father's surgery the next day. The following day, Xinguan waits anxiously outside the operating room. The surgeon emerges, giving a thumbs up and announcing the surgery was a great success. That evening, at a celebratory dinner, a man named Dr. Bo tells a tipsy Xinguan to drink less, as he doesn't like how she looks when she's drunk. She leans against him and belches. Dr. Bo asks if she's drunk and if she even recognizes who she's leaning on. She giggles, slurring that she isn't drunk and that she knows he is the man she keeps. Her dark-haired companion looks on in jealous anger as she nuzzles against Dr. Bo's shoulder. Junqing looks at his phone, frowning at a message he sent to his family's group chat, asking what to do since his own woman got drunk and crawled into another man's arms instead of his. His relatives unanimously advised him to pamper her brutally until she crawls into his arms, adding that if he wasn't charming enough, he should find the reason within himself. One of them, Xiao, questioned why he was even hesitating. Junqing contemplates the advice as his family members joke that they will protect Xinguan if anything happens. Waving goodbye to some doctors, he prepares to leave the building, but his expression darkens when he sees a very drunk Xinguan hugging another man. Her brother asks if she even recognizes Junqing. She stumbles away from her brother, gets unnervingly close to Junqing to inspect him, then loudly tells her brother that this handsome guy is hers and he must help her get him. Leaning in close, she drunkenly asks Junqing if he wants to sleep with her tonight, then giggles and calls herself a superficial person. When he remains silent, she huffs that if he doesn't want to, she'll just go back alone. She then stops him again, claiming his yintang is turning black and offering to exorcise the evil spirits if he takes off his clothes. Later in the car, she leans on him, drunkenly accusing him of opening a harem behind her back. As their convoy drives through a tunnel at night, the lead car's tire is suddenly pierced by steel nails, bringing them to a screeching halt. A bodyguard in their car asks what happened, then reports over his earpiece that there's no signal and something is wrong, telling everyone to stay alert. His lead bodyguard, Xiao Yun, informs Master King that their opponents are well prepared for this ambush. Junqing smirks, saying he's eager to see who has the guts to challenge him, while the drunk Xinguan struggles in his arms, demanding to be let go so she can fight. He pulls her down to shield her just as enemy off-road vehicles block their path, their black dragon insignia identifying them as a killer-for-hire organization. Xiao Yun exits the car and is greeted by a man with red hair, Leng Chenmo, and a woman with purple hair. The woman calls Xiao Yun wild and says she likes him, while Leng Chenmo offers her 3 minutes to take him down before they kill everyone. The woman boasts it will take less than a minute to make him kneel. She gives Xiao Yun 1 minute to reconsider her offer to follow her, but he coolly replies that there's only one woman in the world who can make him happy. When asked who, he names Huo Liulai. Just as Leng Chenmo raises his rifle, a voice shouts a warning, and an unseen sniper's bullet intercepts the one meant for Xiao Yun. Confused, the assassins wonder who fired the shot. Xiao Yun turns to his savior and thanks the beauty, offering to repay her with his body. A woman with short, silver-white hair appears, asking if he really wants to use his body to repay her before coolly stating he's not qualified yet. The assassins are shocked, recognizing her as Huo Liulai, who gives the dark dragon 1 minute to leave. Leng Chenmo angrily retorts that she is sending them all to hell, accusing her of favoring a pretty boy over him. Huo Liulai calmly states that her new master is in the convoy and she can't have him killed. He scoffs, asking if her new master is Junqing. At that moment, a drunk Xinguan leans over and kisses a surprised Junqing on the cheek. Huo Liulai and Xiao Yun blush, realizing that Xinguan is the new master. Leng Chenmo finds this hilarious and decides to withdraw, telling Huo Liulai to remember his kindness. His subordinate informs Master King that the mercenaries now belong to Miss Yi. As Huo Liulai approaches their car, Xinguan playfully challenges her to a game of chase. Amused, Huo Liulai wonders if this is really her new master before she zips up Junqing's jacket and suddenly aims her rifle at Xiao Yun, asking if he arranged a separate attack on the dark dragon. He denies it just as the tunnel entrance explodes in a wall of fire, trapping them. Huo Liulai warns them not to fight back as there's oil on the ground. A voice from outside demands Junqing's head in exchange for their lives, but Xiao Yun yells back that he'll kill them first. A pack of giant wolves is then unleashed into the tunnel. Huo Liulai orders her men to use cold weapons to avoid misfires. Xiao Yun's men try to get Master King to escape, but are told he refuses. Xiao Yun, thrown by a wolf, laments his choice to be a bodyguard and begs Junqing to take Miss Yi and leave. Junqing calmly exits the car, telling his men to take a break and watch his woman. He smirks, remarking that he's lucky to fight these creatures again after so many years. The wolves charge, but he dodges and strikes with shocking power. However, one wolf manages to bite his arm. Enraged, the drunken Xinguan stumbles out, yelling at the big dogs for daring to eat her food before she could. Ignoring her bodyguard's pleas, she declares she will pull out all the wolf's teeth for taking food from her mouth. She pries its jaws open and yanks out a fang. Stunned by this display, Leng Chenmo wonders why they even need bodyguards. Xinguan then turns to Junqing, assuring the handsome man that only she can eat him. The wolves, seemingly intimidated by her, are given a command and retreat. Xiao Yun notes that the pack seemed afraid of Miss Yi. After they leave, Junqing confronts Leng Chenmo, asking if he was the one who wanted to kill him. The drunk Xinguan pops up, challenging the assassin to compete with her for meat. Terrified, Leng Chenmo begs for mercy, and Junqing dismisses him. On the drive back to the wellness villa, Xiao Yun ponders why their attackers used wolves instead of fire, suspecting they didn't want to harm Miss Yi. The next morning, Xinguan wakes with a hangover, and as she's given tea, she has flashbacks of drunkenly claiming the injured Junqing as hers, to which he had simply agreed. An older woman chides Xinguan, saying it's just nonsense, and that Junqing is simply pampering her and letting her do whatever she wants. But Xinguan asks in surprise how he got injured. The woman explains that they were intercepted and attacked the previous night, and Xiao Yu was bitten on the back by what was said to be a giant wolf, which resulted in a high fever that won't go away now that he's in the hospital. Shocked, Xinguan immediately runs out of the room as the woman calls her name. She arrives at a large hospital building, where she is greeted by a row of men in suits who bow and address her as Miss Yi. The men begin to gossip amongst themselves, one wondering if this is the Sister Yi who beat up the giant wolf, while another adds that she's also the one who pesters Mr. King to eat meat. blushing furiously. Xinguan thinks to herself that she couldn't possibly be such a person, and that this must be a joke, feeling utterly ashamed as the gossip swirls around her. She approaches a man and asks how Junqing is, and he replies that Master King still has a high fever. He adds that it's strange how so many giant wolves could appear without leaving any traces or being captured on any surveillance footage. Xinguang looks at her phone, which shows it is the 16th day of the lunar calendar, and has a sudden realization, thinking that yesterday was a full moon night, and the lack of any trace of the giant wolf could mean it was the group of werewolves she knows. She concludes that if he was bitten by a werewolf, then his fever isn't just a fever but poison from wolfsbane, which ordinary medical treatment cannot solve. When the man asks if she isn't going to see Master King anymore, she says she won't, claiming she remembered something urgent as she rushes off. In his hospital bed, Junqing lies sweating and unconscious. A man enters and reports that Missy had come by but said she remembered something urgent and left first. Just then, Junqing gets a call informing him that Lai Yu is planning to leave the imperial capital and has just bought a plane ticket. With effort, Junqing orders the caller to follow him before sitting up, only to collapse back onto the bed in a coma-like state. A flashback shows Junqing angrily telling a woman that the giant wolf that attacked him was arranged by Lai Yu and demanding to know why she won't believe him. The woman accuses him of having persecutory delusions, questioning how Brother Yu could possibly assassinate him. Junqing throws a stack of papers at her, demanding she look at them and asking why she only trusts others. The woman stands her ground, stating she believes Brother Yu and that these papers are just what he wants her to see. Back in the present, Junqing awakens in his hospital bed. A young boy by his bedside asks if he is okay and why he is cursing others even while having a fever. Junqing asks what he's doing here, and the boy explains that his phone rang several times and he was afraid something was urgent. Junqing takes the phone and learns that Miss Yi and Lai Yu have appeared together in T-City. He demands to know how they are together, and his subordinate speculates that since Lai Yu left without saying goodbye, Miss Yi must have chased him from the imperial capital to T-City. Junqing furiously tells him not to talk nonsense without evidence. The subordinate insists it's true, stating that they watched Miss Yi chase Lai Yu all the way and saw them take a speedboat out to sea together. He adds that they had originally planned to intercept and kill Lai Yu at sea, but since Miss Yi is also there. Enraged, Junqing shouts for him to shut up, ordering the action to be temporarily cancelled and threatening to kill anyone who dares to accidentally injure even a single hair of hers. He crushes his phone in his hand. The young boy asks what's wrong and if the fever is too uncomfortable, pointing out his temperature hasn't dropped at all even after receiving fluids for more than a day. Junqing simply orders someone to prepare the plane. As he gets out of bed, the boy asks where he's going, while another man protests that Master King's high fever hasn't gone away. Striding out of the room, Junqing declares that a fever cannot kill him. At her family home on an island, Xinguan finds a small box in a drawer and exclaims that this is it. As she leaves, an older woman named Grandma Shen asks if she is leaving so soon after coming back. Xinguan says she is in a hurry and waves goodbye, but Grandma Shen stops her to mention that Mr. Gu begged for her forgiveness and hopes she will give him a chance to be his old partner again. Xinguan cheerfully brushes it off, saying she doesn't know any old partner and doesn't care. Outside, storm clouds gather ominously. As Xinguan gets into her car, she finds a man waiting, who asks why she is leaving within an hour of coming back. She explains she came back to get something and asks if he was kicked out by Uncle Lai, offering him a key to stay at her house until his anger subsides. She then offers to take him to the dock. Looking up at the sky as lightning flashes, she trembles and notes that it's going to rain. Grandma Shen rushes out, telling Xinguan to come back because there is a typhoon tonight and it's too dangerous to go to sea. Xinguan looks up at the rain, saying that the big cancer guy has a high fever and is waiting for her antidote. Grandma Shen pulls her under an umbrella, insisting she go back inside before it rains heavily, worrying that her parents would blame her for letting her go out in such weather. Meanwhile, Junqing is on a private jet flying through the storm. His subordinate holds a map, noting that it's strange there's no specific location for the island, and worrying about getting lost in the heavy rain, but Junqing just stares at him intently. He closes his eyes, thinking that he couldn't possibly remember it wrong because it's all engraved in his mind, and that it's absolutely impossible for something like that to happen this time because he believes she loves him. He arrives at Xinguang's house in the storm and looks up at her bedroom window. Inside, Xinguang is terrified by the thunder, hugging a pillow and whimpering that she misses her big cancer guy so much. Hearing a knock, she wonders who could be at her door so late. She opens it to find a drenched Junqing, who declares that it's her man. He glares past her angrily. In the guest room, the other man opens his door wondering who is knocking so urgently, only to be punched in the face by Junqing. The man asks Second Master King why he is being so crazy at night. Junqing looms over him, accusing him of daring to touch his woman and sleep with her, then threatening him. Xinguan rushes in and grabs Junqing from behind, yelling at him to stop and asking what he is doing. Junqing glares over his shoulder, demanding to know if she is still protecting him. The other man explains that Junqing has misunderstood and thinks they slept together, having come all the way from the imperial capital to catch a traitor. Xinguan touches Junqing's forehead, asking her big cancer if he's confused. Clutching his bleeding nose, the other man thinks that he isn't confused, just prone to violent tendencies, and complains that his head is spinning. Xinguan points out his mistake, showing him that her room is separate from the guest room where the man was sleeping. She scolds Junqing, telling him to go to the sofa, change his wet clothes, and reflect on how he's turned himself into a fool by getting soaked in the rain while already having a fever. Junqing sits sullenly on the sofa. As Xinguan tends to the other man, two older people, including Mr. Gu, arrive, drenched from the typhoon. Xinguan greets Mr. Gu and offers to find him some of her dad's dry clothes. She then turns to Junqing, telling him not to be a sculpture, while thinking he should be called the king of jealousy for being so suspicious even with a high fever. Junqing suddenly pulls her into his arms, and she protests, sarcastically asking if he doesn't think her relationship with Brother Yu is impure. He accuses her of chasing after Lai Yu as soon as he left. She retorts that she didn't just rush home on a long journey because of him. She explains his high fever is due to wolfsbane poison from a giant wolf bite, which ordinary medicine can't cure, and that she came home to get the special antidote since it's unavailable in the imperial capital. He asks if she really came back for his medicine and not to chase Lai Yu. She scoffs at the idea, calling him a bastard with a dirty mind. He tosses a change of clothes at her, and she complains, telling him to change his wet clothes before hugging her, lest he make more people sick. He leans into her and lets out a big sneeze. Xinguan struggles as a feverish Junqing clings to her, refusing medicine and insisting she is his fever reducer. He asks her for a change of clothes and sneezes, prompting his subordinate Fu Zuo to offer to find some for him. Junqing glares intensely at Fu Zuo, whose bravado melts away, thinking Master King's affectionate gaze means he's in trouble. Fu Zuo hastily makes an excuse about mopping the floor and flees the room. Later, Lai Yu watches Xinguan boiling a large pot of herbs and sarcastically asks if she's making medicine or adding to the fire, commenting that Junqing needs to replenish his kidneys but shouldn't be overexerting himself. Flustered, Xinguan tells Lai Yu to shut up and stop his dirty thoughts just as her phone rings. A woman named Xiaoju is on the line, warning her that the elders now suspect her identity because of the business contract she insisted on, which made them think Junqing was a mere profiteer. Xiaoju reveals that the volatile third elder sent werewolf warriors to kill Junqing, and that one of the warriors seemed to recognize her, deepening the suspicion. Xinguan thinks to herself how it was possible for a normal person like Junqing to kill a giant wolf. Xiaoju apologizes, explaining she has to maintain the lie, and asks if they are all right. Xinguan angrily retorts that her husband was poisoned by wolfsbane and has a high fever, asking if that sounds fine before ordering Xiaoju to monitor the kingdom and hanging up. She returns to Junqing's bedside to give him the medicine, but he collapses weakly onto her shoulder. She chides him for suddenly acting weak when he was energetic enough to chase after a supposed adulterer, asking if he needs to be fed. He murmurs that the medicine is bitter before pulling her into a kiss. Fu Zuo peeks in, shocked to see them, and wonders how King Yi can handle such a potent tonic with his fever. With Junqing's head in her lap, she thinks about how this is her own special medicine for the man who fell asleep halfway through tasting her sweetness. She soon lies down beside him, exhausted but relieved by the quiet, as he murmurs little fishtail in his sleep. The next morning, an old man, Mr. Gu, is practicing Tai Chi outside when he spots a woman named Yusai watering flowers. He cries out her name and rushes toward her, but she slams the door in his face. He pleads from outside, claiming he's reflected on his past mistakes for years and misses her dearly, but she just tells him to get out. He cries that her scolding is a sign of love and swears he never wronged her, begging for a chance to explain. At the breakfast table, Xinguan wonders about the noise, and Lai Yu remarks that the old man is looking for his pink sunset. She notices Lai Yu's swollen face and suggests a visit to the clinic, but Yi Junqing protectively pulls her closer to him. Lai Yu begins to sow discord, questioning why she would so easily forgive a man who distrusted her enough to chase her for thousands of miles. He warns her that being too forgiving will only make men more arrogant, but Yi Junqing cuts him off. Lai Yu then demands compensation for being beaten, asking if Yi Junqing will settle publicly or privately. Fu Zuo furiously intervenes, accusing Lai Yu of sending giant wolves to kill Master King, but Yi Junqing silences him. Lai Yu calmly denies the accusation and asks for proof. Fu Zuo insists King Yi himself told him that Lai Yu was the culprit. Lai Yu turns to Yi Xinguan, questioning her choice in a man who distrusts her and makes false accusations. Yi Junqing de-escalates, claiming Fu Zuo misunderstood, and offers Lai Yu 100,000 as compensation. Lai Yu accepts, giving A's sisters discount for 90,000, then leans in to whisper to Yi Junqing that he was, in fact, the one who tried to have him killed in the tunnel and warns him to be careful. Yi Junqing internally vows to remain calm, knowing Lai Yu is trying to provoke him. Yi Junqing then leans close to Lai Yu, asking if they are exchanging fever viruses. Yi Xinguan nervously explains she was just apologizing for the misunderstanding. Yi Junqing tells her to make things clear next time instead of acting impulsively. He then announces they are packing up to return to the capital, as his father and his feverish bodyguards need them. As they are leaving, they see Mr. Gu serenading Yusai with a guitar. Their romantic moment is interrupted when Yusai throws a bucket of water on him from the window, shouting for him to leave. Mr. Gu declares he will never leave her again as Yi Xinguan and Yi Junqing decide to run from the chaotic scene. At a hospital, a woman with short, pink-streaked hair named Pei Luan arrives. She hides as her niece leaves a room before entering to see her sister sitting by the bedside of an old man. Pei Luan calls out to her sister and immediately drops to her knees in apology. Crying, she says she feels like a thief who took everything and doesn't have the face to see her. Her older sister urges her to get up, saying her actions are making her unsure how to react. A woman with short pink hair tearfully tells her sister that the name Pei Luan originally belonged to her. The sister pours her a drink, saying it's good that the name belongs to her now and that she shouldn't be like this. The pink-haired woman, Bai Lanwu, laments that if it weren't for her, her sister would be the mistress of the Yi family and the mother of the future president, insisting that she is the one who should have lived in a fishing village. The sister replies that she ran away from her marriage on her own and asks what it has to do with Bai Lanwu, adding that she hasn't had a miserable life and she can relax. Bai Lanwu persists, saying she heard from Xinguan that her sister's husband has been ill for 10 years and that they've been living in an isolated village, her voice trailing off as she mentions the fate of her children. After a moment of silence, Bai Lanwu apologizes for touching on a sad memory. The sister says it's okay and that it's all in the past, adding that they still have Xinguan, who is a good kid. Bai Lanwu then asks how her brother-in-law is recovering, admitting she's wanted to visit but was afraid of her identity being exposed and of losing Bai Ziu. The sister smiles, saying she heard Bai Lanwu and Yi Baixiu have had a good relationship since they married, suggesting it was simply a matter of marrying the right man instead of the wrong one. Now they have the opportunity to be in-laws, which is probably fate, causing Bai Lanwu to feel ashamed. The sister hugs her, telling her not to be like this and that she doesn't blame her, but in fact wants to thank her because if Bai Lanwu hadn't married in her place, she might never have had the chance to marry Junqing. Elsewhere, in an infusion room, a young woman with long black hair brings a tray of medicine to a group of men. She tells them to drink the medicine quickly, explaining it's a folk remedy for fever from her hometown, and that after Yi Junqing drank it, his fever went down. Two small, chibai-like figures whisper to each other that, while Mr. King's fever went down after drinking Missy's tonic, the medicine contains ingredients good for the kidneys, like deer penis and seahorse, which would give an ordinary person a nosebleed. One of the men immediately gets a nosebleed after drinking it, but exclaims that a nosebleed is better than a fever, while the others follow suit. One of the men tells Miss Yi that there are still people who haven't had any medicine yet. He points to Huo Lialai and her subordinates, explaining they were also bitten by the giant wolf while rescuing her and now have a high fever. The young woman, Yi Xinguan, approaches them with the medicine, introducing herself. She tells them they should drink some too, as she prepared plenty. Huo Lialai introduces herself and states that from now on, her mercenaries belong to Xinguan, though she adds that it was Brother Chen's decision, and she had no power to resist. Xinguan perceives that Huo Lialai is not convinced at heart. She tells Huo Lialai that she understands the feeling of suddenly having one's owner changed, and that time will prove her worth. Xinguang declares that one day, Huo Lialai will find that being her subordinate is not Xinguang's honor, but hers. Huo Lialai replies that she will let time prove everything and hopes that one day Xinguang can truly convince her. Huo Lialai then asks Missy if she knows the giant wolf that attacked them the other night. Xinguang laughs nervously, deflecting the question by saying she's going to wash the pot and telling them to get some rest. A man receives a text message from someone named Zai, who writes that she will return to China tomorrow and asks him to come and pick her up. The man smiles and sends a reply, confirming he will certainly be there. Later, at a KTV party, Xinguang's friends toast to her for joining the presidential press and public relations department. They tell her she is moving up in the world and will now be the journalist behind the president. As she sings karaoke with her friends, she is suddenly surrounded by men in black suits outside the venue. A group of them bow in unison, addressing her as Your Majesty and asking her to please get in the car. Xinguang, dizzy and confused, asks what they mean by queen and accuses them of trying to kidnap her. One of the men, who has blue-purple hair, explains that she is the only one who can beat werewolves to the point of being powerless. Xinguang, with red eyes, angrily asks if they were the ones who killed her man the night before yesterday. The werewolf hastily clarifies it was a misunderstanding, saying if they'd known Yi Junqing was her beloved, they would have simply knocked him out and delivered him to her. Just then, Han Chengbei steps in front of her, telling the men to step aside and asking if they are tired of living. He pulls Xinguang behind him, telling her not to be afraid because he is there. A small, cat-eared werewolf whispers to his leader, asking if this is Her Majesty's other male lover. Annoyed, Xinguang yells that it's best not to disturb her tonight because she gets very angry when she's angry. The werewolves quickly retreat, telling each other not to bother Her Majesty. The lead werewolf glares at Han Chengbei as his subordinate tells him that Her Majesty, the Queen, is going to marry the heir of the vampire clan. The leader replies that someone like the Queen, who loves meat, wouldn't go back with them until she's had enough fun. In the parking garage, Han Chengbei asks who those guys were, but Xinguang dismisses them as bullshit and asks where his car is. He points to a flashy red sports car decorated with glittery hearts, proudly stating that the most coquettish one is his. Xinguang says that's very typical of him and asks him to take her to the hospital. He asks in shock if she's sick, but she clarifies that her dad just had surgery and she's going to support her parents. Han Chengbei is outraged that she didn't tell him about our dad having an operation, but she corrects him that it's her dad. In the car, she asks him a question about a man fantasizing about his girlfriend cheating on him. He asks if that bastard Yi Junqing suspected her of cheating. She complains that Yi Junqing is always angry and can't control his basic emotions. Han Chengbei tells her she's stupid, because not being angry means not caring. He explains that the fact she can influence Yi Junqing's emotions proves she holds a place in his heart, so she should be secretly happy. She pouts, saying that he still misunderstood her and didn't apologize. Han Chengbei tells her not to forgive him and suggests making him kneel on a durian or a keyboard. At the health villa, Xinguang takes a picture of a durian she has opened. She texts Han Chengbei, telling him the durian is very delicious after making the best use of everything. He texts back, asking if Yi Junqing really kneeled down, and she lies, claiming he did and wouldn't dare not to. As he reads her text, Han Chengbei stands near a helipad and spots Yi Junqing getting off a helicopter. He watches as a woman with short, reddish-purple hair embraces Yi Junqing. Han Chengbei starts a video call with Xinguang, who is lazily eating durian on her couch. On the call, she asks if he really knelt down, and Han Chengbei's screen shows Yi Junqing with the other woman. Xinguang demands to know who that woman is. Han Chengbei identifies her as Lady Yan Kaiyan, who was Yi Junqing's desk mate from elementary to high school, and is also the president's half-sister and a government minister. He taunts Xinguang for lying about Yi Junqing kneeling on a durian when he was actually picking up his childhood friend. Xinguang abruptly hangs up the phone. She lies awake, staring at the clock, trying to convince herself that it was just a polite hug after a long separation, and there's nothing to think about. Xinguang lays in bed, agitated after receiving a message from Yi Junqing asking if he should come to the hospital that night. She replies, telling him she has something to do and asking him to leave the door open for her. She then asks where he is, and he claims to be in an urgent company meeting. She scoffs internally, knowing he was actually at the airport picking up his childhood friend and had lied about work. The next morning, Yi Junqing is with her in bed and warns her to stay away from a man named Lai Yu, calling him a bad person. Xinguang retorts angrily, asking if that means all the men around her are bad while all the women around him are good, admitting she feels uncomfortable because of how close he is with Lai Yu. She furiously pushes him away, accusing him of lying to himself. Later, alone, she wonders if she's overreacting, considering that if he and the other woman have no relationship, her questioning him would just make her seem unreasonable. The scene shifts to the hospital, where a doctor informs Xinguan and her mother that her father is recovering well. Her mother suggests inviting Junqing over for dinner, mentioning a dish he likes. Xinguan texts him the invitation, but he declines, claiming he has to work overtime. Disappointed, she suggests to her mother that they eat out instead. At a private restaurant, Xinguang is horrified to see Junqing inside a room with another woman, looking intimate as they hold wine glasses. She quickly makes an excuse to her mother that she suddenly craves hot pot and pulls her away from the restaurant. Her mother notes later that she barely ate, while Xinguang fumes internally, wondering why he had to lie about working overtime instead of just telling her he was with his friend. Back at the villa, her mother notices she has a fever. Just then, Xia Yetshao arrives and, seeing her unwell, offers to cook for her, saying it's something she liked to eat when she was sick as a child. As she eats the noodles he prepared, she begins to cry, explaining that it tastes just like it did in her memories. She says it's delicious, but then suddenly collapses from stomach pain. A doctor diagnoses her with acute gastroenteritis, and a medical assistant notes that her physical stats are oddly similar to a Miss Yanyan's. Xia Yetshao curtly cuts off the assistant, who was about to call her ugly. Xia Yetshao insists on staying to take care of Xinguang, reassuring her worried mother that he will wait until her Roman IV drip is finished. He smiles to himself, secretly hoping Junqing doesn't return to take over his duty of caring for his little sister. The next day, Xinguang is scrolling through her phone in bed, seeing trending news about Xia Yanyan's birthday and feeling bored. Xia Yetshao enters and asks how she's feeling. He mentions Yanyan's birthday party, and Xinguang encourages him to go. He replies that he was worried about her and offers to stay the night to take care of her instead. She coyly asks if Sister Yanyan won't be upset, and he dismisses it, saying he goes every year and it's fine to miss one. Xinguang feels a small thrill, wondering if he's competing for her affection. He steps out to take a call from an angry Yanyan, who questions why her brother is with Xinguang. Meanwhile, Xinguang posts a vague but happy message online about being cared for while sick, cheekily thinking of a nickname for herself. She quickly deletes it, however, realizing netizens might misunderstand who was caring for her. A message pops up in the family group chat, with relatives asking if she's okay. She replies that she's recovering from gastroenteritis. At the same time, a blonde young man named Tang Zhu runs out of his own hospital ward, only to spot Xia Yetshao tending to Xinguang through a doorway. He immediately gets on the phone, whispering frantically that Xinguang is sick and Xia Yetshao is taking care of her while Junqing is nowhere to be found. The person on the other end, who is at a golf course, confirms that Junqing is playing golf with a woman named Yangxi, trying to persuade her to accept a government position. Tang Zhu panics, urging his friend to tell Junqing to stop playing and come immediately before Xia Yetshao makes a move. Xinguang overhears the entire loud conversation, thinking irritably about how deaf he must think she is. She grows upset, realizing Junqing lied again about a business trip when he was actually with Yan Kaiyan. Soon after, Junqing storms into the villa, having been informed of her illness. He angrily asks why no one told him she was sick. He snatches his phone and tries to call her, but she rejects the call. He rushes to her bedside, asking why she isn't answering. She coldly says she doesn't want to. Tang Zhu bursts in to defend his friend, insisting that Brother King has been extremely busy with work and has never done anything to let her down. Junqing takes the phone to speak with someone while Xinguang, hiding under her blanket, tells him that she just ate something bad but is fine now, and that he should continue with his business since Xia Yetshao is there. Annoyed, Xia Yetshao grabs the meddling Tang Zhu and drags him out of the room, telling him that Xinguang needs to rest. Fuzhuo makes a frantic call to Brother King, his face bruised and panicked, reporting that Xiao Xinguang has blocked him and that her brother Xia Yetshao has kicked him out for openly trying to steal his girl. On the other end of the line, Junqing looks utterly shocked, repeating Fuzhuo's words and questioning if his little fishtail has truly blacklisted him. The scene shifts to Xiao Xinguang's bedroom, where she lies pale and sick with a fever as her brother. Xia Yetshao tends to her. He gently tells her not to overthink things and to focus on resting, which she quietly agrees to do. As she drifts off, she falls into a vivid dream of a traumatic childhood memory on a boat at sea. In the dream, her younger self and her sister are on the deck at night. Their parents encourage them to jump into the water for a swimming race, promising a prize to the winner. Though she says she doesn't feel well, her father picks her up and encourages her, helping her jump into the ocean. She surfaces triumphantly, shouting that she won, only to see the boat carrying her parents and sister sailing away without her. A look of horrified confusion dawns on her face as she desperately screams for them to wait, pleading for them not to leave her behind in the dark water. The dream dissolves as she cries out in her sleep, begging not to be left alone. She jolts awake with a gasp, tears streaming down her face, and immediately throws herself into Xia Yetchao's arms for comfort. He holds her, reassuring her that the nightmare is over. Sobbing, she tells him it wasn't a nightmare but a real memory of her life. She then asks him if she's a terrible person, lamenting that she feels she's always abandoned no matter how hard she tries to please people. Xia Yetchao comforts her, insisting she's done nothing wrong and that the world has failed her. He then shows her a social media post on his phone, asking if this is why she insisted on changing restaurants. The post mocks her carp girl persona as a political stunt, claiming she cowardly retreated after seeing her man, Junqing, dining with another woman. Their mother enters, furious, realizing this is the reason for her daughter's distress. At that moment, Fu Zuo peeks in to announce that Brother King has returned. Junqing arrives, but his mother-in-law immediately orders him to get out, declaring that her daughter doesn't want to see him. She confronts him angrily, asking if he was too busy flirting with other women to visit. Before he can properly respond, a man named Han Chengbei steps forward, claiming to be a witness. He alleges he saw Junqing pick up the woman from the video at the airport and even hug her. Enraged, the mother-in-law shouts for Junqing to get out and calls his mother on the spot to cancel the engagement. Junqing tries to explain it was a simple dinner with an old classmate, but she refuses to listen, already on the phone with his mother, Peiluan. He tries to enter Xinguang's room to calm the situation, but his mother-in-law forbids it, and Han Chengbei physically blocks his path. Fu Zuo rushes to defend him, leading to a chaotic scuffle between the three men. Annoyed by the noise, Xia Yetchao opens the bedroom door only to immediately slam it shut and lock it, leaving Junqing outside. Defeated, Junqing sinks to his knees in despair before the locked door. After a berating phone call from his own mother, Junqing demands Xia Yetchao open the door, but Han Chengbei urges him not to. This prompts another confrontation, this time between Fu Zuo and a disfigured man named Tang Zhu, who doesn't recognize the bruised Fu Zuo. The troublemaker Han Chengbei flees, and Junqing trembles with suppressed rage. The other man, Tang Zhu, realizes he may have made things worse and tells Fu Zuo to have King Yi restore his chat history with Xinguan before also making a hasty exit. Following the advice, Fu Zuo tells Junqing to restore his chats. Junqing does so and discovers the source of the misunderstanding, a text message from Fu Zuo, using his phone, rejecting Xinguang's dinner invitation by lying that he was working overtime. Enraged, he understands their attitude. He calls through the door, desperately trying to explain that Fu Zuo sent the message without his knowledge and that he never meant to deceive her. From inside, Xia Yetchao shouts for him to be quiet, as Xinguang has thrown up again from the stress. Junqing enters the room and holds her hand, repeating his explanation, but she turns her back to him coldly. He presses Xia Yetchao to corroborate his story about Yan Zai liking someone else, but Yetchao feigns ignorance. Yetchao then accuses Junqing, pointing out that his dinner with Yan Zai is what led to Xinguang changing restaurants and getting poisoned in the first place. The weight of the misunderstanding hits Junqing. Xinguang, still facing away, quietly asks Xia Yetchao if he was the one who liked Yan Zai, making her his unforgettable first love. She then tells her brother to make Junqing leave and fix the broken door on his way out. Defeated, Junqing leaves the room and stands alone in the living room, wondering how to fix the mess. A subordinate reports that the villa's security has been taken over by the second master. A man with a goatee appears, revealing himself to be Junqing's second uncle, and smugly orders his men to throw his nephew out. Junqing glares at him, pleading with him not to interfere, reminding him that his wife is sick and needs him. Junqing is held back by several men outside a large villa, who plead with him to calm down. His second uncle approaches, advising him not to fight the bodyguards as it would reflect poorly on him in front of his parents-in-law, and he offers to keep an eye on his niece-in-law, assuring him she can't run away. Frustrated, Junqing walks away from the house and calls his mother, insisting he didn't do anything and that the entire world seems to be conspiring against him. Meanwhile, his assistant explains that Mr. Song has agreed to let him visit for 5 minutes every hour, which is a chance he should cherish. Junqing fumes, questioning why Xia Yetchao is allowed inside while he is stuck outside. He angrily orders his men to find and arrest his other assistant, Fu Zuo, declaring that this entire mess is his fault. The first assistant reports that Fu Zuo is at the hospital gate, but warns that bringing him to explain might look like an attempt to find a scapegoat. He then reveals that he has obtained the complete surveillance footage from the restaurant, which proves Junqing wasn't dining alone with the woman named Yan Zai, and he sends the video to Junqing's phone. Inside the villa, Junqing's mother is speaking with Xinguan's mother, apologizing for her son's behavior and calling him a jerk. She explains that he was at a class reunion, not on a date, and shows the video as proof. The footage reveals the message about the dinner plans was actually a reply from his special assistant, Fu Zuo. Xinguang's mother is skeptical, suggesting a special assistant wouldn't be so stupid and must have deliberately lied because he believes Junqing is having an affair. Junqing's mother becomes agitated, insisting that's not the case and expressing her outrage that her son didn't even know Xinguang had been sick for 2 days. After Xinguang's mother calms her down, she confesses how much she likes Xinguang and believes their children are destined to be together, given the 1 in 10 chance that brought them together. She laments how angry her sister is, blaming her son for the entire situation. Elsewhere, Junqing waits impatiently in his car for his next 5-minute visit. His mother taps on the car window, telling him to eat. He bitterly asks her to find out from his father if his second uncle is even his biological uncle, complaining about being guarded like a thief. She flicks him on the forehead, chiding him for talking nonsense and reminding him to behave before telling him he can sleep in the car tonight because he won't be allowed in the house. Inside, Xinguang is awake in bed when her brother, Xia Yetshao, brings her a glass of water. She asks him if Yan Kaiyan truly likes Tang Zio. He explains their complicated history, noting that with Yi Shiding taking over, Tang Zio's position is now secure, which might change things for them. He teases her, asking if she's worried Yan Kaiyan will compete with her for Yi Junqing. She denies it, annoyed, and wonders aloud who Junqing's first love could be if it's not Yan Kaiyan. As she pulls her hair in frustration, an alarm goes off and Junqing bursts into the room, announcing that his time has started. Xia Yetshao leaves them alone, telling Junqing he'll be in the living room. Junqing immediately asks Xinguang if she's still angry, swearing there is nothing between him and Yan Kaiyan. He hugs her, commenting that her bed is warm despite the cold weather outside. Just then, a bodyguard appears to inform him that his time is up. Junqing complains about how cruel and ruthless his father-in-law is, but Xinguang tells him to leave and not make her warm bed cold. Looking hurt, Junqing says he now understands what it feels like to be wronged and apologizes for making her feel that way. He then asks if she would believe him if he confessed that she was the first love of the heartless little bastard he always talks about. She flatly says she doesn't believe him. He sighs, admitting he dug a hole for himself and presents an even more outlandish story. He is a time traveler who has relived his life from age 29 to 23. He claims that in his first life, he pursued her relentlessly after she didn't get into her desired university, even keeping her captive like a domineering boss for 7 years. But she never liked him back. She scoffs at the idea, saying she could have easily fought off his bodyguards if she hadn't wanted to be there. He continues, explaining that they quarreled daily until he finally let her go, and she ended up with a man named Lai Yu. He then reveals that he is the heartless bastard from his story. She finds his tale absurd, pointing out that her parents would never have allowed such a thing, and tells him to come up with a more believable story. He shrinks back with a sad, puppy dog expression. Changing the subject, she asks if he showered before getting into her bed, as she's already sick and doesn't want any new viruses. He promptly rushes off to the bathroom. When he returns, shirtless and fresh from his shower, he leans over her and tells her not to worry about things online, as he will handle it. Just as he is about to kiss her, his phone rings with a call from Yi Shiding. Xinguang answers, happily greeting her big brother, which startles Junqing so much that he falls off the bed. Annoyed, he mutters that the call ruined the atmosphere. Yi Shiding tells Xinguang that Junqing's meeting with Yan Zai was on his instructions and asks if she trusts him. She confirms that she does. Yi Shiding then invites her and her parents to his upcoming presidential inauguration banquet before asking if Junqing is there taking care of her. Junqing cheekily whispers that he's not just by the bed. He's on it, earning a stern warning from Yi Shiding to behave. After the call, Xinguang playfully teases Junqing, saying she still doesn't believe his story and jokes about getting regret medicine to avoid him and choose Lin Hanfeng instead. Junqing becomes flustered and threatens to have someone deal with Lin Hanfeng. She laughs, admitting she was kidding and reminding him the single regret pill is already gone. He playfully pins her down, declaring that she can only be his. She protests that he's heavy and she's sick, telling him to get up so they can sleep. Later, Junqing lies awake, pondering her past actions in his story and wondering if she secretly liked him, which would explain why she didn't try to escape. As soon as the thought crosses his mind, she punches him in the face. He is left confused, remembering that she eventually left with Lai Yu, making his theory feel both right and wrong. The next morning, a pink-haired friend bursts in, celebrating that Xinguan is finally better. The two girls spin around joyfully. Junqing's mother arrives with homemade chicken soup, and Xinguan warmly calls her mom. While enjoying the soup, the friend gushes about a new hit album by the artist Ling Han, whose mysterious composer, Xia Qiangqiang, has become famous overnight. Xinguan calmly reveals that Xia Qiangqiang is her best friend, shocking her friend who immediately demands an autograph. Xinguan smirks, explaining that it was Xia Qiangqiang's song that allowed Ling Han to surpass the popular Xia Yanyan, adding that she is likely furious about it now. At the Xia family estate, a woman reassures Sister Xia, telling her not to be angry. She argues that without old Master Gu pouring money and resources into a rival's song, it could never compete with Xia Yanyan's. Enraged, Yanyan demands to know why, if they knew old Master Gu was promoting someone else, they didn't get people to promote her new album instead. She scrolls through a social media feed on her phone, looking at scathing reviews of her new album. One user calls it uninspired and formulaic, while another says it sounds just like her old work remixed. Fuming, she declares she will call the National Treasures Bureau and have all the critics locked up in a detention center to clear their heads. Her companion sighs, explaining that these people have been invited for tea before but never change, as they are used to writing such articles. The companion then informs Sister Xia that the renowned musician Elder Shen, who once stood side by side with old Master Gu, is coming to the capital. She suggests that if Yanyan can earn her favor, the critics wouldn't dare to be so harsh. Looking at an article on her phone, she points out that Elder Shen is interested in bidding on a dragon and phoenix emerald pendant at an upcoming charity auction due to its symbolic meaning of unbreakable love. Yanyan decides she will bid on the pendant and give it to the elder, telling her assistant to remind her to attend the auction. Later, at the lavish charity auction venue, two young women arrive. One with pink hair is giddy with excitement, while her friend with long dark hair and sunglasses tells her to compose herself, asking if the male celebrity she likes is as handsome as her Mo Fei. The pink-haired girl insists that an idol is an idol and a boyfriend is a boyfriend, and no man can shake the irreplaceable place her idol holds in her heart. She looks around excitedly, asking if her idol is there yet. Just then, Lord Lu and Xia Yanyan make their entrance, arm in arm. They are immediately swarmed by reporters, one of whom asks Yanyan if the marriage application she submitted was with Lord Lu. Another reporter calls them a perfect match and asks Lord Lu how he feels about being chosen by the National Treasure Goddess. He responds humbly, saying the country hasn't made an official announcement yet, so he can't be too confident, and for now he just wants to spend whatever it takes to make her smile. When a reporter asks which auction item he has his eyes on, Lord Lu confidently states it is the light of luck. The reporter elaborates that it is the main diamond from a queen's crown, and that legend says whoever owns it owns the entire world, praising Lord Lu for his romantic gesture of giving the world to Miss Xia. Yanyan tells him she didn't know he would bid on it for her, and he asks if she likes it. She leans against him, saying she likes it, but likes his kind heart even more. Watching them from her seat, the dark-haired girl thinks to herself that she prefers a man who would spend everything for her rather than one whose eyes are on the ground. Her pink-haired friend looks at a picture of a diamond in the auction catalog and enthusiastically suggests they have Big Tumor buy it for her friend to compare his wealth with Lord Lu's. The dark-haired girl retorts that the starting price is 50 million and asks if there's nowhere else to spend that kind of money. Her friend argues that online, people are saying Big Tumor is just playing around with her, so this is the perfect time for him to show his true colors. She threatens to text Big Tumor and tell him to come ruin the auction, prompting her friend to shout no. The pink-haired girl sends a message anyway to a group chat named Family of Love and Affection, telling at Junqing Big Tumor that her friend is interested in the big diamond and he should come bid on it. The dark-haired girl quickly types a reply, telling at Junqing not to listen to her friend's nonsense because she's not interested. Her friend sends another message, claiming that Lord Lu said owning the diamond means owning the world, and he wants to give it to Xia Yan, making her friend very jealous. Annoyed, the dark-haired girl denies being jealous and tells her friend to stop messing around and look at what else is good. She flips through the catalog and lands on a page showing the cursed diamond, a large blue sapphire. She reads that it's an ominous item associated with murder and theft with a starting price of 1 million, wondering who would be crazy enough to buy it. She then thinks to herself that only those who lack ability blame a diamond for bad luck and that she finds it quite pretty. The auction begins, and the auctioneer welcomes everyone. The dark-haired girl looks around, noting that although Grandma Shen wanted to bid on the jade pendant, she didn't come herself and must have sent someone else. The dragon and phoenix green jade pendant is presented, with a starting bid of 500,000. A young celebrity immediately bids 510,000, hoping to get on teacher Shen's good side. The bids quickly climb, with various aspiring musicians and newcomers bidding to associate with the famous teacher. Xia Yanyan then places a bid of 1,000,000. The bidding continues to escalate rapidly. The pink-haired girl starts bidding, raising the price to 200,000 and then 500,000, complaining about how rich everyone is. Another bidder raises it to 10 million, and Yanyan's group pushes it to 13 million, shocking the two friends. They decide they are outmatched and should just wait for things to cool down. Yanyan raises her paddle for 20 million, and the dark-haired girl remarks that this is crazy. Suddenly, a young man with glasses holding paddle number 006 calmly bids 30,000,000. A fierce bidding war erupts between Yanyan 003 and the young man 006, with the price jumping from 40 million to 90 million in seconds. The pink-haired girl swoons, declaring the clean and fair young man as her new idol. Yanyan, looking stressed, makes a final, decisive bid of 200 million. The young man stops bidding, and the auctioneer, after a moment of silence, declares the pendant sold to Miss Xia for 200 million. Amid applause, Yanyan accepts the congratulations. A reporter asks if she can post about the billion-dollar auction win, and Yanyan replies that she originally wanted to buy it for teacher Shen, but was snapped up by the national treasure goddess. She adds that once she has the pendant, she will visit old Madame Shen in person to offer her blessings for her granddaughter's marriage. At this, the crowd realizes the handsome young man was the proxy bidder for old Lady Shen. Next, the auctioneer presents the Hope Sapphire, also known as the Cursed Diamond. The dark-haired girl recognizes it and prepares to bid. When the auctioneer asks for bids and receives none, he begins the countdown. Just then, she raises her paddle and bids 1 million. The crowd murmurs, wondering who is so fearless as to bid on the cursed item, recognizing her as Junqing's official match, the koi fish girl. Her pink-haired friend asks if she's crazy for wanting to buy the curse, but she replies that she fell in love with the blue diamond at first sight and might be the one to end its bad luck. She smiles, thinking no one will compete with her, but then a bid comes in for 1,050,000, much to the amusement of the audience. She turns around angrily to see it's the same young man, bidder 006, who has bid against her again. A ridiculous bidding war ensues, with them raising the price by mere cents at a time, until another man, bidder 025, abruptly bids 1 million. The auctioneer starts the final countdown, and the man with paddle 025 urges the koi fish girl to bid again, but she says it's too expensive and beyond her budget of 1,020,000. The man, realizing something is wrong as the young man ignores him, desperately offers her 2 million to place another bid. The koi fish girl then reveals her true intention, stating she wants the light of fortune and will only increase her bid if he can win it for her. Xia Yanyan glares, realizing it's a typical White Lotus act designed to compete with her for the light of fortune. The man from paddle 025, now cornered, bids 1,001,001 on behalf of the koi fish girl, winning her the cursed diamond. The surrounding crowd murmurs in disapproval, calling her a lunatic and unlucky, with some women relieved she isn't their daughter-in-law. Yanyan asks Su Maocheng if he can outbid their opponent to win the light of fortune, and he confidently questions if she doubts his wealth is a match for his rival. At the auction, the final item, the light of fortune diamond, is presented with a starting bid of 10 million, which quickly escalates. A pink-haired girl suddenly bids an astonishing 2 billion, shocking her friend Xinguan, who warns her that Mr. Su is giving her a death glare. Su Maocheng calmly matches the 2 billion bid. An onlooker remarks that it seems like a husband and wife following each other's lead, referencing a previous purchase by Miss Xia and this bid from Mr. Lu. Su Maocheng asks Second Master Lu to go easy, stating he promised the diamond to the koi girl, but Junqing retorts that they'll have to rely on their own abilities since he publicly promised to win it for Yanyan. Su Maocheng then tells Xinguan he lacks the strength to continue bidding, and she tells him he's done his best. A young man with glasses startles everyone by bidding 3 billion, and Yanyan warns him about the legal consequences of failing to pay. Spurred on, Su Maocheng bids 3.01 billion. Just as the auctioneer begins the count, Junqing appears and offers to lend Su Maocheng the money he's short, interest-free. Su Maocheng, flustered, bids 3.02 billion. Junqing immediately counters with 303 billion. He approaches Xinguan and whispers that things aren't even 1/10 as bad as she is. Su Maocheng prepares to bid 1 billion but is interrupted by a phone call. His brother informs him that their father has fainted and he needs to get to the hospital immediately, causing Su Maocheng to react in panic. Yanyan asks him what's wrong, and he explains he must leave for the hospital. Junqing asks if he is no longer bidding, and Su Maocheng confirms he doesn't have time due to his father's critical illness. As Yanyan tries to leave in frustration, she is blocked by security who inform her she cannot leave until she pays for the dragon and phoenix emerald pendant she won. She calls out for help, and Su Maocheng instructs his secretary to stay and pay the 2 billion before he rushes away. The auction concludes, and the MC announces that Mr. Su has won the Light of Fortune for the Koi girl, making her the owner of both it and the cursed diamond. Junqing whispers to Xinguan that the diamond he bid on for her is supposedly cursed, but he has strong luck. He then reveals that right after she won it, her mother-in-law won 100 million in the lottery for the first time ever, suggesting she may be the one to break the curse and rename it the Diamond of Hope. Missy is called to the stage. She announces to the audience that her mother-in-law hit the jackpot just after she won the diamond and advises everyone to follow her on Weibo for good luck. Yanyan watches angrily, determined to have the media promote the cursed diamond's negative reputation regardless. In the car, Junqing teases Xinguan about being spoiled by him, but she points out Mr. Su was the one who paid. She laments not winning the jade pendant for Grandma Shen, though he offers to let her pick a gift from his storage room at home. Excited, she insists on going tonight. At the Yi residence, she marvels at the collection and picks out an auspicious jade carving with dragon and phoenix motifs. Junqing cheekily asks when she'll give him dragon and phoenix twins, and she jokes she might give him fish roe instead. He then decides to send the gift with a wish for her to have twins next year. Later, in bed, she contemplates what species their children would be, amusingly suggesting a mermaid ghost or a vampire fish. He tells her to watch fewer cartoons and suggests they try to find out tonight. She rebuffs him, reminding him their engagement is cancelled. The next day at the office, she cheerfully greets her colleagues, but they all avoid her, maintaining a large distance. Confused, she grabs a coworker who screams that she was touched and points her to a newspaper. The article details the tragic history of the cursed diamond's owners, horrifying Xinguan. Her colleagues whisper about her confidence, while she calmly gets back to work. She receives a delivery of protective talismans from Han Chengbei, who tells her on the phone that he's trying to save her life. While on her phone, she receives a message about a project being finalized after 6 months of difficulty and muses that it must be the good fortune from the cursed diamond. Later, her brother drives her to a temple to have a new bracelet blessed, insisting it's better than the one she already has from Han Chengbei. She asks him when he became so superstitious, reminding him she's always survived her bad luck. At the Daeing Temple, she thinks she sees Junqing but dismisses the idea, believing he isn't superstitious. She texts him, and he claims to be working overtime, but she replies that she saw someone who looked just like him at the temple. Startling him, she explains her brother brought her, remarking that it seems he's the only non-superstitious one she knows. He quickly texts back a story about his father seeing a lucky carp at home, insisting she is destined to break the diamond's curse. Inside, her brother presents her horoscope to a master, asking him to turn her misfortune into fortune. The master frowns as he reads the chart, making her brother nervous, and causing Xinguan to worry he will declare her destined for misfortune. A bold master, reading Xinguan's fortune, declares that her birth chart indicates unparalleled wealth and nobility, something he has never seen before, and that she brings prosperity to everyone around her. A chibai version of Xinguan appears surrounded by labels indicating she brings luck to her parents, husband, and all those around her. The master adds the most astonishing part is that she has the destiny of an emperor, clarifying to her brother that this is for a true sovereign, not a transient position like a president. Xinguan asks if her difficult childhood means the rest of her life will be filled with blessings, and the master confirms that when misfortune peaks, prosperity follows, calling her fate remarkably rare. In the car, Xinguan excitedly tells her brother not to worry anymore since her misfortune has ended, and she is now a lucky Koi girl, deciding immediately to share the good news with the man she calls the big toxic tumor. She texts Junqing, asking him to guess her fortune, to which he playfully responds by asking if she was told she's destined for loneliness without him. She texts back that the master said she brings prosperity to her husband, children, family, nation, and everyone around her, a fact that sends her friends in a group chat into a frenzy as they all attribute their recent good fortunes to her influence, from winning the lottery to surviving a fire and becoming president. The chat quickly fills with requests for the coy girl to bless them. The next day, Xinguan arrives at an office and cheerfully greets everyone. Her colleagues immediately swarm her, asking for blessings to win the lottery, get a raise, find financial freedom, and even have a baby. Watching this, a blonde woman named Xia Yanyan becomes enraged, thinking about how she had planned to make a big deal out of the misfortune diamond, but now her plans are ruined, and she angrily throws her phone to the ground. Later, at a dinner party, the esteemed elder Shen tells her students to wait for her god-granddaughter to arrive before they begin eating. She explains that her god-granddaughter possesses incredible musical talent, but only treats it as a hobby. A knock is heard and Xia Yanyan makes a grand entrance, presenting Elder Shen with an expensive jade pendant called Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity. Elder Shen politely refuses the valuable gift, but Xia Yanyan insists, claiming the gift is actually for Elder Shen's granddaughter, who she says is a friend of hers. Elder Shen accepts the gift on her granddaughter's behalf and invites Xia Yanyan to join them, who feigns reluctance before accepting. Just as they are about to eat, another knock at the door announces the arrival of the actual granddaughter, and Xinguan walks in, leaving Xia Yanyan completely stunned. Elder Shen warmly embraces Xinguan and introduces her as her granddaughter who is about to get engaged, much to the shock of the other guests who recognize her as the famous coy girl. Xia Yanyan fumes internally, realizing she just spent 200 million on a gift for her rival. Elder Shen then hands the gift box to Xinguan, relaying Xia Yanyan's well wishes for a happy marriage. Xinguan, feigning surprise, thanks Xia Yanyan for the thoughtful gift and in return presents her with an extremely heavy box, cheekily wishing that she too finds a perfect match and has twins within a year, then many more children to contribute to the country, leaving Xia Yanyan struggling and furious. Meanwhile, a man rushes to a car to inform Junqing that the Leng group has been completely taken down by the police, but Junqing remains unfazed. He clarifies that it was not the Leng group under Leng Chenmo's management. Junqing's associate then reports that the recent tunnel ambush was orchestrated by the current president of Leng Group, Leng Wai Hong, and asks Junqing if he already knew something would happen, which is why he told them not to act. Junqing reveals it was Leng Chenmo who orchestrated the entire takedown of his own family's empire, leading his associate to call him ruthless for destroying a 3-generation legacy. Junqing smirks, asking if his friend still believes Leng Chenmo was brought down by a bunch of rabble. At a remote snow mountain resort, Leng Chenmo's friend is on the phone, shocked to hear about the Leng family's collapse and wondering if he was tricked into funding Leng Chenmo's escape. The call cuts out, and he worries about how Leng Chenmo's subordinate found this paradise. Leng Chenmo enters carrying a small white rabbit, explaining that he found it after it crashed into a tree stump and that they can roast it for dinner, much to his friend's horror. The friend confronts him, asking if he was tricked into coming abroad to avoid being arrested. Leng Chenmo simply states he was kicked out of the family long ago and questions why he would be arrested now. His friend receives a text from Mu Nianbai, revealing that Leng Chenmo had written a report letter to expose his own family, leaving the friend in awe of his boldness and ruthlessness. Leng Chenmo then nonchalantly hands his friend a gold card, telling him to take it and use it. Back at the Yi residence, Junqing asks Xinguan how she knew his grandmother's favorite pastry. She explains she remembered it from the 7 years they lived together, but then says he can just assume she guessed correctly since he wouldn't believe her anyway. He teases her for her poor storytelling and begins weaving his own romantic version of their story, where he saved her as a mermaid at sea and they later fell in love. She plays along, continuing the fantasy up to their grand wedding before panicking about not having an outfit. He calms her down, taking her hand and assuring her an outfit is already prepared. On the day of an inauguration event, a stylist compliments Xinguan on her beauty, to which she smugly replies she is naturally stunning. Arriving at the venue, she is swarmed by photographers. Inside, an older woman approaches their table and calls out the name Lan Wu, looking directly at Xinguan, who wonders in shock if someone there recognizes her mother. At a lavish banquet, 2 women approach Mrs. Bai asking for an introduction to the elegant lady beside her. Mrs. Bai introduces the woman Lan Wu as her sister-in-law, which surprises one of the guests who thought the president's mother was her only sister-in-law. Mrs. Bai dismisses them, saying she and Lan Wu need to catch up after many years apart. She then turns to Lan Wu, mentioning that her father told her Lan Wu's adopted daughter is engaged to Pei's son, remarking on the destiny that makes them half-sisters and now in-laws through their children. Nearby, A young woman, Xinguan, overhears this and is shocked to learn her mother and mother-in-law are half-sisters. The gossiping women deduce that since old Master Bai's second wife only had a son, Lan Wu must be an illegitimate daughter of the Bai family. Mrs. Bai, whose name is Kaio Chu, greets Lan Wu coolly, mentioning that her father said Lan Wu married a fisherman and asking if the man beside her is her husband. The man, Yi Baixiu, learns from his wife that this is the sister-in-law he had mentioned before. Another man, Mr. Song, remarks to Kaio Chu that her previous description of her sister-in-law as not very presentable was quite accurate. Xinguan and her companion defend Lan Wu, with Xinguan adding that a compliment from Uncle Song is a rare honor, causing an angry Kaio Chu to walk away. Xinguan then asks her mother why she never mentioned this family connection, and Lan Wu explains that as the unacknowledged illegitimate daughter of the Bai family, there was no need to bring it up. This revelation spreads, with guests murmuring about how the carp maiden, Xinguan, is related to the Bai family and how awkward it must be for the legitimate family members. Soon after, Xinguang's aunt arrives with her husband and finds Xinguang's parents, suggesting they all sit together. When an attendant tries to direct them to their assigned seats, the husband dismisses him and tells him to switch the seating. Xinguang is surprised to see her aunt, who introduces her husband, Yi Baixiu, to her newly discovered biological sister, Lan Wu. Yi Baixiu gives a terse grunt in greeting, earning a kick from his wife, who tells him to be polite. When asked about his recovery, Yi Baixiu boasts about his 2 successful sons who have made the Yi family the most powerful in the capital. His wife chides him for showing off instead of just chatting. His sister-in-law gracefully toasts him with tea, acknowledging his success in raising his sons. Their son, Yi Junqing, arrives to greet his parents, and he tenderly tells Xinguan she looks beautiful. Elsewhere, a blonde woman named Yanyan is asked who her fiancé is, as the president is scheduled to announce it that evening. Yanyan coyly replies that everyone will find out soon enough. The new president, Yi Xiaoding, is handed a marriage application by his wife, who complains that he has to announce her cousin's engagement during his own inauguration banquet, allowing her to steal the spotlight. Yi Xiaoding reassures his wife that the cousin, Yanyan, won't steal the spotlight tonight, cryptically adding that she might not be the only unique mermaid in the world. Yi Xiaoding then takes the stage and is welcomed as the new president. He announces that the national treasure has found her love and submitted a marriage application, before congratulating Mr. Lu Hanshan for winning her heart and asking if he accepts her as his life partner. Lu Hanshan stands and invites Yanyan to the stage to answer in person. Yanyan joins him, and the crowd cheers for the beautiful couple. Instead of answering, Lu Hanshan kneels and proposes to Yanyan himself, asking to love and cherish her for the rest of their lives. The crowd erupts as they recognize the ring as the famous Heart of Sweetness. Yanyan tearfully accepts, and they share a kiss as the ring is placed on her finger. She glances triumphantly toward Xinguang's table, but Yi Junqing pays her no mind, instead offering a piece of food to Xinguang. A young man named Tang sees a post on his phone and panics, wondering who created such a mess for him. He excuses himself from the table and makes a frantic call, demanding that a trending topic be taken down immediately. The topic, which started overseas, reveals that the locations of all Yi-owned mermaid theme parks, when connected on a map, form the image of a man kneeling in proposal to a mermaid. Tang worries about how Yi Junqing will save face and what Xinguang will think when she sees it. At the table, Xinguang is already looking at the map on her phone, a wide smile spreading across her face as she looks at Yi Junqing. Tang tries to do damage control, suggesting an executive secretly in love with Yanyan was behind it, but Yi Junqing calmly admits that he personally chose all the park locations. When Xinguang asks him why he designed it that way, he explains that he fell in love with a reckless little fool, but was afraid to approach her, so he could only hide his grand romantic gesture in plain sight. He tells her to assume he made it up, but she whispers that she likes it. Later, the conductor of the National Music Association announces a special performance requested by a young man who wished to propose to the girl he loves. Yanyan assumes it's another surprise from Lu Hanshan, but he quietly tells her it wasn't him. The conductor then stuns the audience by inviting her most outstanding student, Yi Xinguang, to the stage to perform. As Xinguang plays the violin, the lights suddenly go out. A single spotlight illuminates Yi Junqing, who walks onto the stage. Xinguang stares in disbelief, wondering if he is proposing to her. He tells her that while everyone thinks his love for her is an act, only he knows how terrified he is of losing her. He opens a ring box containing the legendary diamond of eternal love, and without asking for her permission, declares that she is his for life, sliding the ring onto her finger. The guests gasp, recognizing the priceless diamond that outshines even Yanyan's ring. After putting the ring on, Xinguan tells Yi Junqing to get up from his kneeling position, but he refuses, stating that he wants her to respond with a kiss on his forehead, to accept his domineering love. Flustered and blushing, Yi Xinguang tells Yi Junqing that nobody wants to accept his domineering love, and if he won't get up, he should just keep kneeling. Junqing smiles and stands up, pulling her into a kiss as the crowd celebrates. A woman nearby suggests that since the mood is right, they should sing a love song together. However, Xia Yanyan looks on with disgust, muttering that she hates it when people jump on the bandwagon and finds it ridiculous that Yi Junqing fears losing an adopted fisherman's daughter. At another table, a man with a mustache approaches Xinguang's father, addressing him as His Excellency and expressing surprise at seeing him there. Xinguang's father calmly replies that he has mistaken him for someone else. The man persists, proposing a toast and wishing him a speedy recovery from his recent major surgery, adding that his father and mother miss him and want him to come back home. Xinguang's father repeats firmly that he has the wrong person. The man acquiesces for the moment, telling him to enjoy his meal and that he will return after the banquet. Later, Junqing respectfully pours tea for Xinguang's parents. A woman at the table, Lan Wu, suggests that since the kids have promised marriage, they should take the opportunity to discuss the engagement. The family agrees to discuss it, with Xinguang's father mentioning they should invite the neighbors who watched her grow up. Her mother, however, wonders if they should invite her maternal family. She then decides against it, saying she's not close to them, but they definitely need to invite Uncle Junqing and his aunt from that side. She reflects that if she were her sister, she wouldn't want to see the Bai family either, recounting the disgusting things her father and stepmother did to seize her grandparents' inheritance. Suddenly, a man looking at his phone is shocked to see a news report revealing that the Carp girl's foster father is the reclusive crown prince of S country. The news spreads, with people realizing the fisherman at the neighboring table is royalty, which means the innocent-looking Yi Xinguang is the daughter of the crown prince who is set to inherit the throne. Xia Yanyan sighs with relief, realizing that, fortunately, Xinguang is just a foster daughter and not a true princess. She then follows Xinguang to the restroom. Inside, Xia Yanyan tells Missy she hopes she doesn't mind, claiming Junqing still likes her, and that the mermaid-themed parks were just thoughtful gestures he made before he met Xinguang. Xinguang retorts by asking why she would mind, stating that those gestures were all for Xia Qiangqiang, and she wouldn't be jealous of her best friend, pointedly asking if Miss Xia would be jealous of her own sister. Shocked by the implication, Xia Yanyan awkwardly congratulates Xinguang on the proposal, and Xinguang congratulates her back before leaving. In the hallway, other women gossip about the revelation, wondering if Xia Yanyan has a younger sister named Xia Qiangqiang, who they realize is the mysterious composer for Ling Han's new album. They quickly start sending messages about the new gossip. A woman hugs Xinguang, congratulating her and telling her not to mind the online rumors, explaining that her second brother never had a crush on Xia Yanyan and simply likes mermaids. Xinguang assures her sister-in-law that she knows and won't overthink it, recalling how Junqing had declared in the hospital that she was the only woman he loved. As Xinguang and Junqing leave with her parents, the diplomat from earlier instructs his driver to follow them. In the car, Xinguang's mother worries that the diplomat won't give up easily and asks if they are going back to S country. But her husband says they will just retire on the island, cryptically stating that the real crown prince is someone else. In another car, Xia Yanyan frets over the media calls she's receiving, wondering how the matter of Xia Qiangqiang was exposed. She blames it on Yi Xinguang deliberately speaking loudly in the restroom. On the phone, a man warns her not to provoke Xinguang now that things are different, as their family's position will become even more awkward. Her father then takes the phone and tells her to stay away from Xia Qiangqiang for now because if the matter gets exposed, their family's reputation will be ruined before throwing the phone in anger. Xia Yanyan is furious, ranting that Xinguang has competed with her over everything and stole her spotlight. In Junqing's car, he asks a tipsy Xinguang how much she drank. She complains that she wants to eat fish, but he teases her about smelling of alcohol. He then playfully tells her to take a good sniff to see if it smells bad. As their car swerves, the driver tells them to stop it quickly. They arrive home and Junqing carries Xinguang, who asks what he's doing. He tells her since she said it smelled bad, they are going to go wash up, walking towards the indoor swimming pool. He is surprised to find Zayaju already swimming there. Junqing sternly gives Zayaju 1 minute to leave the pool, but Zayaju protests, saying the pool is big enough for 3 of them. Junqing tells him he's too dazzling and needs to get lost. Zayaju walks away, grumbling about being a third wheel, but then realizes he forgot his phone. As he peeks back into the room, he is stunned to see Xinguan has transformed into a beautiful mermaid with a sparkling blue tail. Junqing tells her that no one else is ever allowed to see her like this, or he might become a tyrant and gouge out everyone's eyes. Xiaozhu gasps, exclaiming that it's his first love fish. He shouts that Junqing secretly kept his first love fish and that's why he wanted to kick him out. Xiaozhu yells that Junqing is being too much, threatening to doom entire families when he's part of the family too. He then runs towards the pool, shouting that his first love fish is here, but Junqing stops him with a menacing glare. Xiaozhu begs to just take a look, promising he won't compete. As Junqing drags him away, Xiaozhu suddenly questions how little Xinguan feels about him playing with a mermaid, realizing the mermaid might be Xinguan herself. He asks her to confirm if it's really her, and she admits that it is. Xiaozhu is flabbergasted, realizing Junqing knew all along that Xinguan was a mermaid and that he must have cheated at the matchmaking center to get her. Junqing calls someone on the phone, ordering them to take Xiaozhu away and threatening that he won't see the sun tomorrow if he isn't gone in 10 minutes. Later, by the poolside, Xiaozhu asks Xinguan if she's the one who revealed she is Xia Qiangqiang. She confirms her identity, telling him to stop yelling. Xiaozhu asks her not to expose her mermaid identity. Junqing grabs him, warning him to seal his lips tight because if anyone finds out his sister-in-law is a mermaid, he will be the first one to deal with him. Xiaozhu protests, arguing that Xinguan is a national treasure that should be announced proudly. Junqing declares that she is his national treasure and threatens to kick Xiaozhu out of the Yi family if he dares spread the word. Xiaozhu has a moment of realization, understanding that his brother just wants to keep Xinguan all to himself. He promises to keep his mouth shut, but asks if they can at least tell their family brothers as he's dragged away. An attendant escorts Xiaozhu out, who has his hand clapped over his mouth. Later, Xiaozhu is on a video call with a man who explains the backstory of Xia Qiangqiang, who drowned 16 years ago and was later saved by Xinguang's parents. Xiaozhu connects the dots, realizing this is why his brother didn't react to the scandal with Xia Yezhao, as he is his brother-in-law. The man on the phone mentions that Xia Qiangqiang was said to be very ugly, which is why the Xia family disliked her. Xiaozhu explodes, shouting that she is 1,000 times prettier than Xia Yanyan. The man asks him why he's so worked up and if he has seen her. Xiaozhu guiltily denies it, then hangs up, saying life is too hard. He decides he can't keep the secret to himself and needs to spill the tea. He calls his manager, instructing him not to take down the trending topic, and to instead promote the news that the Xia family has another daughter named Xia Qiangqiang, believing it has great potential as a hot topic. Tang watches Leng Ting sleep on the couch, feeling a pang of guilt for being heartless, but then reasons that this is simply payback for Leng Ting taking care of him in the hospital. Leng Ting suddenly opens his eyes, revealing he was awake, and teases Tang by saying he thought Tang was offering his own room, not just the one next door. Flustered, Tang tells him to keep dreaming and stop having grand delusions. As Tang turns away, complaining about how Leng Ting used to be untouchable but is now smiling creepily all the time, a maid interrupts them. She announces that staff from a matchmaking agency have arrived for a home visit. Tang is immediately annoyed, wondering why a blind matchmaking agency would show up the day after his brother Ting ascended to the presidency, but Leng Ting calmly tells the maid to let them in. The agents enter, and the woman compliments Tang's refined taste, even remarking on how unique his fried eggs look. Tang glares at her and angrily retorts, asking who said he cooked them. The maid quickly steps in to explain that Mr. Leng had cooked the breakfast, having sought advice from a chef, and adds that he also personally cooked all the rib soup when her master was hospitalized. The agent then pivots to business, explaining that to address the aging population, the country has developed artificial wombs that are about to be implemented. She suggests that the two of them can apply if they are interested, causing Tang to spit out his drink in shock. He stares at the paperwork in disbelief, amazed that technology has advanced so far. The agent continues, telling Tang that if he signs up now, he can be one of the first users, and the state will even take care of raising the children. Overwhelmed and blushing, Tang shoves the papers away, denying that he's interested at all. Leng Ting calmly takes the forms, saying they'll discuss it later, and dismisses the agent so they can finish their meal. Later, in the Yi Junqing Villa dining room, Leng Ting smiles to himself as he reads the forms, thinking that this would allow little Fishtail to avoid the suffering of pregnancy. Just then, a woman named Xia rushes in, exclaiming that she's late and asking why he didn't wake her up. She frantically gets ready, worried that any traffic will make her late for her first day working at the presidential palace. Leng Ting sighs and tells her to eat in the car, offering to drive her. Inside the car, while Zia eats, an assistant reads Leng Ting's packed schedule for the day. Zia remarks on how busy he is from morning to night, prompting him to ask her to dinner that evening. When she asks about his dinner meeting, he offers to cancel it for a candlelit dinner with her instead. She declines, explaining that she needs to visit her parents at the hospital because her father is being discharged in a few days. Leng Ting offers to pick him up personally, but Zia says her second uncle will handle it, as they have a good relationship. This causes Leng Ting to wonder why her second uncle is so much better to his father-in-law than to him, and why, if he was an old friend of the Zia family, he didn't support their relationship when everyone opposed it. As Zia prepares to get out of the car, Leng Ting grabs her hand and tells her he wants a farewell kiss. Blushing, she leans in, and they share a passionate kiss before she leaves for work.